Prismatic Crown, a romantasy of forbidden light and shattered time. Written by Daphne Charlene.
Chapter 1: The Hidden Gift. The library nestled within the heart of Clan Vire was a haven of tranquility, where the soft light filtered through tall windows, casting a warm glow upon the well-worn wooden shelves. Dust motes danced lazily in the air, swirling around ancient tomes that spoke of histories both profound and forgotten. Elusive Reese moved gracefully among the stacks, her long dark hair cascading over her shoulders as she carefully sorted through the manuscripts, a smile barely touching her lips as she exchanged soft greetings with the few patrons who shared the space. As she set a volume titled Welsh Legends, Shadows of the Past in its rightful place, she glanced up, her striking green eyes catching the light in unusual ways. The library felt alive with whispered stories, its walls steeped in tradition, yet today was different. A delicate shimmer flickered in the periphery of her vision, elusive and ethereal. For just a fleeting moment, she thought she caught a glimpse of a fairy, its tiny wings catching the light like glistening droplets of dew. Alicia's heart raced as she turned her head slightly, not daring to look fully, afraid to disturb the magic. She focused on the next book, an old leather-bound manuscript, its spine cracked and edges worn. As she sorted through the texts, she exchanged soft greetings with an elderly man who often visited. "A fine selection as always, Miss Reese," he said, his voice low and warm. "Thank you, Mr. Evans," she replied, her own voice threaded with thoughtful care. They spoke of the stories held within the tomes, a bridge between their shared affection for the past. Yet beneath her calm demeanor, Elusive wrestled with a knot of anxiety. What if she admitted to knowing the truths hidden within these pages, those that whispered of her ancestors, ancient power and otherworldly realms? Just as she tucked away a particularly worn volume on local folklore, the shimmering glow returned, more pronounced this time, dancing between the shelves like a wayward breeze. It seemed to beckon her, filling the air with an irresistible pull. Her heart ached with longing, she felt a profound kinship with the elusive creature. It embodied everything she had always wanted, to soar freely, to live unburdened by the weight of judgment. But instead, Alicia's fingers tightened around the leather covers of the manuscripts, a physical reminder to remain grounded in her reality. With each breath, she fought against the urge to reach out, to call upon whatever spirit danced before her. She knew that revealing such a gift could invite ridicule from the villagers, who valued conformity and shunned anything that strayed too far from the mundane. It was easier to conceal her abilities, to keep her heritage hidden beneath layers of practicality and modernity. Her gaze drifted back to the shimmer, only to find it fading like a dream upon waking. Elusive felt a small pang of loss, the magic slipping away, as she allowed her breath to escape in an almost imperceptible sigh. The air grew thick with unspoken possibilities, a sense of resignation mingling with the lingering threads of hope. As the fairy's glimmer dissipated, the library returned to its usual stillness, yet the pulse of ancient knowledge remained, a reminder that she was not alone in her otherness. Elusive could still feel the weight of her heritage pressing against her chest, and despite the sorrow that accompanied it, there was also a flicker of determination. In this quiet sanctuary, hidden amongst the stories that told of her ancestors, she promised herself that one day she would embrace the magic within her. The delicate dust motes continued their dance in the sunbeam, while outside the villagers carried on, blissfully unaware of the treasures hidden within their midst, treasures like Elusive Reese, a keeper of secrets that could change the world, should she ever choose to let them shine. The village was bathed in the golden light of late afternoon, the air filled with the laughter of children, and the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers that fringed the cobbled streets. Elusive moved through this idyllic landscape with purpose, her heart heavy yet hopeful, each step taking her closer to her grandmother's resting place. As she walked along the familiar path, flanked by graceful willow trees that whispered secrets to the wind, she found solace in the rhythm of her surroundings. Each footfall on the narrow, winding path felt like a gentle embrace, pulling her further into the warm memories of her childhood. The village, with its thatched roofs and cheerful cottages, had cradled her as she grew, nurturing her spirit while simultaneously shrouding it in quiet doubts. Villagers passed her by, their lives seeming simple and uncomplicated, the weight of her heritage buried deep within her chest, a secret woven into the fabric of her existence. As she neared the cemetery, the atmosphere shifted, the air grew cooler, the lively sounds of the village fading into a comforting hush. The stone archway that marked the entrance stood sentinel, welcoming her into this sacred space. Alicia's breath hitched as she spotted the time-worn headstone, overgrown with soft moss yet standing firm against the test of time. It bore her grandmother's name, etched carefully in the stone, Megan Lloyd, alongside the words, "A Keeper of Wisdom." Kneeling before the grave, Alicia felt the weight of generations press upon her shoulders. She traced her fingers along the engraved letters, feeling their cool surface beneath her touch. The familiar ache of loss welled up within her, mingling with a profound sense of connection.
"I miss you," she whispered, her voice barely breaking the stillness. "I wish you were here to guide me."
In that moment, memories flooded her mind, afternoons spent in her grandmother's warm cottage, the fragrant herbs filling the air, the stories wrapped around them like a tapestry. Megan had been a gentle force, encouraging Alicia to embrace the old traditions that she instinctively understood, yet feared to claim.
"The heart knows what it is, child," she had often said, her voice echoing through Alicia's mind like a soothing lullaby.
Yet now those words felt heavy with the burden of uncertainty.
"What if they don't accept me?" she murmured to the stone. "What if they turn away like they did to you?"
Her fingers shook slightly as she recounted the tales of her grandmother's banishment, the whispers of the village that branded her a witch for her knowledge of ancient lore.
"I want to be brave, but it's so much to carry."
Alicia's gaze drifted to the surrounding gravestones, each one a testament to lives once lived, stories left untold. As the soft rustle of leaves played a gentle symphony above her, she realized she was speaking not just to the memory of her grandmother, but to the very essence of her lineage, a lineage she had suppressed for far too long. The whispers of her ancestry urged her to take a step toward acceptance, to shed the cloak of fear, and embrace the spark of magic within her.
"One day I will find a way," she vowed softly, feeling the determination weave its way into her heart. "I'll uncover the truth and honor you, not just in silence, but in the world." As she slowly rose from her kneeling position, a sense of warmth enveloped her, wrapping around her like a comforting shawl.
The gentle breeze carried with it the scent of wildflowers and the rustling of the willow branches, almost as if her grandmother was there, guiding her through the moment. Alicia stood in that quiet cemetery, a fragile smile forming on her lips, mingling with the shadows of the trees.
"I love you, Gran," she whispered as she stepped back from the grave, leaving the hushed conversations of her thoughts behind.
The stillness echoed her unfulfilled dreams and whispered promises as she turned to walk back down the path, each step a blend of fear and hope. Alicia knew she had a long journey ahead, one that might bring scorn and challenges, but for the first time she felt a flicker of courage guiding her, illuminating the path to her truth. The villagers still laughed and played in the distance, oblivious to the sacred promises made in the cemetery. And as the sun began to dip toward the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Alicia allowed herself to dream, a future where she might finally embrace the heritage of the wise woman who had come before her, and perhaps one day share her own stories with those who needed to hear them. Chapter 2: Winter's Whisper. Elysia strode briskly through the narrow cobbled lanes of Clan Vire, the air thick with an unseasonable chill that tugged insistently at her coat. Shadows pooled in the recesses of old stone buildings, where glimmering figures flickered in and out of her sight, fleeting glimpses of the fair folk that quickened her heartbeat and sharpened her nerves. With each step, she wrestled with a mix of trepidation and determination, urging herself to keep moving forward. The village was alive with history, each weathered stone whispering tales of old, but tonight, those tales felt closer, more vivid, and strangely unnerving. Elysia's long dark hair fluttered in the gusts, and she tucked it behind her ear, a futile attempt to keep her nerves in check. The chill clung to her skin, a reminder of the ancient magic that threaded through her veins, though she struggled to accept its presence in her life. As she rounded a corner, the glimmering figures drew closer, too quick to identify, slipping between doorways like whispers carried by the wind. Her breath caught in her throat. These weren't mere tricks of the light or figments of her imagination. They were real. The fair folk, so elusive yet so near, always watching, always waiting. She quickened her pace, heart racing as her mind spiraled through both the legends she had heard and the deeper truths she had yet to understand. Pushing the door open to Megan Lloyd's modest herb shop, she was greeted by a warm wave of earthy aromas that wrapped around her like a comforting shawl. Dried lavender and rosemary hung in neat bundles from the ceiling, their fragrance mingling with the soft sunlight filtering through stained glass, casting colorful patterns across the floor. The familiar, calming chaos of the shop settled her racing heart, if only momentarily.
Megan.
Elysia called softly, her voice echoing slightly in the quaint space. The corners of the shop were filled with shelves of jars and books, a treasure trove of wisdom waiting to be explored. Elysia, my dear. The voice came from the back, steady and nurturing, like a balm for the soul. Megan Lloyd emerged, her silver-streaked hair neatly braided, warm brown eyes sparkling with the kind of understanding that made Elysia feel both at home and acutely aware of her own uncertainties. Come in, Megan beckoned, gesturing towards the small table where steaming cups awaited.
I brewed you some tea. Just the thing for this brisk evening.
Elysia stepped forward, the tension in her shoulders easing as she settled into a chair. She couldn't help but admire the way the light danced around Megan, illuminating her graceful movements. Thank you, Elysia said, accepting the cup and allowing the warmth to seep into her hands. The soft clink of ceramic filled the air, a soothing soundtrack that grounded her. Megan studied her, a knowing smile curling her lips.
You seem troubled, child.
Perhaps it is time you embrace your true nature, she said gently, her voice woven with layers of meaning. Elysia felt a lump form in her throat, her carefully chosen words momentarily escaping her.
What did it mean to embrace her true nature?
The weight of that statement lingered in the air like an unfinished spell. She wanted to shake her head to deny it all, but the truth hummed just beneath her skin, insisting she acknowledge what she feared. Instead, she swallowed her unease and offered a small hesitant smile.
What do you mean? She ventured, feeling the tremor in her voice betray her composure.
Megan leaned back, her fingers lightly tapping the table as if calling upon unseen energies.
You possess knowledge that goes beyond what you can see, Elysia.
Your heritage is rich, steeped in stories and wisdom that span lifetimes. Her gaze softened, holding Elysia's with quiet intensity.
You are not alone in this.
We are all connected to the threads of our past. Elysia clutched a handful of dried herbs that lay on the table, their rough texture grounding her amidst the rising tide of emotions. She thought of the fleeting figures from outside, the way they made her feel both exhilarated and afraid.
But what if I'm not ready? She murmured, her voice barely above a whisper.
You may never feel ready, dear heart, but sometimes we must step into the unknown to discover who we truly are." Megan's voice was calm, the quiet authority echoing in Elysia's mind. A silence filled the space, thick with contemplation. The sunlight shifted, casting shadows that danced on the wall behind them, mingling with Elysia's own inner conflict. The scents of the herbs, calming and familiar, filled her senses, but there was still a flicker of apprehension smoldering within her.
"I want to understand," she confessed at last, her voice steadier now, each word chosen with care. "But what if embracing that means leaving everything behind?"
Megan's eyes sparkled with wisdom, a kindness threading through her gaze.
"Nothing is ever truly lost, Elysia. Our roots anchor us, even as we reach for the stars."
Elysia nodded slowly, considering the weight of her mentor's words. As they continued their conversation, the tendrils of doubt still wound tightly in her chest, but a sliver of hope began to unfurl alongside it. Maybe there was a way to weave her ancient heritage with the life she led now, bridging the gap between what was and what could be. Eventually, their discussion faded into comfortable silence, Elysia feeling the old magic stir ever so slightly in the corners of the shop, a gentle reminder of the path that lay before her. Yet the evening air remained filled with tension, a sign that change was on the horizon, and with it, an inevitable reckoning with her own identity. She could feel the gentle nudge of fate calling her name, urging her to listen, to understand. As she departed Megan's shop, her heart still drumming in her chest, the spectre of the fair folk loomed larger than before. She stepped out into the night, the chill wrapping around her like a cloak, aware that her journey had only just begun. As sleep swept over her like a gentle tide, Elysia surrendered to the darkness, the weight of the day dissolving into a sea of tranquility. Yet within that stillness, something stirred, a whisper of magic calling to her, beckoning her toward a realm where boundaries faded and possibilities stretched out like the infinite stars in a midnight sky. She felt herself slipping away from the familiar weight of her bed, drifting toward an expansive dreamscape. The darkness enveloped her like a soft cloak, and she floated, untethered and free, beyond the confines of reality. The air shimmered around her, hinting at a world brimming with secrets, alive with magic she could barely grasp. Suddenly the dark gave way to light. Elysia found herself standing in a vast clearing, the ground beneath her feet soft and cool, carpeted with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse gently in time with her heart. Above her the night sky twinkled like scattered diamonds, stars reflecting in her wide, startled eyes. It was a place suspended in time, ethereal and beautiful, where every breath filled her with a sense of wonder. In this enchanted space, the air shimmered with an otherworldly energy, whispering promises of ancient tales and uncharted destinies. Elysia closed her eyes for a moment, inhaling deeply. The fragrance of wild blossoms filled her lungs, as vibrant as the colors painting the world around her. She felt liberated, as if she could dance among the stars themselves.
But just as she embraced this freedom, a shift in the atmosphere drew her gaze.
From the swirling mists, a tall, majestic figure began to emerge. Elysia's breath caught in her throat as her heart raced. There he was, Arawn, king of the fair folk, standing before her. His piercing silver eyes seemed to capture the very essence of the night, drawing her in with an allure that was both captivating and intimidating. His presence filled the space with an aura of power and mystery, and as he approached, every detail of his regal attire came into focus, the flowing cloak that seemed woven from shadows and starlight, the subtle glow that surrounded him, lending an otherworldly elegance to his every movement. "Elysia," he spoke, his voice smooth and resonant, echoing in the dreamscape like a haunting melody. The sound sent shivers through her, a potent mixture of authority and sorrow.
"You stand at the precipice of a choice that could alter the fates of both your world and ours. I don't understand, she stammered, feeling the weight of his gaze settle upon her. What do you mean?
He stepped closer, the gravity of his words thickening the air.
A change is coming, he continued, his tone measured yet urgent. The balance between realms is fragile, and your connection to our world is deeper than you realize.
You possess gifts that link you to your heritage. Elysia shivered, the truth of his words tinged with both fear and a longing she had kept buried.
But I've spent my whole life trying to blend in, to ignore whatever it is that makes me different.
What good can I do?
I'm not like you.
Do not mistake your uncertainties for weakness, Arawn replied, the wisdom of ages echoing in his voice.
Your path is uniquely your own, yet it is intertwined with the destinies of many.
The fair folk have waited for you, for one who can bridge both worlds. His words spiraled around her, stirring feelings of yearning that lay dormant within. Each phrase echoed with promise, yet also awakened doubts that threatened to consume her.
What if I fail? She whispered, her voice trembling with vulnerability.
His expression softened, silver eyes glimmering with understanding.
Courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to face it.
You are capable of more than you know. Within you lies a power waiting to be embraced. Elysia felt the pull of destiny press against her chest, heavy and unyielding. She glanced around the starlit clearing, the surreal beauty now seeming more like a challenge.
What would it mean to accept her gifts?
To acknowledge her lineage, and the magic that danced along her veins. Arawn, she said, her heart racing as she tried to collect her thoughts, if I embrace this, what happens to the life I know? Will it change everything? Change is an inevitable part of existence, he answered, his voice gentle yet firm. You will find that in every ending lies a beginning, and in every transformation lies a chance for growth. It is a journey not just for you, but for those who will follow in your footsteps. His words resonated deep within her, igniting a flicker of resolve amidst her fears. Elysia stood tall, clutching the edges of her dreamscape, as if grounding herself against the swirling uncertainties.
I want to understand, she declared, each word filled with newfound determination. I want to embrace my true nature, no matter how daunting it seems.
Arawn nodded slowly, his expression a blend of approval and pride.
Then seek the knowledge that lies within and without.
Listen to the stories your heart tells you. You will uncover truths that connect you to this world and the next. With that, the ethereal light began to shift, swirling around them, beckoning her towards awakening. She felt a bittersweet clarity wash over her, the realization that she was on the brink of something momentous, a choice that would define her path.
Remember, Elysia, Arawn's voice carried through the fading light, the stars themselves can only guide you, it is your heart that will lead the way.
As the dream began to slip away, Elysia clung to his words, an echo of strength to fortify her resolve. Her eyes fluttered open, the dawn light filtering through her window, illuminating the familiar shadows of her room. She sat up, her heart racing with anticipation and fear, aware that she could no longer deny the calling of her heritage. A new day had begun, and with it, the promise of change loomed on the horizon. Chapter 3: The Veiled Tears. The Midwinter's Eve festival in Clan Vire was a riot of laughter and light, a jubilant cacophony that brought together friends and families against the chill of the season. A bonfire roared at the heart of the village, casting flickering shadows on smiling faces, as children darted through the crowd like playful wisps of flame. Elysia moved among them, her long dark hair brushing against the soft wool of her simple cloak, a quiet observer amidst the joyful chaos. The air buzzed with the crisp scent of pine, mingling with the aroma of warming foods, a perfect blend that felt like home. All around her, the village came alive, draped in strands of twinkling lights and bursts of laughter. People clustered near the bonfire, their cheerful voices weaving a tapestry of sound, blending seamlessly with the striking notes of a traditional harp strummed nearby. Children spun in circles, their feet kicking up small clouds of snow as they danced with reckless abandon, their joy contagious. Elysia watched with an appreciative smile, her striking green eyes reflecting the flames as they leapt higher, casting an amber glow that painted the night in warmth. In the middle of it all, she spotted Mrs. Evans handing out warm cups of spiced cider, a gesture that brought an extra shine to her wrinkles as she beamed at each passerby. Elysia felt a flicker of admiration for her neighbor, an embodiment of the community spirit that knit together the fabric of this small village. Laughter erupted from a nearby group, drawing her attention to a game of tug-of-war, the villagers playfully bickering over who would win, their bonds strengthening in the spirit of good-natured rivalry. With each step, Elysia absorbed the moment, feeling the joy pulse through her. She found herself leaning into the laughter, a warmth spreading through her chest that had been a rarity lately. Yet there was a constant whisper in the back of her mind, a reminder of her differences, that the world held secrets meant only for her. Still, amid the flickering glow of the bonfire and the warmth of community, she pushed those thoughts aside, allowing herself to be carried away in the festival's embrace. Yet, as she strolled further into the crowd, weaving between couples and children, a subtle change tugged at the edges of the festive energy.
A chill swept through the air, causing her to shiver slightly.
The bonfire's glow pulsed, shifting in hue. Elysia's brows furrowed as she turned her gaze back to the fire, her heart quickening in response. What was once a vibrant orange suddenly flickered into an unsettling blue, the flames now twisting with an otherworldly elegance that seemed to defy nature. Gasps rippled through the crowd, and conversations halted. The familiar sounds of joyous revelry turned into hushed murmurs, uncertainty creeping into the eyes of the villagers. Elysia stood transfixed, the warmth from before dissolving into the sharp bite of a chilling wind that sliced through the evening. Families exchanged bewildered glances, laughter snuffed out, replaced with confusion. The snow that had fallen softly began to intensify, swirling around them like the start of a storm. Children who had been dancing moments before now clutched at their parents, their joyful shouts transforming into frightened cries. Elysia's heart raced as the temperature dropped, visible breath escaping in puffs that felt too tangible, too real. The biting cold nipped at her skin, sending a chill through her that was not merely from the temperature, but from the apprehension settling like a stone in her stomach. "Elysia! We should go," she heard someone shout, the voice laced with urgency as a man grabbed his child, urging them toward the perimeter. The once vibrant festival had descended into chaos, scrambling footsteps on snow, shouting voices bouncing against the darkened buildings, faces transformed from delight to disquiet. A sense of foreboding filled the air, thick and heavy, a shroud that dimmed the light around them. Elysia took a step back, her heart still pounding, feeling out of place in this whirlpool of fear. Her gaze flicked back to the bonfire, the ethereal blue light growing stronger, almost calling her. Despite the uncertainty, a whisper of instinct tugged at her, pushing her to move closer to the standing stone at the edge of the celebration. There, something strange lay hidden, waiting to be unveiled.
But the crowd's hurried movements pulled her focus once again, panic woven through their exclamations. The joy of the night seemed to melt away, leaving only dread and questions hanging in the air.
Why the change? What had sparked this chaos? With resolve hardening within her, Elysia broke away from the throng of bodies, stepping away from the settled chaos of the festival. Each step brought her closer to the ancient stone that had watched over Llanfair for centuries, a symbol of stability now surrounded by confusion. As she navigated the shifting landscape of chaos, The crackling sounds of the bonfire dwindled behind her, the spectre of something larger than the festival gripping her. There, as she reached the standing stone, she paused, her breath visible in the biting air. Elysia's heart beat in her chest as she felt a pulse, an echo of power radiating from the rough-hewn surface beneath her fingertips. The snowfall intensified, each flake biting into her skin, a manifestation of the raw magic that seemed to coalesce around the stone. But it was then that she noticed it, an almost shimmering tear in the fabric of reality hovering just beside the ancient stone, a ripple of mystical light that seemed to beckon her. It was beautiful and terrifying all at once, and she felt herself drawn to it, caught between two worlds, the warmth of her village behind her and the enigmatic allure of what lay beyond. Suddenly, amid the swirling chaos of falling snow, a figure stepped through the tear. Elysia's breath hitched, her heart seizing as she caught sight of him, Lu. His presence radiated power, his golden hair catching the soft light, casting an ethereal glow around him. But it was his eyes that held her captive, shifting colors reflecting his emotions like precious jewels, connecting with hers in an instant. The moment felt timeless, filled with the weight of unspoken words and hidden truths, as though the world around them melted away into insignificance. But just as swiftly as he had come, he began to dissolve back into the flurry of snow, the tear flickering like a flame yearning to be stoked. And Elysia found herself trembling, her heart heavy with the complexity of their brief connection. Confusion and desire danced within her as the flurry of the night encased her, the spell of that fleeting moment lingering like a whisper in the wind. Elysia stood before the ancient standing stone, a sense of gravity pulling her closer, as the chaos of the festival faded into a distant echo. The air shimmered with an electric energy, the snow swirling around her, as if it were part of the stone's enchantment. Here, in this solitary moment, she felt the weight of ages pressing down, whispering secrets meant for those who dared to listen. The luminous tear beside the stone caught her eye, drawing her in like a moth to a flame, a glimmer of promise and danger all wrapped into one. As she approached the stone, its rough-hewn surface felt alive beneath her fingertips. She could sense a pulse, an echo of magic that resonated in her very bones. Was this what her life had been building toward, this moment of connection with something far older than her understanding? The strange power wrapped around her like a comforting embrace, coaxing out the curiosity that often lay dormant within her, waiting for a moment like this. Every instinct urged her closer, yet apprehension tugged at the edges of her thoughts. She had spent years guarding her heart and her secrets, afraid of what lay beneath the surface of her ordinary existence. But standing here, with the weight of the world pressing in, that fear seemed insignificant compared to the magnetic allure of the stone. What was it that awaited her beyond this tier? Was it the answers she craved, or was it something far more treacherous? Just then the tier shifted, glowing brighter, its pulsating light washing over her like a warm tide. And then he emerged. Lu stepped through the swirling energy, the very essence of grace and elegance that seemed to draw the wind to him. She felt the world fall away, the very air charged with his presence pulling her into an enchanting moment. Time stretched, and for that fleeting heartbeat nothing else mattered. Their eyes locked across the distance, a gaze shared only by souls intertwined across realms. His eyes reflected hues that flickered with emotion, changing with each passing second. There was surprise, recognition, and something deeper, a kind of understanding that reached through the veil of chaos and connected them in silence. Elysia's breath caught in her throat, every muscle in her body electrified by the intensity of the moment. His face held a quiet intensity that sent her heart racing, both familiar and foreign, an echo of longing that rang through her like a bell. "What are you doing here?" she wanted to shout, her mind racing with questions she didn't know how to voice. Yet the words remained trapped within her chest, as if they were caught in the enchantment that surrounded them. A part of her feared this moment would slip away, evaporating like the snowflakes spiraling down around her.
But just as quickly as the world around her had narrowed to the two of them, it all began to shift again.
She watched in awe as he slowly began to dissolve, the swirling snow consuming him, replacing his brilliance with uncertainty.
No.
She reached out instinctively, a desperate gesture meant to bridge the chasm that loomed between them.
Wait.
And then he was gone, leaving only the swirling snow and the tear that flickered behind. Elysia stumbled backward, a wave of loss crashing over her. The connection had been so electric, yet it evaporated just as quickly, leaving her breathless and trembling at the raw intensity of the encounter. She was left alone, cold reality pressing down on her once again, the noise of the festival growing faint behind her. She clasped her hands against her chest, feeling the erratic thrum of her heart as if it was still caught in that moment with Lou. It was a tempest of emotions that coursed through her: confusion, longing, a sense of belonging that was as exhilarating as it was frightening.
What had just happened?
Who was he to her, and why did she feel an unshakable pull toward him, as if he were a thread woven into the very fabric of her being? Elysia glanced back towards the chaos of the festival, but the laughter and chatter felt hollow in comparison to the depths of her encounter. The energy of the crowd seemed distant, like echoes bouncing off the walls of her mind, but the pull of the standing stone remained strong. In that moment, she realized she couldn't turn away, not now. She was connected to something greater than the confines of Clan Vire, deeper than the village's traditions and her own secret past. She needed to know more, to seek the truth about Lou, and the strange power that drew her here.
As she took a step closer to the stone once more, she felt the energy surge around her, setting her resolve.
With a newfound sense of purpose, Elysia made a vow to unravel the mysteries intertwined with her fate. The night was just beginning, and it would not be one she would forget easily. Chapter 4: Frozen Fate. In the heart of Clan Vire, where the air was thick with the bite of an unforgiving winter, Elysia Reese moved carefully within the modest infirmary. Frost crept along the wooden beams above her head, icicles like jagged teeth hung from ancient pipes, and the sound of wind howled against the frosted panes, creating a haunting symphony as she and Megan Lloyd tended to the shivering forms wrapped in thick blankets. The villagers, elderly and frail, huddled together on mismatched chairs, their faces pale against the shadows that danced in the flickering light of a sputtering lantern.
A handful of children sat close to them, their small frames cocooned in layers of fabric, their breaths visible like tiny ghosts in the frigid air.
Elysia felt a pang of sympathy as she caught sight of a little girl whose bright blue eyes shone with fever, her lips parched and cracked.
"Just a bit longer, dear," Elysia whispered, smoothing the blankets over the child's shivering form with gentle hands.
The fabric felt scratchy against her fingertips, a stark reminder of the season's cruel grip. As she wiped condensation from the window, her thoughts turned to the chilly tendrils curling around the hall's interior.
The cold seeped into her skin, but she couldn't afford to falter.
She steeled herself, a quiet strength emanating from her as she glanced over at Megan, who was stirring a herbal concoction in a chipped ceramic bowl. "Elysia," the elder spoke, her voice steady and warm, a balm against the encroaching chill.
"I know about your gift. Your blood carries the legacy of a fairy woman who chose mortality for love."
The wisdom in Megan's words lingered in the air, entwined with the scent of dried herbs and the comforting flicker of the lantern. Elysia met her gaze, surprise flaring in her heart, quickly tempered by a caution she could not shake. I have no idea what you mean," she replied, her tone almost shy, hesitant to embrace a truth she had always known but feared to acknowledge.
It feels like a weight I'm not ready to bear.
Megan lifted a delicate sprig of rosemary, its earthy aroma dancing into the air as she crushed it with practiced ease. In this time of need, it is precisely that weight you must learn to carry, my dear. Balance has been disrupted, and only you can restore it. The weight of those words settled around Elysia, a shroud woven from threads of ancient lore and responsibility. As they worked side by side, the act of passing medicinal herbs became more than a task, it was a silent dialogue filled with compassion. The warmth of their fingers brushing lightly conveyed unspoken care, a language known only to those who had danced upon the precipice of the past and the present. With each passing moment, Elysia felt the throbbing pulse of magic beneath her skin, echoing a heritage that reached far beyond her understanding. The wind howled anew, its mournful cry slipping through the cracks of the hall, accompanied by the distant sound of ice cracking within the pipes. Elysia's heart raced, caught between the daunting enormity of Megan's words and the fragility of their surroundings.
"What if I fail?" she murmured, voicing a fear that clawed at her insides. "Failure," Megan began, her tone reassuring, "is not the absence of success but rather the chance to learn.
Every challenge carries with it the seeds of wisdom.
Trust yourself, Elysia. The realm awaits."
As the shadows lengthened and the light of day surrendered to the night, Elysia inhaled deeply, resolving to heed Megan's wisdom. The pull of her past tugged at her heartstrings, a call to something greater that shimmered just beyond the horizon of her understanding. It was in this moment, amidst the frost and the sigh of the cold, that Elysia resolved to step into the unknown, her spirit aflame with a burgeoning sense of purpose. With Megan by her side and the weight of her ancestry heavy in the air, Elysia stood, ready to confront the chilling winds of fate that howled just outside their sanctuary. As the chill seeped deeper into her bones, Elysia found solace beneath a pile of warm blankets, the world outside her humble home fading into a muffled hush. The weight of the day lingered on her eyelids, urging her into a peaceful slumber, unaware that sleep would unveil a journey far more profound than she could imagine. The frost bit at the walls of her cottage, whispering secrets of winter into the air, as she succumbed to the comforting embrace of unconsciousness. One moment she was cocooned in the warmth of her blankets, and the next, she was adrift in a realm where silver mists swirled around her, shimmering with a life of their own. Elysia felt weightless, as if her essence had been untethered, set free from the confines of her earthly worries. Bright pulses of magical light beckoned from the distance, casting ethereal glows against an ever-shifting backdrop. The landscape blurred and reshaped itself. In one breath, she stood by a lake that glimmered like glass, and in the next she found herself among towering stones that glowed with ancient energy. Each movement shifted the fabric of reality around her, and with it came the scent of damp earth and spring flowers, mingling with the crisp, cold air. As she wandered deeper into the dreamscape, she caught a glimpse of a figure emerging from the haze. His presence was magnetic, a powerful force that pulled her focus entirely. Arawn, the king of the fair folk, stood before her, his silver eyes piercing yet full of unspoken understanding. The world around them seemed to hush, waiting with bated breath for him to speak. "Elysia," he began, his voice like a gentle wave washing over the shore. Each word flowed with measured precision, yet the weight of them sent a tremor through the very ground beneath her feet. 7 trials await you in ANNWN. You alone must restore the balance. She could hardly breathe, the urgency of his statement wrapping around her like a tight knot. The grandeur of his form held her captive, his ethereal elegance amplifying the thrill of fear and exhilaration that surged within her. Elysia stepped forward, her resolve coiling like a spring ready to be released.
"What trials?" she asked, her voice steady despite the racing of her heart. The path ahead is fraught with challenges, Arawn explained, gesturing toward the landscapes that shifted behind him. Frozen lakes that gleam like shattered mirrors, forests whispering with forgotten secrets, and the echoes of souls caught between the realms.
You must navigate them all, armed only with the strength of your spirit and the legacy you carry. Each of his words painted vivid images in her mind, solidifying her fears and hopes. Elysia felt the presence of the lake, its crystalline surface sparkling ominously beneath an indigo sky, resonating with the fragility of balance she had come to understand.
It stirred something deep within her, a pulse that thrummed in time with her heart, an awakening. And what if I fail, she pressed, vulnerability breaking through her confidence as if the cold air had seeped into her soul.
Arawn stepped closer, his gaze unwavering.
Failure is merely a stepping stone to understanding.
Each trial is an opportunity to reveal your true self, to learn the depths of your gift, and how it can shape not only your fate, but the fate of both our worlds. As he spoke, the scenery around them shifted yet again. She felt herself pulled toward an iridescent glow on the horizon, frozen lakes reflecting a chaotic dance of starlight above. She glimpsed the ancient stones, their surfaces shimmering as if imbued with the echoes of countless generations. The dream unfolded like a tapestry woven from threads of wisdom and magic, each moment weaving her deeper into Arawn's world. With each passing second, Elysia's determination hardened. She was not just a girl burdened by the expectations of her blood, she was the last of her line, chosen by fate to embrace the trials ahead. She could almost taste the possibility of triumph, mingled with the bittersweet tang of fear. I will face them, she declared, voice gaining strength as it resonated in the charged air.
I won't shy away from what lies ahead.
Arawn nodded, a hint of approval gracing his ancient features.
Then prepare yourself, Elysia.
The winds of change gather, and with your courage balance may yet be restored. His final proclamation echoed through the dreamscape, wrapping around her like a shroud of possibility. Just as she felt her resolve blooming, the world around her shimmered once more, drawing her back. A sense of urgency pulsed in her veins, a call she could not ignore. With one last glimpse at Arawn and the radiant dream world behind him, Elysia felt herself being pulled away, the landscape dissolving into a haze of silver mist. In the quiet solitude of her home, she awoke with a start, the dreams lingering like ethereal shadows against the backdrop of her reality. As the dawn crept softly through the window, she knew something within her had shifted. Elysia Reese would rise to meet her destiny, no longer just a girl with ancient blood, but a bridge between worlds, ready to confront whatever trials lay ahead. Chapter 5: The Moonlit Crossing. In the dim light of her modest home, shadows twirled and twisted, casting fleeting forms on the walls that felt alive with memories. Elysia Reese moved through the familiar narrow corridors, the scent of aged wood and faint lavender wafting gently in the stillness. She was packing her few belongings, her heart fluttering with a nervous rhythm that pulsed with both fear and determination. It was a night weighted with unspoken farewells, where the air hung thick with the promise of change. With practiced hands, she knelt before a weathered trunk, its lid slightly askew from years of use. Each item she lifted bore the weight of nostalgia. The worn leather journal was first, its cover cracked and frayed. Elysia ran her fingers across the surface, recalling the countless sketches of landscapes, characters, and fragments of dreams captured within its pages. Each brush of her fingertips ignited flashes of memories, a sunrise over the hills, the laughter of friends long gone, and late-night musings under a canopy of stars. Next, she reached for the silver pendant, its surface catching the last traces of light that flickered through the window. Engraved with ancient runes, it felt cool and reassuring against her palm. She remembered her grandmother whispering tales of their ancestors, the importance of carrying their legacy forward. A pang of longing swept through her. How she wished to share this moment with those who had gone before her. As she packed her provisions, simple fare of bread, cheese and herbs, she felt the familiar warmth of the village wrap around her, urging her to stay. Yet the call of the unknown, the promise of adventure whispered tantalizingly just beyond her reach. It was this struggle between longing and duty that weighed heavily on her heart, as she secured the flap of the satchel with a determined flick of her wrist. Walking through the narrow corridors felt different tonight. Each creak of the floorboards beneath her feet echoed with a sense of finality. Memories lingered in the air like scents from a lingering feast, the smell of her mother's baking, the low hum of conversations, the soft crackle of a fire on a winter evening.
The house had been a cradle of warmth and comfort, yet now it felt as though it were a cage, its walls closing in as she stepped further into uncertainty. At last she paused in the doorway of her parents' room. The sight before her nearly took her breath away. They stood together, bathed in the warm glow of a single candle, their figures outlined in flickering shadows. In that moment no words were needed. The silence between them was a palpable thing, filled with both love and trepidation. Their eyes locked, speaking volumes, a shared understanding forged through years of warmth and the hardening chill of what was to come. She saw the worry etched on their faces, mirrored in her own heart, a silent reflection of regret and hope intertwined. "I must go," she whispered, her voice barely carrying past the threshold, yet the intensity of her words rang clear.
It was both a statement and a plea, heavy with the weight of inevitability. The flickering candlelight danced in the air, illuminating the tears that escaped her tightly held emotions. She felt the swift, aching grip of her father's hand on her shoulder, the way her mother's arms enveloped her in a last embrace, firm yet tender. The warmth radiated through her, and Elysia knew it was love that forged these bonds, yet she felt the sharp pang of leaving them behind. Tears spilled silently down her cheeks as they held her, this moment stretching like a taut string drawn between them. Every heartbeat pulsed with the fear of loss, the fragility of connection, and the promise of new beginnings. She pressed her shaking hands against their backs, holding on tightly, as if she could somehow anchor herself to this fleeting moment before it dissolved into the night. With a final, lingering breath shared between them, Elysia stepped back, leaving the sanctuary of their warmth, and stepping into the cool night. The air felt fresh against her tear-streaked face, and she turned for one last look, her heart pounding. Her parents stood framed in the doorway, silhouettes against the fading glow of the candlelight, watching as she ventured into the unknown. It was time to embrace the journey that lay ahead, a step toward whatever awaited her beneath the vast, starlit sky. Under the luminous gaze of a full moon, Elysia moved through the frost-covered grass that sparkled like a sea of tiny diamonds. The chill seeped into her bones, sharpening her senses and heightening the awareness of every sound around her. Shadows danced beneath the moonlight as she approached the ancient standing stone, its rough surface whispering secrets of ages past. She hesitated, feeling the weight of her decision settle heavily in the cool night air. The standing stone loomed before her, a solitary guardian of her village's forgotten tales. It was both imposing and oddly comforting, its texture reminiscent of time-worn bark, marked by the elements and yet unyielding. As she reached out to brush her fingers against its surface, a shiver skated up her arm, the cold roughness infusing her with a sense of history, a reminder that she was part of something larger, a lineage that stretched through generations. The runes glimmered faintly in the moonlight, hints of stories untold and journeys untraveled. A surge of uncertainty welled within her. What lay beyond this stone? What trials awaited her in the world beyond the safety of her home? The weight of her thoughts felt heavy, pressing down upon her.
But just as quickly, A sense of determination flickered in her chest, igniting her resolve.
She was no stranger to challenges. Her life had been filled with hidden complexities, marking her as the last of an ancient bloodline. Whatever lay ahead would test her, but it was a journey she had to take. Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, she spotted movement. The shadows morphed into a figure, a man stepping forth with a cautious grace. Lu emerged into the silvery light, his features shrouded in an otherworldly aura, the hues of his eyes shifting as if they were capturing the light from the moon itself. A strange mix of familiarity and intrigue enveloped her as he approached. "Elysia," he greeted, his voice resonating with an unexpected depth that both soothed and unsettled her.
"You've come." She stammered, caught off guard by his presence, the certainty in his tone triggering a wariness that tugged at her heart. "I didn't know anyone would be here." "There are dangers ahead," he murmured, an edge of urgency lacing his words as he stepped closer, the moonlight casting fleeting patterns across his features. "You must tread carefully.
ANNWN is not as it seems." His warning hung in the air like a thick fog, coiling around her thoughts.
"I have to go," she asserted, a flicker of defiance kindling within her. "I must uncover what lies beyond. It's my destiny."
A small knowing smile flickered across Luff's face, a glimmer of encouragement among the warnings. "You are brave, Elysia, but bravery without caution can lead to folly. This path will test you in ways you cannot yet understand." Despite the foreboding nature of his words, Elysia felt an instinctual pull toward him, a spark of trust igniting amidst her fears. The way he regarded her, equal parts protector and teacher, resonated with her need for guidance.
"What do you mean?" she asked, her voice almost a whisper, both eager and wary to learn more. "The whispers of the woods will guide you, but you must listen to the silence in your heart. The choices you make will shape the course of your journey."
Lu stepped closer, the distance between them bridging with an intimacy that felt strangely comforting.
"The stone is a threshold. It can take you where you need to go. But be mindful of what you leave behind and the shadows that may follow."
Elysia nodded slowly, absorbing his words like seeds falling on fertile soil.
There was something in the way he spoke, a deeper truth layered within, drawing her closer to the brink of the unknown.
Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, a chilling breeze swept through, causing the grass to sway in hushed whispers, echoing the unease in her heart. The chorus of night creatures punctuated the silence, their sounds melding into an ethereal melody. She could feel the air vibrate with unspoken stories and hidden perils as she prepared to step beyond the stone. A rush of anticipation coursed through her veins, mixed with the weight of apprehension, and she was torn between staying under the safety of the moon's watchful gaze and stepping into the fog-laden mystery that awaited.
"Remember, Elysia," Lu said, his eyes gleaming with a knowing depth. "Trust in the magic that flows within you, but guard your heart against the allure of false promises.
There will be temptations to stray from your path." Elysia took a steadying breath, absorbing the essence of his warning. The night stretched before her, a vast expanse filled with shadows and possibilities, ready to unveil its secrets if only she dared to take that first step. The realization washed over her, she was at the cusp of a transformation, ready to embrace the journey laid before her, woven from both destiny and choice. With one last glance at Lu, who offered a silent encouragement, she reached toward the standing stone, fingers brushing against its ancient surface once more.
The chill sank deeper, wrapping around her like a cloak as she prepared to step through the threshold.
A mixture of fear and exhilaration surged within her, and she gathered her courage. The full moon bore witness as Elysia set her heart upon the path ahead, leaving behind the familiar embrace of her home and venturing into the unknown. With one final glance over her shoulder, Elysia took in the familiar outlines of her village, shrouded now in the embrace of night. The shapes were mere shadows, fading into the depths of darkness, each representing the memories she would carry with her. Her childhood home stood silent, the windows dim, yet within her it pulsed with laughter, love, and the echoes of family gatherings. A lump formed in her throat, an ache that stirred with every memory that flitted through her mind, but she pressed on, determined not to linger on what she was leaving behind. As her palm met the cold ancient stone, a shiver of anticipation coursed through her, marking the boundary between who she was and who she was about to become. She hesitated, allowing the weight of the moment to wash over her. With a deep breath, Elysia closed her eyes, seeking the connection to the whispers of her ancestors, feeling their strength surging through her fingertips into the stone. It felt alive, a heartbeat in the darkness, and she understood in that instant that it held the keys to her legacy. Stepping through the threshold, Elysia felt a dizzying rush, as if the very fabric of reality was being pulled around her. The world shifted, colors blooming and melting like a vibrant dream spilling over the edges of reality. Cold frost gave way to warm winds that fluttered through the air, whispering secrets in a tongue she felt she should know. As she tumbled forward, the sensation was overwhelming, a dizzying mix of joy and fear, like the feeling of falling without a ground beneath her feet. When she finally emerged from the swirling mists, the landscape opened up before her, a fantastical realm where every detail sang with enchantment. Bright flowers burst into bloom, their petals shimmering in colors she had never known, vivid oranges, purples, and greens dancing before her wide eyes. The air shimmered with a magical essence that thrummed with life, a heartbeat resonating around her.
It felt as though the ground itself had a pulse, vibrating with unspoken promises and challenges.
Elysia took a tentative step forward, her senses reeling from the wonders surrounding her. Trees twisted toward the sky, their trunks adorned with luminous leaves that sparkled in the waning moonlight. Every sound was amplified, laughter of unseen creatures, the rustle of the leaves that felt like hushed conversations, and the bubbling of distant streams weaving their way through the lush greenery. It was a symphony of nature that filled her heart with a blend of exhilaration and apprehension. Yet, even amidst the beauty, she could feel shadows lingering at the edges of her vision, moving just beyond her comprehension. As she ventured deeper into this realm, there was an undeniable tension, a sense that while magic thrived here, so did dangers both seen and unseen. Her heart raced, both in wonder and in wariness, and the thrill of exploration mingled with an instinctual understanding that every enchantment might hide a darker truth. Elysia's breath caught in her throat as she watched a vibrant creature flit past, its wings catching the light like shards of glass. It was a fleeting glimpse of beauty, but in its wake she could feel an unsettling awareness shift through the air, a sense of being observed. Whispers of caution echoed in her mind, love's warnings lingered like a shadow trailing behind her. Stepping carefully over roots that twisted like ancient fingers through the vibrant earth, she kept her senses sharp. There was a pulse to this new world, a rhythm that beckoned her onward, while caution tugged at the edge of her thoughts. Her intuition urged her to pay attention, to listen for the echoes of danger concealed among the vibrant beauty. Each glance revealed more than just the enchantment. The landscape revealed a layered tapestry of conflict, yearning and ambition lurking beneath the stunning facade. As she moved further, she found herself at a clearing, where a mist hung like a delicate veil, transforming the very atmosphere. The air here felt different, thick with anticipation and energy. This was a liminal space, and she sensed its significance almost immediately, a crossing point between what was and what would be. Elysia took a deep breath, gathering herself against the excitement thrumming in her veins. This was her chance, a chance to discover the depths of her lineage, and the power that lay dormant within her. A spark of determination ignited in her heart, warming the coolness of doubt. She was not merely a traveler, she was the bearer of her family's legacy, the last of an ancient bloodline, and whatever trials lay ahead, she would face them head-on. The fantasy had begun, ANNWN awaited, and she would find her way, guided by whispers of the past and the unbreakable threads of magic that flowed through her. Each step taken would unveil a piece of herself, a journey woven into the very essence of this wondrous and perilous world, and Elysia knew, this was just the beginning. Chapter 6: The Lake of Reflections. The night enveloped them in a gentle embrace, as Elysia and Lugh stepped off the narrow path, their breath visible in the cool air. Before them, the Lake of Reflections lay still beneath the silver gaze of the full moon, its surface gleaming like a polished mirror, ready to unveil the hidden memories within. Elysia felt an unsettling familiarity tug at her heart, an anticipation mingled with trepidation that danced along the edges of her mind. As they approached the water, the moonlight danced across the lake's surface, shifting and swirling like whispers of forgotten secrets. Elysia's striking green eyes narrowed, catching the shimmering glint of what lay below. The sight that met her gaze sent a jolt through her chest. Her younger self hovered above the water, a small figure encircled by jeering children. They laughed, their cruel mirth hanging in the air like a dense fog, taunting her for her so-called imaginary friends. Elysia's hands trembled, instinctively curling into fists as the memories washed over her, painful and vivid. Lugh noticed her reaction immediately, the way her breath hitched and her shoulders stiffened. He stepped closer, the warmth radiating from him like a calming balm against the sharp sting of her memories. His hand found its way to her elbow, grounding her in the moment.
"I know it hurts," he murmured, his voice low and steady, a gentle echo against the soft lapping of water at the shore. "But you are not alone.
We carry burdens from our past, each in our own way." Elysia turned to him, the kindness in his opalescent gaze drawing her in. She had always admired his natural grace, how he seemed to embody both strength and vulnerability.
"You don't understand," she replied, her words tumbling out like stones. "They mocked me. I felt so alone." "I felt it too," he confessed, a shadow passing over his features. "Living between worlds can feel isolating.
I often find myself at odds, not fully belonging anywhere." His admission hung between them, a silent acknowledgement of their shared struggles. Elysia appreciated his candor, it offered a rare glimpse into the weight he carried. With a measured breath, Elysia shifted her focus back to the lake, drawn once more to the reflection of her younger self. She wanted to reach through time, to offer comfort to the girl who stood so bewildered and vulnerable. The soft rustle of leaves whispered around them, a reminder that the world continued to spin, indifferent to their pain. Elysia lifted her hand toward the water, fingers trembling, heart racing. Could she face the memories that lay beneath the surface? The familiar ache throbbed in her chest, but there was a flicker of courage igniting within her.
It was time to confront the past. "Lugh,
Her voice faltered as she reached further, the shimmering surface beckoning her. She hesitated, recalling how her connection to the otherworldly had always set her apart. But here, with the soothing presence of the young man beside her, she felt a bridge forming, one that spanned her fears and doubts. "Just breathe, Elysia," Lugh encouraged softly, his hand steady against her elbow, unwavering in its support.
"Trust yourself."
Taking a steadying breath, Elysia let her fingers dip into the cool water, and the lake responded as if it had been waiting for her touch. The moment she made contact, a rush of memories flooded her senses, her heart pounded in rhythm with the beating pulse of the lake. Her fingers brushed against something smooth and golden, the apple glowing softly under the water's surface. Elysia closed her eyes briefly, drawing on her inner strength, summoning the courage to complete this trial. With a surge of determination, she wrapped her fingers around the golden apple. The moment felt monumental, as if she were reaching not just for an object, but for a part of herself long left behind. She felt warmth blossoming in her chest, a flicker of light that chased away the shadows of her past. It was no longer just her younger self standing there, it was Elysia, whole and unbroken, reclaiming her story. When she finally drew her hand back, the apple glimmered in her grasp, reflecting the light of the moon and the soft glow of her own inner realization. Love's expression softened as he looked at her, pride mixing with an understanding that ran deep.
"You did it," he said quietly, the weight of the shared experience hanging in the air, unspoken yet profoundly felt.
Elysia glanced back at the water, a quiet smile breaking through the remnants of pain. The girl who had once felt so alone now felt a sense of companionship, even in the silence of the lake. She had faced her reflection and emerged not just as a survivor, but as a part of something far greater than herself. Together, they turned away from the lake, stepping back onto the path that would lead them toward their next trial, their bond strengthened by the shared experience and the understanding that sometimes the heaviest burdens could be lifted with the gentlest of touches. As twilight yielded to the serenity of night, Elysia and Lou settled by the gentle flicker of their makeshift campfire, the warmth radiating against the cool embrace of the evening air. The fire danced before them, its flames casting fleeting shadows across their faces, revealing a momentary glimpse into their thoughts and emotions. The peaceful night was punctuated only by the soft crackle of wood, a soothing reminder of the world that existed beyond the trials they faced. Elysia arranged their modest belongings close to the fire, her fingers brushing against the cool fabric of their blankets and gear. She caught a glimpse of her pendant, its intricate design catching the flames, and she found herself idly fiddling with it, lost in thought. Lou watched her with a thoughtful expression, his presence steady and reassuring as they settled into the evening routine. The air around them carried the faint scent of pine and earth, mingling with the lingering traces of their earlier encounter by the lake. "Sometimes," he began, breaking the gentle silence, "I feel as though we're walking a tightrope between our worlds, balancing expectations and our own desires." His voice was measured, laced with a wisdom that had undoubtedly come from a lifetime of grappling with his dual heritage. "Every step feels heavy with the burden of duty, yet the freedom to choose our path tugs at my heart." Elysia nodded, her gaze lingering on the dancing flames.
"I understand that feeling," she replied, her voice soft yet determined. "It's as though we're tethered to something greater than ourselves, ancient traditions pulling us in one direction, while our hearts yearn for another."
The memories of her past washed over her, like waves lapping at the shore.
"But what if our duties define who we are?
What if they push us toward choices that aren't our own?" A flicker of intensity sparked in Luff's eyes as he leaned forward slightly, captivated by her thoughts.
"That's a valid concern," he replied, his tone holding an uncharacteristic edge. "Yet, it's essential to recognize that our choices, however difficult, still shape our identities.
Duty can be a guide, but it shouldn't imprison us." His earnestness hung in the air, a weighty truth intertwined with the flicker of flames before them. Elysia felt the pull of his words, resonating within her own conflicts and uncertainties. She took a moment to reflect, the sound of the fire crackling wrapping around her like a blanket.
"It's easy to forget," she said thoughtfully, "how much of our power lies within. It's tempting to let expectations dictate our choices, especially when they've been ingrained in us for so long."
They shared a comfortable silence then, the kind that held no pressure for immediate words, only a gentle acknowledgement of the bond deepening between them. Elysia glanced at Lugh, the warmth of the fire reflecting the appreciation she felt for his understanding. It was refreshing to share these thoughts with someone who didn't shy away from the complexities of their existence. Even now, sitting here, I find it comforting, she continued, her voice slightly more confident, knowing we're not alone in this. You may walk between two worlds, but you've become a guide for me. She smiled softly, her earlier trepidation dissolving like morning mist under the sun's embrace. Lugh smiled back, a gentle warmth blooming in his gaze.
And you've shown me the strength of resilience, he said, sincerity coloring his words.
To find solace in the chaos of existence is a gift, one that not many can understand.
It takes courage to face what lies beneath the surface.
Elysia felt her heart flutter slightly, a mix of gratitude and admiration swirling within her. Their exchanges flowed with the same ease as the crackle of the fire, revealing deeper layers of connection. A slight shyness flickered in her chest, but she welcomed it, recognizing it as part of her growing bond with him. As the night stretched on, they occasionally shared stories of their pasts, laughter mingling with their more serious musings. Each tale became a bridge, narrowing the gap of their respective worlds. The shadows danced around them as they embraced the comfort of companionship, each revelation allowing their hearts to venture just a little closer to understanding one another. The firelight flickered and waned, a rhythm that matched the ebb and flow of their dialogue. They savored these small moments, the silence, the laughter, the gentle exchanges, all weaving a delicate tapestry of connection as they nestled together beneath the blanket of stars. Eventually, as the flames began to soften, casting long shadows against the trunks of trees, Lugh leaned back, a hint of weariness creeping into his features. Tomorrow will hold new trials for us, he said, glancing at the star-studded sky above.
But whatever we face, know that you are not alone.
We will face them together. Elysia felt a sense of resolution wash over her, the warmth of their conversation fueling her spirit. I will remember that, she replied, her heart swelling with gratitude and the hopeful promise of what lay ahead. As they nestled closer to the fire, surrounded by the cool embrace of the night, Elysia knew that the trials would continue, but the bond they were forging would be their strongest ally. She closed her eyes, letting the gentle lapping of the lake and the soft rustle of leaves lull her into a peaceful slumber, hopeful for the journey that awaited them. Chapter 7: Riddles in the Dark. The lair was a vast chamber of ancient stone, its cool walls thick with the history of secrets long kept. Flickering torches cast shadows that danced playfully around the edges, illuminating the intricate Celtic patterns that adorned the room. Elysia stepped forward, her heart racing as she caught sight of the majestic Sphinx, who stood at the chamber's center, embodying the weight of ages with his lion's body and weathered visage, ready to unfurl a tapestry of riddles that would challenge her very essence. The Sphinx, a magnificent creature of myth, wore the wise countenance of an elderly man etched with timeless knowledge. The sight of him drew Elysia's gaze, sparking a mixture of awe and determination within her. Lugh remained at her side, a steadfast presence with his shifting opal eyes reflecting both admiration and a trace of apprehension. As she absorbed the environment, the flickering torches, the air tinged with a palpable magic, she could feel the gravity of their undertaking settle over her.
Welcome, seekers of wisdom, the Sphinx intoned, his voice resonant and layered with the weight of centuries. You stand at the threshold of understanding, yet the path ahead is fraught with riddles. Answer wisely, and the knowledge you seek shall be revealed.
Elysia swallowed hard, her resolve strengthening. She had always felt tethered to the ancient lore that whispered through her heritage, and this was her chance to weave those threads into something tangible.
"I am ready," she declared, her voice steady as she stepped closer. "The first riddle," the Sphinx began, his eyes gleaming with a challenge. "What speaks without a voice, has power over all, and yet cannot be touched?"
Alicia's mind raced as she replayed the folklore she cherished.
"Time," she replied, her voice a delicate melody against the stony backdrop. "It flows on, shaping destinies without needing a voice, ever elusive to the touch."
The Sphinx's eyes sparkled with approval, and he gestured for the next question. Each riddle he posed danced along the edges of her knowledge, pulling from the depths of her passion for her heritage. She found herself poring over the clues, navigating through the winding paths of Welsh mythology, letting the stories of old shape her responses. Each answer earned a nod of respect from the Guardian, encouraging her but also increasing the weight of expectation. With every question, Luff's expression shifted subtly. He remained quiet, but the tension in his jaw and the intensity of his gaze suggested a wrestling with burdens known only to him. Alicia stole glances at him, drawing strength from his silent support, while also feeling the weight of unspoken fears between them. As the Sphinx presented each new riddle, the atmosphere thickened with intrigue and anticipation. The challenges deepened, testing not only Alicia's intellect, but the very core of who she was.
At one point he asked her, "What runs through the heart of all that lives and breathes but cannot be seen?"
Alicia hesitated, tapping into her deeper understanding of both the physical and the metaphysical realms.
"Love," she articulated slowly. "The essence that binds us all, unseen but felt with the strongest conviction."
Finally, the Sphinx leaned forward, his expression shifting to one of solemnity.
"For the final riddle," he stated, "you must look into the depths of your own being."
Who are you, if not the stories etched within your soul? Alicia's breath caught, the weight of the query sinking into her bones. She grappled with the essence of her identity, reflecting on her lineage, the legacy she carried as the last of an ancient Welsh bloodline. As memories of folklore danced in her mind, stories of strength, of courage, of overcoming fear, she finally spoke, her voice ringing with clarity.
"The answer lies in knowing and embracing myself. My truth resides in my connection to the past and the courage to forge my path forward."
The Sphinx nodded slowly, a glimmer of pride flashing in his ancient eyes.
"Indeed, young one. The trials ahead demand not only wisdom, but the strength found in your own truth."
Alicia stood there, feeling a swell of empowerment mixed with vulnerability. She turned to Lou, who watched her with an admiration that both warmed her heart and made her pulse quicken. Together, they had ventured into the heart of knowledge and emerged with not just answers, but an understanding of the responsibilities that lay ahead. With the Sphinx's final words echoing in her mind, they prepared to leave the chamber, stepping back into the embrace of the corridor that awaited them, the lingering magic still shimmering in the air like a promise of what was yet to come. As they stepped from the lair, the echoes of the Sphinx's riddles faded into the stillness of the corridor, replaced by a gentle hum of magic that thrummed through the ancient stone. The light grew dimmer, but a sense of clarity washed over Alicia, enveloping her like a warm embrace. Lou moved beside her, his presence as steady as the earth beneath their feet, and she felt a mixture of exhilaration and weight as they faced the uncharted territory ahead of them. Alicia paused for a moment, leaning against the cool stone wall as she took a deep breath.
"I didn't expect it to feel so profound," she admitted, her voice low and contemplative.
The reality of the Sphinx's words sank deeper within her, swirling with both pride and fear. Lou nodded, his gaze fixed ahead, as though he could already see the challenges that loomed.
"Knowledge carries a heavy weight," he replied, his tone measured.
In ANNWN, such understanding often draws attention. You may have unleashed something that cannot be taken back. His words held an undertone of warning, and Elysia straightened, her determination reignited. But it also gives us strength, she countered softly, her green eyes bright with resolve.
We can shape what lies ahead. I want to understand who I am, and this was a step toward that.
Indeed, he said, allowing a flicker of warmth to pass across his features.
But there are forces at play that may not favor our intentions.
The power struggles of ANNWN are tangled and complex, far beyond the confines of riddles and revelation. Elysia felt a shiver of apprehension.
What do you mean?
Luff's expression turned serious.
The trials we face are connected to a delicate balance of power between mortals, the fair folk, and those who seek to manipulate both sides. Our steps are intertwined with destinies not solely our own.
Elysia listened, feeling the weight of his words.
Do you think they will see us as a threat? Perhaps, he said, glancing at her. Or as pawns. Our lineage is our strength, but also a focal point of conflict.
There are those who do not appreciate the resurgence of forgotten bloodlines. She could sense the turmoil behind his calm demeanor.
You carry burdens too, don't you? Between your worlds.
She hesitated, wanting to tread lightly yet needing to know him better.
Do you feel like an outsider as well?
For a moment, Luff's eyes softened, revealing vulnerabilities hidden beneath his protective facade.
In many ways, yes.
Straddling two realms often means belonging to neither. I am more than just an emissary of one. I am caught between what is expected of me and what I desire to be. Elysia felt a connection pull between them, threading their experiences closer.
Then we can navigate this together, she said softly. No more secrets.
Lou met her gaze, his opal eyes gleaming with something she couldn't quite place.
I would welcome that.
We might need each other more than we realize. The corridor stretched ahead, dim and mysterious, each step they took resonating with the Sphinx's final words. The weight of what they'd just experienced pressed upon them, leaving little room for doubt.
Let's forge ahead then, she said, determination hardening in her chest. Whatever lies ahead, we face it together.
He smiled, a genuine light flickering in the shadows. Indeed, together. As they walked side by side, their footsteps blending into the muted echoes of the corridor, Elysia felt an odd sense of comfort. She had entered the Sphinx's lair as an uncertain seeker, and emerged as someone who carried a piece of truth within her, a connection that intertwined her fate with Luff's. Ahead, the path twisted into an unknown future, filled with the promise of discovery and the challenges that awaited them in the heart of ANNWN. Chapter 8: The Fairy Child's Lament. In the heart of a mist-laden forest, where the sun struggled to penetrate the dense canopy above, Elysia and Lou stepped into a narrow clearing. The air shimmered with an ethereal quality, each breath tasting faintly of damp earth and ancient secrets. Here, amidst the rustle of dew-kissed leaves, a small figure sat upon a fallen log, softly singing a sorrowful tune that resonated with a delicate, haunting beauty. As Elysia's green eyes locked onto the child, the song tugged at the threads of her heart, weaving a spell of empathy that drew her closer, while Luff's grip on his satchel tightened, the weight of caution heavy upon his shoulders. Elysia took in the sight of the diminutive figure perched on the log, their translucent wings quivering like the last notes of a forgotten melody.
The child seemed adrift in the symphony of the forest, a bittersweet note against the backdrop of swaying branches and distant bird calls.
It was a glimpse of fragility that stirred something deep within Elysia, an innate recognition of sorrow mingled with innocence. She hesitated, her breath hitching for a moment before pushing forward with quiet resolve. "Lou," she whispered, a plea rising in her throat as she turned toward him, her heart racing with an urge to bridge the divide between their world and the Fae's.
But the warning in his eyes, a storm brewing beneath a calm surface, cautioned her against stepping too far into the unknown. "We must not interfere with Fae matters," he said, his voice steady but laced with urgency.
Elysia could see the tension in his shoulders, the way he seemed ready to defend her should the situation grow fraught. Yet she couldn't tear her gaze away from the banished fairy child, who continued to sing, a sorrowful, trembling song that flowed like a river through the clearing. Each note danced upon the cool air, weaving a spell that caressed the edges of Elysia's consciousness, urging her forward.
The tune spoke of longing and exile, of dreams shattered beneath the weight of unkindness.
Elysia's heart ached, resonating with a deep, unspoken longing as she moved closer, her footsteps barely making a sound on the moist earth. She crouched down, allowing the cool mist to embrace her as she met the child's wide, luminous eyes.
"What brings you here, little one?"
Her voice was soft and soothing, a gentle breeze attempting to wrap the child in warmth. The fairy child faltered, their singing momentarily hushed, replaced by the rustle of leaves as they turned their heads slightly. Elysia noted the slight quiver of wings, each translucent membrane glimmering under the dappled light. "A misunderstanding," the child finally whispered, their melodic voice laced with uncertainty. Elysia leaned in closer, her empathy flowing through her, manifesting in the way her brow furrowed and her eyes softened. With the weight of unspoken stories thrumming in the space between them, Elysia reached out a careful hand, brushing her fingertips over the rough bark of the fallen log. "Tell me," she urged, coaxing a gentle sigh from her lips, a melody intermingled with her own ancient Welsh phrases.
"There is no shame in your sorrow.
We are here to listen." The banished fairy child's voice trembled as they began to unravel their tale, the timbre filled with a curious mix of childlike wonder and a profound sadness that hung in the air like the mist surrounding them. Elysia's heart swelled with compassion as the child spoke, carefully navigating the tender threads of their story, which echoed of misunderstandings that felt too familiar in a world of human intricacies. Lou, meanwhile, remained watchful, his posture alert as he exchanged brief, worried glances with Elysia, sensing the gravity of the moment. The tension twisted in the air as Elysia's fingers traced the moss-covered bark, marking the connection between myth and reality, a tangible reminder that in this enchanted space, stories could intertwine and illuminate truths yet to be discovered. As the child recounted their ordeal, their translucent wings trembled ever so slightly, revealing the fragility of their spirit beneath the weight of ancient injustice. Elysia absorbed each whispered word, affirming the child's reality as her resolve deepened.
"You are not alone in this," she declared firmly, confidence lining her voice as it echoed against the dense trees around them. "Your name will be cleared." But just as a flicker of hope sparked in the clearing, the gentle rustle of the leaves turned to a tumultuous roar, a sudden rush of biting wind that surged through the air, sending chills down their spines. Dark icy gusts began to swirl around them, a herald of the Winter Queen's disapproval, shattering the delicate moment of connection with the banished fairy child. In that instant, a shiver of dread coursed through Elysia, reminding her that the threads of Fae and mortal could not easily be woven together without consequence. The embrace of the forest seemed to grow heavier, charged with an impending storm, as the spectre of royal wrath loomed ever closer. As the fragile notes of the banished fairy child's voice faded into the thickening silence of the forest, the atmosphere shifted like a tightening noose. Elysia knelt on the damp forest floor, drawn into the depths of the child's sorrow, her heart racing as they began to share the weight of their story. Each word was a pebble cast into the stillness,
rippling outward with a tremor of vulnerability that echoed off the trunks of ancient trees, reminding her that with every revelation, the dangers looming above them only grew stronger. The child's eyes shone with glimmers of both fear and yearning, their delicate wings fluttering slightly, giving the impression of a flickering candle caught in a tempest.
"I was cast away," they whispered, each syllable punctuated with a tremor that quaked through the air. "Once I was a part of the court, but I didn't know the rules." The haunting admission hung between them, laced with innocence and confusion that tugged at Elysia's heart. "What happened?"
Elysia encouraged softly, her fingers tracing the roughness of the log beneath her, each touch grounding them both in the reality of the moment. She leaned in, creating an intimate space that felt like a sanctuary against the forest's encroaching shadows.
"It was a misunderstanding," the child explained, their voice quaking as they recalled the moments of misstep, moments that had led to such a dire fate. "I thought I was helping, bringing light to a dark place, but I instead brought a storm."
Elysia could see their delicate frames shivering, the tremor in their wings reflecting the vulnerability they felt, as though revealing their truth might shatter them entirely. The sorrow woven into the child's tale resonated with Elysia's memory of an old Welsh story, one of a lost soul who had been banished for speaking too freely, and had ventured through the realms seeking redemption. "In the story I know," she began gently, her voice a soothing balm against the chill creeping into the clearing, "there was a fairy who spoke out of turn, thinking only of helping a friend.
But misunderstanding led to chaos, and that friend was lost to them, bound in silence."
Lou stood back, observing quietly as Elysia spun the tale, hoping to ground the child's sorrow in familiar narrative threads. Her words flowed like water, and with each delicate phrase, the connections unfurled, wrapping around them all like the gentle embrace of a maternal spirit. In time they learned that redemption does not come from solitude, but from the bravery to seek out those who can understand. Elysia met the child's eyes, offering a warmth that carried the essence of hope.
"You are not alone.
Your story matters, and we are here to listen." She traced her fingers over the moss-covered bark, emphasizing her connection to their shared plight, a tangible thread weaving together their worlds.
As she spoke, the air thickened with unspoken truths.
The banished fairy child nodded slowly, their luminous eyes reflecting a flicker of understanding. Elysia's voice became stronger, emboldened by the fragile light of their connection.
"You deserve a chance to tell your truth, to reclaim your place.
We can help clear your name."
But just then a frigid gust ripped through the clearing, stealing the warmth of their shared moment, wrapping it in icy fingers.
The sun was swallowed by ominous clouds as dark energy pressed upon them, a portent of the Winter Queen's ire descending like an avalanche upon their fragile peace. Elysia instinctively moved to protect the child, her pulse quickening as she glanced toward Lou, whose concern deepened, dark shadows dancing in his opalescent eyes.
"We should leave," he warned, the urgency in his voice sharp as he surveyed the gathering storm.
The very atmosphere seemed to vibrate with danger, echoing the weight of their peril. Yet the banished fairy child lingered, a flicker of courage igniting within them, their small frame trembling not only from the chill but also from a burgeoning determination.
"I want to tell my story," they whispered, defiance cutting through their shyness like a knife. "I won't let them silence me again."
Elysia felt a swell of admiration as she looked at the child, their ethereal resolve breaking through the shadows that threatened to envelop them. She nodded, meeting Luff's gaze with a steady certainty. They would protect this fragile light, even as the specter of the Winter Queen loomed on the horizon. As the wind howled in the distance, signaling the approach of a royal storm, Elysia stood tall, heart pounding with resolve, ready to champion this child's truth against the bitter tides of fate. Together, with the flickering heart of the fairy child guiding them, they would carve a path through the darkness, affirming that no one should stand alone against the storm. Chapter 9: Shadows of the Past. In a realm dim and uncertain, where shadows twisted like the insecurities that haunted her, Elysia Reese stood at the precipice of her fears. The air was cold, biting at her skin, and she shivered not from the chill, but from the weight of the jagged silhouettes flickering in the darkness around her. Each figure whispered her doubts, a murmur of unacknowledged weaknesses swirling in the tempest of her heart. The world around her shifted, a landscape molded by her own doubts. Elysia could see herself reflected in the jagged forms, a hesitant child, a failure in every expectation, a person too different to fit in. They loomed, grotesque and unforgiving, with sharp edges that seemed ready to pierce her resolve. She had come here to confront them, yet each step felt heavier than the last, like an anchor pulling her deeper into an abyss of uncertainty. As the whispers intensified, each echo caressed her ears with cutting familiarity. She closed her eyes momentarily, willing the soft warmth of courage to creep into her bones. It was a game of persistence, she reminded herself, a test of spirit against the shadows that stalked her. With a deep breath, she squared her shoulders, forcing her eyes to open, and settled her gaze upon the nearest silhouette. Its edges shifted, jagged and unpredictable, yet within that chaos, she felt the simmer of her own power beginning to pulse beneath the surface.
"I am more than you," she declared, her voice steady despite the quivering of her heart.
The cold air around her vibrated with her words, and a subtle energy rippled through the ground beneath her feet, weaving around her ankles like the roots of an ancient tree. She didn't understand it, but the warmth seemed to bloom inside her, urging her to take charge, to seize back the narrative she felt so often overtaken by the doubts of her past. Suddenly she sensed movement at her side, a familiar presence cutting through the shadows. Lou, with his strikingly handsome features and sun-kissed skin, emerged through the thick gloom. His golden hair glimmered like a beacon against the darkness, and he stretched a hand toward her, a gesture filled with the warmth of their shared connection. Yet an unseen force gripped him, pulling him back just as Elysia reached for the power crackling in the air. His brow furrowed, a testament to his frustration, and clenched fists revealed the silent battle raging within him. Elysia's heart sank at the sight. He was always there for her, yet here he was trapped as helpless as she felt before her fears. "Lou, I need you," she called, her voice tinged with both desperation and defiance. But he could not move closer, held back by forces neither understood. The shadows danced around Elysia with renewed vigor, mocking her bravado. It was as if they fed off her uncertainty, each flicker and turn amplifying her fears and his limitations. The ground shuddered beneath her feet, like the world itself held its breath, waiting to see which path she would choose. Gripping the air, she visualized herself reclaiming control, drawing strength from the ancient blood that pulsed through her veins.
"This ends now,"
Elysia declared again, summoning her inner warrior as she faced the dark manifestations. They reeled back momentarily, as if surprised by her sudden courage. In that moment of connection with Lou, she felt an unfamiliar bond weave between them. The whispering winds hushed, their voices drowned out by the intensity of her heartbeat. Every muscle tightened in anticipation, but instead of yielding to fear, she welcomed the challenge, drawing on the energy swirling through the air. With each breath, she expanded, envisioning herself radiating light against the dark silhouettes. Elysia fought against the illusions, grounding herself in the truth of who she was. For all their grotesque forms, they were only shadows of fear, devoid of the power she'd once assigned to them. She had the ability to push them back into the depths of her consciousness, banishing the doubts that threatened to engulf her.
"Step back,"
Elysia shouted, taking a firm step forward, the energy now coursing through her like fire. She lifted her hands, fingers splayed wide, as if she could physically seize the darkness and bind it in place. Her eyes glowed with fierce determination, mirroring the ethereal brightness that fought to break free from within. And just as she took her stand, the shadowy figures began to retreat, their forms quivering, as Elysia's resolve shook the very foundation of the realm. With one last furious glance at the nearest silhouette, she gritted her teeth and stepped into her power fully. The ground beneath her responded with tremors, sending waves of energy rippling outward. "Lu," she called again, feeling the connection to him strengthen, her heart synced with his struggle.
"I'm not alone anymore."
She reached out, hoping her energy could breach the barrier that held him captive. For a moment the shadows wavered, caught in the clash of her determination and the fearful echoes of her past. She could feel Luff's unyielding spirit trying to break through, reaching for her as if tethered by an invisible line.
And just when she thought the shadows might engulf her again, a crack of light broke through the darkness.
Elysia grasped it fiercely, weaving her will into a powerful light that danced with the wind, calling Lu back to her.
As he finally broke free, she could feel him by her side.
Together, they formed a unified front against the swirling dark. No longer was she merely a solitary figure in the shadows, she was accompanied by someone who understood her struggles, someone whose very essence encouraged her bravery. With the combined strength of their presence, the eerie figures began to dissolve, fading like mist under a rising sun. Elysia breathed in, savoring the invigorating energy thrumming around them, and sensed a change deep within her. The shadows no longer held dominion over her spirit.
"I'm ready to face whatever comes next," she breathed out, the remnants of doubt fading into the atmosphere around her.
The realm shifted, welcoming a new dawn, a testament to the power she had harnessed and the alliance that bloomed between them. The arena lay still, its once tumultuous atmosphere now a hushed embrace enveloping Elysia and Lu. In the dim glow of fading shadows, their shared victory resonated, each heartbeat echoing the closeness that had formed between them. Surrounded by the lingering traces of their battle, they stood on the cusp of something unspoken, something electric that danced in the air and hung heavily between their breaths. Elysia turned her gaze to Lu, catching the depth of emotion swirling in his opalescent eyes. The weight of their struggles seemed to dissolve as they stood together, two warriors emerging from the wreckage of their fight against the darkness. She could feel warmth radiating from him, a solid reassurance that soothed the storm within her heart. "Did we really do it?" she whispered, her voice barely carrying above the sighing winds that snaked through the arena's remnants. There was a flicker of vulnerability in her question, a tender softness, as if she sought confirmation not just of their victory, but of their connection as well. He nodded slowly, a hint of a smile teasing at the corner of his lips.
"It wasn't just you," he replied, his tone as soothing as the gentle breeze that began to stir. "We faced it together."
As he spoke, she felt an invisible thread between them, one that had tightened during their fight against the shadows, and now pulsed with an intimacy that made her heart race. Elysia took a step closer, caught in the depth of their unspoken bond.
"I never knew how much I needed someone by my side until now," she confessed, each word unveiling layers of longing and gratitude.
The world around them felt quieter, as if even the shadows respected the moment that unfolded between them. The air thickened, charged with unacknowledged emotions, as their faces inched nearer. Elysia caught a glimpse of vulnerability in Luff's gaze, revealing an unguarded essence that tugged at her heart. She felt a magnetic pull drawing them together, urging her to close the distance. And yet, with each flutter of her pulse, fear tugged at her resolve.
What would happen if they crossed that line?
Would it change everything they had built in the fragile aftermath of the chaos? His hand trembled slightly as it edged toward hers, fingers reaching out with tentative grace, a delicate invitation. The warmth of his palm, mere inches from her own, seemed to fill the empty space between them with the promise of something deeper. Her heart raced as she tilted her head slightly, feeling the intoxicating draw of love's presence. It was intoxicating, heady, like the world around them had faded, leaving only the two of them in this fleeting moment suspended in time. Just as they began to lean into each other, breaths mingling, a violent gust of wind surged through the arena, ripping the moment apart with a ferocious intensity. The sky above erupted, flinging icy snowflakes down in a sudden blizzard. The chilling breath of winter encased them, and Elysia gasped as the cold air lanced across her skin, stinging like 1,000 tiny needles. The warmth they'd shared evaporated in an instant, replaced by shock and confusion as the snow enveloped them. They stepped back instinctively, wide-eyed and breathless, the storm's intrusion breaking the spell woven around their hearts. Elysia watched Luff's expression change from yearning to surprise, the frustration mingling in his features, as he shielded his face against the barrage of white.
"Just when it was," he began, only to be silenced by the howling winds.
Elysia could sense his disappointment and her own, the moment slipping away like grains of sand through her fingers. With each passing second, the fierce winds grew stronger, swirling around them, lashing at their exposed skin and dispersing the delicate remnants of their near intimacy. The arena was engulfed in a maelstrom of flurries, the storm howling like a beast awakened from slumber, mocking the vulnerability they had dared to share. Once more they were separated, not by fear or insecurity, but by the sheer force of nature itself. Elysia felt the ground beneath her shift, pulling her focus back to the tempest around them. As the snowstorm settled in a flurry of chaos, Lu stood beside her, equally bewildered yet firm. His eyes met hers, and in that moment of confusion and frustration they shared a silent understanding.
The storm roared on, but the space between them had shifted.
Elysia's breath hitched, a mixture of disappointment and lingering connection humming in her chest. There would be time to talk later, to explore the burgeoning feelings that now felt even more complicated by this unexpected twist of fate. As the last echoes of their intimacy were drowned by the storm, Elysia knew this moment would linger in her heart like an unanswered question. With a glance at Lu, their unspoken thoughts hung in the air, an unresolved tension woven between them, the storm's wrath as powerful as the emotions surging beneath their surface. Standing side by side, they braced against the winds, knowing that the future held both challenges and opportunities for deeper connections. The blizzard raged on, but inside, Elysia felt something begin to thaw, a promise of warmth, beneath the cold that sought to separate them. Chapter 10: The Labyrinth of Memories. Elysia stood at the mouth of the labyrinth, the damp air swirling around her like a whispered promise. Beside her, Lu radiated an unearthly calm, his golden hair catching fleeting glimmers of light as they prepared to step into the winding corridors, their paths steeped in the weight of centuries past. The walls pulsed with the strange glow of runes that seemed to shift and dance, enticing her to uncover the stories hidden within. As they crossed the threshold, the faint echo of their footsteps blended with the soft hum of something alive in the stone. Elysia inhaled deeply, the scent of earth and moss filling her senses, grounding her.
"It feels like the walls are watching us," she murmured, a nervous chuckle escaping her lips.
"Or perhaps they are listening," Lu replied, his voice low and steady, carrying the weight of 1,000 untold tales. He moved with a grace that both fascinated and comforted her, and Elysia found herself naturally drawn to his presence, as if they shared an invisible thread connecting their fates. They delved deeper into the twisting corridors, the runes etching stories across the stone like ancient letters in a forgotten tongue. Elysia's heart raced as she spotted a depiction of a druid, poised in battle, its fierce expression captivating her attention. She gently traced her fingers over the weathered lines, feeling a thrill pass through her, a connection to the past that ignited her curiosity.
This one, Lou said, pointing to the intricate detail of the warrior's staff, tells of a lost pact, one that tethered our worlds together.
His gaze flickered with a mixture of admiration and longing, as if the symbols on the walls held secrets he both cherished and feared.
It's amazing, Elysia replied, her eyes wide. It's like they hold whispers of our history, begging to be remembered.
Their conversation flowed naturally, interspersed with observations and questions that hung in the air like the enchanted light illuminating their path. As they ventured further, Lou pointed out subtle symbols only he could discern, drawing parallels between the markings and stories from his own heritage.
You see,
the crescent moon here represents protection, a theme throughout our tales. And here the entwined vines, sacred unity between our people. With each passing moment, Elysia felt a tapestry of understanding unfolding between them, stitching their individual worlds closer together. Every mark here speaks of a time when hearts and magic beat as one, Lou mused, his tone a mix of wistfulness and resolve. Elysia's laughter tinkled in the shadows as she counted, "Well, if we're to be good explorers, we might as well start finding treasure," a playful glint igniting her eyes.
"Ah, yes," Lou chuckled, a flash of warmth breaking through his serious demeanor. "Treasure can take many forms, like the wisdom etched into these stones."
Together, they shared a camaraderie rooted in discovery, and a growing awareness of the power the labyrinth held. Their banter danced between lightness and weight, crafting a rhythm as they navigated the narrow passageways, scattered shards of ancient pottery gleaming beneath their feet like forgotten wishes. Elysia bent down, picking up a piece that glimmered under the strange glow.
"What do you think this was?"
Lou examined it thoughtfully, his fingers brushing over the rough surface, his expression contemplative.
"Perhaps part of a vessel, a way to share food in times of gathering."
"Or a way to bind a pact," Elysia suggested, her voice barely above a whisper, as if sharing her thought with the stone itself.
Each piece a reminder of connection.
Their dialogue flowed easily, moments of silence punctuated by the soft murmurs of history rising around them. With every step, the labyrinth seemed to reveal more of its heart, and Elysia felt a renewed sense of purpose guiding her forward. As they moved further into the depths of the maze, the walls felt increasingly alive, pulsing as though breathing. Lou paused, pointing to a faded inscription glowing faintly.
"This tells of an alliance forged in blood and magic," he said.
"If we're to decipher the path forward, these truths are essential."
"I can't believe all of this is here, hidden away waiting for us," Elysia breathed, her excitement evident as she brushed her fingers against the stones, absorbing the knowledge embedded in the labyrinth. "History does have a way of hiding in plain sight, doesn't it?"
Lou replied, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, but she sensed an undercurrent of unease. He was wrestling with something more, a flicker of conflict darting behind his beautiful eyes. Drawing closer, she asked, "Are you all right?
You seem distant."
His gaze slipped away, scanning the labyrinth, as if searching for something he couldn't quite articulate.
"There's a burden that comes with knowledge. I'm still trying to find my place between our worlds."
Their chemistry thrummed softly between them, a gentle thread woven through shared vulnerabilities. Elysia wanted to reach out to offer comfort, but the atmosphere was heavy, pressing them closer to the unknown ahead. "Together we can bridge that divide," she said quietly, her eyes steady on his. With a nod that seemed to accept her words, they turned their focus back to the labyrinth. The deeper they ventured, the more urgent the discoveries became, and it felt as if time had abandoned them, wrapping them in the echoes of the past. They rounded a corner, and a sudden glimmer caught Elysia's eye. Lou stopped, his presence a reassuring anchor as she stepped closer, intrigued. There, under a pile of dust and debris, lay a crumpled piece of parchment, its edges crumbling but the ink still surprisingly legible.
"What do you think this is?" she wondered aloud, lifting it gently from its resting place, the brittle parchment feeling oddly warm to her touch.
Lou leaned in, peering closely.
"We must be careful with that. It looks significant."
His tone grew more serious, each word laced with reverence.
"If it holds secrets of the past, it could guide us or lead us astray."
Holding her breath, Elysia unfurled the parchment just enough to catch a glimpse of swirling symbols and words, flowing together like an ancient chant. It was then she understood, they were not just exploring, they were entwined in a legacy waiting to unfold. As the darkness pressed around them, Elysia's determination flared bright. She knew they had stumbled upon something monumental, and for better or worse, the labyrinth was their way forward. As Elysia stepped into the heart of the labyrinth, the atmosphere changed, wrapping around her like a tender embrace infused with ancient energy. The glow that illuminated the circular chamber revealed a massive tablet at its center, the air thick with the scent of time and the weight of unspoken promises. She felt an electric thrill rush through her, igniting a flicker of hope that their search had finally led them to something transformative. The walls shimmered, reflecting the eerie light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own, dancing along the slick stone surfaces. Elysia's heart raced as she approached the tablet, her breath hitching at the sight of the intricately inscribed symbols that appeared to beckon her forward. Each character seemed to hum, alive with the essence of those who had come before.
"This is it," she breathed, leaning closer to examine the tablet's detailed etchings. "This is our key to restoring balance."
Her voice rang out clear and resolute, yet she felt a weight behind her words that made the space feel even more sacred. Lou stood a few paces behind her, his face taut, shadowed by an internal struggle that cast a gloom over the ethereal glow. Elysia caught a glimpse of the tempest brewing within him, a swirl of worry that contrasted sharply with her soaring spirit. "Elysia," he began, his voice steady but quiet, "be careful." "Careful."
"This is everything," she insisted, turning back to him, her excitement palpable.
"If we can understand this treaty, we can revive what was lost. Think of what it could mean for the village, for our futures." Yet, instead of joining in her enthusiasm, Luff's gaze drifted away from her, his expression heavy with burdens untold.
"You don't understand the weight of the past. This isn't just ink on stone, it's a pact that has consequences."
His eyes shone like dark opals, deep and swirling with worry, as though he could see all the ways this could unravel.
"I need to understand,"
Elysia retorted, feeling a sting of frustration at his caution.
"What good is knowing, if we don't act on it?"
Her voice reverberated against the chamber's smooth stone, echoing the urgency of their mission. The pulsating glow of the tablet seemed to intensify in response to her fervor, a silent reminder that history awaited their move. With a resigned sigh, Lou stepped forward, scanning the surface of the tablet with an appraising look.
"Fine," he relented. "But we must tread carefully."
Elysia's heart soared momentarily at his willingness to engage, feeling an electric current pass between them.
"Let's decipher it together," she suggested, her voice gentle now, as if coaxing out the secrets hidden within the stone.
They began to trace the symbols, fingers grazing over the rough surface, each movement deliberate, as if unlocking a door to the past. "These runes describe a moment of alliance forged through trust and sacrifice," Elysia said, her eyes lighting up as she uncovered layer after layer of meaning. Lu, kneeling beside her, studied the symbols more closely.
And this part?
He paused, the tension shifting in the air.
It speaks of an end to that alliance, a fracturing of what was once whole. What do we do with that knowledge? Change it, she replied, her determination unwavering. We can mend what was broken.
I won't allow fear of the past to dictate our future. Suddenly, Luff's hands stilled, trembling slightly as he held onto an edge of parchment, weathered and brittle, that had somehow remained intertwined with the tablet. With a cautious breath, he began to unroll it, revealing the fragility of history that lay beneath, while the air thickened around them with uncertainty.
This could bind us to that ancient pact, he murmured almost to himself, but his words hung heavy between them.
Elysia felt her pulse quicken, the implications racing through her mind.
If we renew it, we can restore balance.
We can bring back what was lost. His troubled gaze met hers, revealing an ocean of doubt swirling within him.
And what if we become ensnared?
What if this pact demands more than we're prepared to give? She was struck by the intensity of his concern, recognizing the chasm between her fierce idealism and his cautious wisdom.
Lu, I need you to trust me.
We cannot let the past haunt us, not when we have the chance to reclaim it. Her words reached out to him, seeking to bridge their differences. As silence wrapped around them like a shroud, she felt the tension building in the space between their hearts, unspoken fears hanging heavily like the shadows cast by their flickering resolve. With trembling fingers, they continued to explore the parchment's delicate remnants, reading the ancient words that held both power and peril. Every phrase seemed to intertwine their fates more tightly than before, weaving a tapestry of destiny that neither of them fully understood. Elysia turned to Lu, seeking clarity in his ever-shifting eyes, which reflected a landscape of ancient battles, noble sacrifices, and love, woven into the fabric of their entwined legacies. Together, we can face whatever awaits us. The village is counting on us.
I want to believe that, he replied softly, a mixture of hope and fear lighting his expression. But this is so much bigger than we are.
Every decision we make sends ripples through time. The chamber thrummed with an undercurrent of magic. Each word they spoke seemed to echo off the walls, beckoning them toward a destiny filled with shadows and light. In that moment, she saw the potential for connection in Luff's guarded heart, a flicker of warmth beneath the weight of his worries. But as they stood at the brink of their shared challenge, the shadows loomed larger than their burgeoning bond. They faced the possibility of a choice that could redefine their fates, leaving them on the precipice of transformation. The tension thickened, unbroken silence wrapping around them like a cocoon. Both Elysia and Lu sensed the palpable shift, a culmination of everything they had uncovered so far, their heritage, their hopes, their fears intertwined. As they lingered in the charged air, the heart of the labyrinth pulsed around them, alive with secrets waiting to be uncovered. And in that moment, a sense of resolve began to crystallize between them, a promise made not just to their village, but to one another that whatever the outcome, they would stand side by side. In the echoing quiet, the labyrinth sighed, the ancient stones absorbing their shared vow, resonating through time as they embarked on the next step of their fateful journey. Chapter 11: The Silent Stones. Under the vast expanse of a star-studded sky, Elysia stood before the ancient stones of truth, her heart thrumming in tandem with the world around her. The towering monoliths, shrouded in history and dark whispers, loomed like silent guardians of a forgotten past. She could feel the weight of magic in the air, tinged with a palpable tension that danced across her skin, as she prepared to unveil the long-hidden secrets they held. The stones, though marked by time, retained their imposing majesty, their rough surfaces glinting in the faint light. Each stone bore deep grooves and inscriptions that spoke of ages long past, memories intertwined with the fabric of the earth itself. They seemed to beckon to her, their silent calls a mixture of longing and warning. Elysia's striking green eyes flicked over the stones, noticing the shadows that clung to them, shadows woven from dark magic that had tainted their purity.
This was not just a ritual, it was a battle against the very essence of that darkness.
With a steady breath, Elysia pushed the creeping uncertainty from her mind and centered herself. Tonight was a night of revelations, a chance to understand not only the power coursing through her, but also the deep-rooted ties of her lineage that resonated through the stones. She cast a glance back toward Lu, who stood a few paces behind her, his presence an anchor she desperately needed. His golden hair glowed softly in the moonlight, ethereal and otherworldly, just like the magic that hung in the air. Elysia adjusted her stance, a momentary flicker of self-doubt nagging at her resolve.
The hush of the night deepened, wrapping around her like a comforting shroud, yet the responsibility of what lay ahead loomed large.
With a few practiced movements, she pushed her dark hair behind her ear and exhaled slowly, feeling the calm wash over her like a cool breeze. This was her moment, a chance to reclaim not just her identity but the stories that echoed in her blood. Luff's quiet nod, and the encouragement that sparkled in his opalescent eyes, offered the reassurance she needed.
"Steady on," his voice murmured, filled with warmth and certainty.
Elysia felt his silent vow hanging in the air between them. Whatever may come, they would face it together. Drawing herself upright, Elysia faced the stones once more, feeling the pulse of energy beneath her feet, as the earth thrummed in sync with her heartbeat. She closed her eyes, allowing the familiar sounds of the night to fade, as she slipped into a reverie of ancient incantations. The words rose within her like a tide, beautiful and resonant. When she finally began to chant in Welsh, her voice trembled with a mix of anxiety and determination, each syllable flowing from her lips like a soothing balm against the turmoil that sought to unravel her. Her chants echoed through the clearing, steady and rhythmic, intertwining with the rustling leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. With every word, the air shimmered around them, rich with the tang of earth and magic, each note drawing forth the hidden energies of the stones. Elysia felt a wave of power ripple through her, igniting something deep within. The stones responded, their surfaces beginning to glow with a gentle luminescence, casting soft hues of blue and green that danced in time with her incantation. As the glow intensified, Luff's presence remained a quiet yet steadfast comfort. He watched intently, his expression a careful mix of admiration and concern, poised to support her should the energies overwhelm her. She could sense his hand hovering near her back, an unspoken promise of grounding should she falter. The warmth radiating from him mingled with the energy of the stones, cocooning her in a sanctuary of assurance. With the ritual unfolding, the atmosphere thickened, humming with an energy that vibrated through her core. Elysia surrendered herself fully to the chant, each repetition drawing her deeper into the flow of magic, guiding her closer to the heart of the stone's power. The light grew bolder, illuminating the surrounding trees, casting elongated shadows that flickered like whispers of the past. Each stone throbbed in response, almost alive, resonating with her intent, and echoing the ancient wisdom woven into their very essence. The beauty of the moment seemed endless, but she remained acutely aware of her surroundings, the ancient energy pulsing with urgency. Elysia leaned deeper into her words, feeling the connection between her spirit and that of the stones stretch taut, as if they were drawing closer to revealing their secrets. Suddenly, an unforeseen sensation prickled at the back of her mind, a flicker of unease that broke through her concentration, momentarily causing her voice to quaver. Unbeknownst to her, the flickering light above darkened momentarily, clouds creeping in as whispers began to rise from the depths of the woods. The air crackled with tension, the stones of truth seemed to shudder, resonating with unease. Elisia caught her breath, her heart racing, aware of the fragility of her hold on the magic they were summoning.
This was more than a simple chant. It was an awakening of powers beyond her comprehension.
And just like that, a sudden cacophony erupted around her, a jarring blend of voices, hauntingly familiar, yet deeply dissonant, filling the night air like a terrible storm. Among the echoes, Elisia distinctly heard the trembling calls of her parents, their voices filled with worry. "Elisia, come back." They reverberated around her, an urgent plea laced with fear. As the words washed over her, icy fingers of dread curled in her stomach, entwining themselves with her chant. Alongside them, a colder, sharper command pierced through, slicing through the comforting atmosphere.
"Hold this, mortal witch."
The voice of the Winter Queen rang out, ice-coated and unyielding, swirling through the clearing like the biting winds of winter. The overlap of their voices surged around her, creating a jumbled orchestra of fear and authority that left her shaken. Elisia's hands trembled, and for a moment the magic that had been surging through her waned, her voice faltering as confusion took hold. Panic clawed at her throat, wrapping around her heart in a tight grip.
This was not how it was meant to be.
The darkness that the stones were meant to combat now threatened to drown her in a tide of chaos.
But before despair could take root, Lou stepped forward, a beacon in the storm.
His grip firm on her shoulder, he leaned close, his warm breath brushing against her ear, urging her back to solid ground. "Focus, Elisia," he whispered, steady and unwavering. His presence anchored her, like a lifebuoy cast into turbulent seas. Reacting to his reassurance, Elisia inhaled deeply, grounding herself in the strength that lay not just within her, but also in the bond they shared. With a surge of determination, she dove deeper into the heart of her chant, allowing its rhythms to pulse through her with renewed vigor. The stones flared brighter in response, the clash of voices overshadowed by the brilliance of the light that now emanated from their ancient surfaces. Her voice grew steady, weaving a tapestry of sound that began to unravel the discord around her. Each note climbed higher, pushing through the haze of confusion, wrapping around her fears until they were nothing but faint echoes in the distance. The stones responded to her conviction, their glowing light piercing the darkness, and overcoming the unsettling whispers that had threatened to drown her spirit. With a final, fervent declaration, Elisia channeled every ounce of strength she possessed into her voice. The pulsing glow of the stones overwhelmed the cacophony, bathing the clearing in brilliant light, silencing the voices that had dared to intrude upon this sacred ritual. It was as if the very essence of the stones of truth had accepted her, their power merging with her own, as the last shreds of chaos faded away. In that moment, with the brilliance cascading around her, Elisia felt a sense of triumph unfurling in her chest. The curse that had long shrouded the stones began to lift, the darkness within them receding as if drawn out by the intensity of her resolve. She was not merely a vessel of her bloodline, she was a powerful force in her own right, and this night would mark the beginning of her true journey. As Elisia's voice wavered beneath the weight of the clashing sounds, her heart raced, thrumming loudly in her ears like a war drum. The cacophony of her parents' desperate pleas mingled with the chilling command of the Winter Queen, both tugging at her spirit in opposite directions. The vibrant glow from the stones pulsed in the darkness, a beacon amid the overwhelming noise, yet doubt gnawed at her insides, threatening to unearth her resolve as fear sliced through the magic she was trying to weave. "Elisia, come back."
The tremor in her mother's voice was unmistakable, a blend of fear and urgency that struck deep within Elisia's heart.
The love that had always protected her now transformed into a wild call for her return, clashing against the frosty command echoing through the night air, "Hold this, mortal witch." The chilling authority of the Winter Queen sliced through the misty darkness like a shard of ice, cutting her deeper than any physical wound ever could. The turmoil spiraled around her, a vortex of emotion that threatened to sweep her away, pulling her focus from the sacred act she had begun. Each syllable from the stones flickered like a dying flame, and Elysia felt the brightness within her start to flicker as well, threatening to dim alongside the glowing stones. Confusion clawed at her, rising up through the cracks of her composure. She struggled to grasp onto the warmth of her chant, as it faded beneath the weight of doubt. Yet in the midst of the chaos, a sense of calm broke through, and Luff's voice rang clear, breaking through the torrent of sound. "Focus, Elysia," he encouraged, his grip on her shoulder firm yet reassuring. The warmth of his presence, like a strong anchor amidst the tempest, pulled her back from the edge of uncertainty. The sincerity in his tone wrapped around her like a lifeline, urging her to steady her heart. Elysia glanced toward him, meeting his opalescent gaze. In his eyes, she found an unwavering belief that reignited a spark within her, a flicker of courage that urged her to reclaim her voice.
She remembered why she was here.
This moment was hers, a reclaiming of identity rooted deep within her ancient lineage. Gathering her breath, she let the surrounding chaos fade, drawing her strength from Luff's steady presence as she looked back at the glowing stones. She closed her eyes and refocused, feeling the power that coursed through her, interwoven with the magic of the stones beneath her feet. With every heartbeat, the rhythm of her chant surged anew, blending with the potent energies swirling around her, as if the air itself was charged with ancient knowledge waiting to be awakened. She allowed the words to rise from her core, a fervent connection to her ancestors thrumming through her as she recited the incantation once more. Elysia's voice grew stronger, more assured, each utterance sculpting a new reality from the fabric of chaos around her. The stones began to resonate with her resolve, their glowing brightness flickering in harmony with the depths of her emotions.
"I call upon the truths that bind us.
I seek to reclaim the power that lies within," she cried, the light around her bursting forth in a wave of vibrant energy, wrapping them in a cocoon of warmth. The cacophony faded, swallowed by the brilliance that emanated from the stones, which now pulsed with renewed energy, drowning out the earlier disruptions. The magic swelled, lifting her spirits and merging with her voice, creating an intoxicating harmony that intertwined the night air and echoed back from the very depths of the forest. With each repetition of her chant, the presence of darkness began to dissolve, yielding to the unwavering pulse of light that sprang from the stones. They illuminated the clearing, illuminating the path of truth, and revealing ancient symbols that danced along their surfaces, symbols long hidden under the weight of shadows now released. Elysia felt a triumphant rush as she recognized the transformation within the stones and the ancient magic that they cradled. Then came a moment of breathtaking clarity, where time stood still, suspended in the beautiful chaos of creation. The atmosphere shimmered with raw potential, the boundaries between worlds blurring, while the stones erupted with radiant energy. Brilliant rays of light burst forth, flooding the clearing with warmth and hope. The darkness receded like a tide drawn back, leaving a sweet echo of what had been lost, now restored. As the final notes of her chant reverberated through the clearing, silence enveloped them like a protective embrace, the storm that had threatened to consume her now dissipating. The air was still, heavy with the remnants of magic, and the promise of rejuvenation. Elysia opened her eyes, breathless, and filled with an overwhelming sense of victory, as she beheld the revitalized stones of truth. Their surfaces sparkled as if washed clean of all the dark magic that had once marred them. They stood majestic and alive, no longer specters of sorrow, but rather monuments of hope and resilience. Elysia's heart swelled with a mixture of pride and relief, a smile breaking free as she turned to meet Luff's gaze once more. "Together," he murmured, his voice rich with warmth, as if they had weathered the storm hand in hand. Elysia nodded, tears shimmering in her eyes, but they were not tears of sadness, they were the tears of triumph. The connection between them felt deeper now, forged in the fire of the ordeal they had faced together. As the stars twinkled overhead, Elysia knew they had not just overcome darkness, they had unveiled the essence of her heritage and the power that surged within her.
This was merely the beginning, and she was ready to embrace whatever the path held next.
Chapter 12, Heart's Confession. In the heart of the grove, starlight dripped like silver from the dark sky, illuminating the crackling fire that flickered in quiet rhythm. The gentle rustle of leaves played a soft melody around Elysia and Lou, a reminder of the world beyond their moment. Here, enveloped by nature's embrace, the weight of their secrets felt lighter, and the cool night air mingled with the warmth of their connection, suggesting that perhaps, in this fleeting instance, they could defy the currents that pulled them apart. Lou sat across from her, his form silhouetted by the golden glow of the firelight. There was a heaviness to his posture, a subtle curve of defeat in his shoulders that spoke volumes more than words ever could. As he studied Elysia, his opal eyes shifting in the light, he felt the familiar churn of admiration mingle with an unwelcome ache. "I admire your courage and compassion," he said slowly, his voice a smooth contrast to the crackle of flames. The honesty in his gaze sought something deeper, something he felt he had no right to claim. Elysia met his gaze steadily, feeling her heart rate quicken as their eyes locked in a silent conversation.
"Your support has given me strength," she replied, her words falling from her lips like a whispered promise.
They hung in the air, the space between them brimming with an unspoken understanding, a connection forged in quiet moments like this. She noted the way the firelight danced over his features, highlighting the gentle curve of his jaw, and the faint lines of worry etched in his brow. It was enough to urge her forward. Tentatively she shifted closer, the warmth radiating from the fire overshadowed by the warmth of his presence. The night deepened around them, cloaking their shared breaths as they closed the distance, hands brushing together as they intertwined. For an instant the world melted away, and all that existed was this fragile connection between two souls caught in the crossfire of destiny. Their lips met, slow and deliberate, igniting a spark that spread warmth through Elysia's chest. The kiss held the sweetness of something precious and yet unsteady, a mingling of soft breaths against cool skin that seemed to seal the promise of the moment. She lost herself in the sensation, the brush of his golden hair, the lingering taste of unspoken words, and for that heartbeat, all was right in their universe. But as the kiss deepened, Lou abruptly stiffened, pulling away with a startled jerk. Elysia's heart dropped as he stepped back, trembling hands betraying the weight of turmoil simmering beneath the surface. "I am bound by oath to the Winter Queen," he murmured, his voice heavy with regret, the words shattering the fragile bubble that had enveloped them. Confusion and hurt filled Elysia's eyes, a stark contrast to the warmth that had just enveloped them.
"What do you mean?" she breathed, the air suddenly thick with the chill of reality.
The grove stood silent, the stars above silent witnesses to their moment of vulnerability turned agony. Luff's expression twisted with remorse, and for the first time she saw the full extent of his burden reflected in his eyes. The unyielding loyalty he held bound him to the Winter Queen's demands, a force far stronger than anything she could offer. In that moment, Elysia felt the stark cold of loss settle into her bones, as if winter had wrapped its icy fingers around her heart. As the gentle rustle of leaves turned into a cacophony of inner turmoil, she found herself grappling with the unraveling of their shared vulnerability. The tender kiss lingered like an echo in the night, yet the warmth had faded, leaving only the chilling reminder of a world that sought to tear them apart. The fire crackled on, a rhythmic sound that now felt too loud, too invasive against the backdrop of their shattered moment. Elysia looked away, her thoughts swirling as she fought against the tide of heartbreak. Beneath the star-studded sky, they both stood at the precipice of an unknown future, two souls bound by something far greater yet separated by an oath that seemed insurmountable. In that grove, with its quiet lights and the chill in the air, their dreams danced just out of reach, a shimmering reflection of what could have been. And for a moment, they were left standing in the shadows of their intertwined fates, grappling with a connection that fate would cruelly twist and bind, even as the warmth of the fire flickered beside them, casting long shadows into the night. Chapter 13: The Winter Queen's Court. In the embrace of a secluded grove, starlight spilled like diamonds across the night sky, illuminating the natural beauty that enveloped Elysia and Lugh. Each breath filled with the fragrant essence of pine and earth, they took a moment to appreciate the serene haven they had discovered, a respite from the world that often felt overwhelming. The silver moon cast an ethereal glow upon the ground, and the flickering flames of their campfire sent soft shadows weaving around them, creating a sanctuary of warmth against the cool evening air. Elysia knelt beside the fire, tending to its modest flames, the light casting playful highlights in her long dark hair. She arranged small bundles of kindling, her fingers deftly maneuvering as she prepared a cozy space. Lugh stood nearby, his sun-kissed skin glowing in the warm glow, watching her with a softness in his opalescent eyes. His flowing golden hair caught the firelight, seeming to shimmer as he approached the rough-hewn log where they would sit. "Here, let me help," he offered gently, taking the kindling from her hands with a careful grace. His touch lingered just a moment too long, the intimacy of the act igniting a quiet thrill in Elysia's heart. They settled onto the log, close enough to feel the warmth radiating from each other, their hands hovering near one another, the space between them crackling with unspoken possibilities.
"It's peaceful here," she murmured, her gaze lifted to the luminous moon overhead, its face glowing benevolently upon them. "Just the two of us, surrounded by the beauty of the night."
Lugh nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Your courage and compassion inspire me," he said, his voice a melodic murmur, laced with admiration that curled around Elysia like a comforting cloak. The soft lilt of her voice carried a hint of Welsh heritage, and she responded, "Your support has given me strength." Her striking green eyes met his, an unguarded look of relief and hope crossing her face as she spoke. In that moment, the weight of the world melted away, leaving only the connection they shared, a fragile thread of understanding. The fire flickered softly, mirroring the heartbeat of the night, as if the universe itself held its breath, sensing the magic swirling between them. They leaned closer, their lips brushing against each other softly, a delicate meeting beneath the shimmering stars. The kiss unfolded like a blooming flower, filled with gentle exploration and the sweetness of young love, every subtle gesture captured in the stillness of the grove. Elysia's heart raced as she lost herself in the sensation, the warmth of Lugh's lips igniting a spark deep within her. There was a magic that crackled in the air, an energy that surrounded them, a perfect harmony of two souls drawn together by fate and secret whispers of the past. The world felt alive in that moment, everything coalescing into a singularity of warmth and connection, suspended beneath the celestial spectacle of the universe.
But just as the kiss deepened, Lugh abruptly withdrew, a palpable tension casting a shadow over their moment.
His hand recoiled as if burned, and the light from the campfire caught the strain etched across his features. "I cannot be fully here," he murmured, his voice low and tremulous, each word infused with a weighty confession. "I am bound by oath to the Winter Queen." Elysia watched as the flicker of magic dissolved into the cool night air, confusion knitting her brow. His gaze dropped to the ground, his posture sagging as though carrying an unbearable burden. The warmth of the shared moment slipped away, leaving only the chill of regret in its wake. The starkness of his words shattered the cocoon they had created, and she felt her heart clench painfully at the realization that the fragile magic between them might not be as straightforward as she had hoped. "Lou," she whispered, searching his features for more than his sudden retreat could offer, yearning for an explanation. Her lips parted, her heart racing in the silence, desperate for understanding as she processed the weight of his revelation. In that moonlit grove, where time seemed to slow, the unspoken tension hung heavy in the air, reshaping the boundaries of what was possible for the two of them, even as the forest around them whispered secrets of its own. The flickering flames danced like wounded fireflies, casting erratic shadows across Elysia's face as she stared at the ground, struggling to comprehend the weight of Luff's words. The warmth that had enveloped them moments ago had evaporated, leaving behind a chilling air of uncertainty that settled heavily on her heart. Confusion swirled in her mind, mixing with an unexpected sense of betrayal, as she grappled with the realization that their intimate moment had unraveled, threads of their fragile connection stretching painfully apart.
"Bound by oath," she whispered to herself, the words echoing hollowly in her chest.
The fire crackled ominously, a reflection of the turbulence brewing within her, as she raised her gaze to meet his. Lou stood a distance away, his form illuminated in the shimmering light, the tension radiating from him palpable and unnerving. Gone was the easy warmth of their shared closeness. In its place, an uncomfortable void yawned between them, a chasm filled with unspoken fears and regrets. He looked as if he were grappling with a storm, one that raged just beneath the surface of his calm demeanor. She could see the internal conflict etched into his handsome features, his brow furrowed, the tension in his jaw stark and painful. Every part of her longed to bridge the space that had widened, to reach out and pull him back, to erase the words that had cast a shadow over their tender moment.
But she felt paralyzed, as though the very act of moving would betray the weight of his confession. "I wish I could explain," he said finally, his voice low and tremulous, as though he had to peel the words from the depths of himself, where they clung stubbornly like fog. "You have no idea what it means, the obligations I carry."
Her heart sank as she listened, the depth of his burden beginning to dawn on her. Elysia could see the flicker of something darker in his eyes, shadows of duty mingling with the bright emotions he had shown only moments before.
"Then tell me," she urged, her voice gaining strength despite the ache that blossomed within her. "What does it mean to be bound?"
Lou ran a hand through his golden hair, the movement betraying the restlessness simmering beneath his calm facade.
"The Winter Queen, she has demands, expectations," he explained, his tone edged with a weight that spoke of years spent navigating her strictures.
"I am not merely a prince between worlds, I am a protector of her realm. I cannot allow my feelings for you to endanger that."
"But don't you want to be free? To choose?"
Elysia pressed, her confusion melding into something stronger, determination mingled with frustration. She could see the struggle in his eyes, the tumult of conflicting emotions, as he struggled to articulate his truth.
"Of course I do. But the price of freedom is not one I can pay," he replied, his voice a mixture of sorrow and fervor.
The moon's light caught the glimmer of unshed tears in his opal eyes, a sign of the tumult that raged inside him.
"The choices I make will reverberate through both realms.
If I fail, if I let my heart guide me recklessly." He broke off, the implications hanging heavily in the air. Elysia felt her heart breaking with every revelation. She wanted to comfort him, to assure him that they could find a way, that there must be a path for them outside of this tangle of obligation.
But how could she promise something when uncertainty enveloped them both?
Her own feelings surged within her, a whirlwind of longing, frustration and heartbreak, each vying for dominance, suffocating the hopeful flame that had flickered between them.
"I wanted," she began, but the words died on her lips as the enormity of the moment pressed upon her. "I wanted to believe that we could."
"Believe that we could what?" he interjected, a touch of urgency in his tone, as though grasping at the threads of possibility. His gaze bore into hers, seeking a glimmer of hope amidst the shadows they found themselves in. "Be together," Elysia breathed, the fragility of her hope ringing clear.
It felt so real, Lou.
Like I could finally reach out and connect with someone.
But now,
her voice faltered, frustration tightening her throat.
Now it's like I can't breathe for all the weight of what's been said.
He took a step closer, their bodies moving toward one another like moths drawn to flame, but the unease of his admission hung between them, an insurmountable barrier they couldn't seem to cross.
"I know," he said softly, his eyes shimmering with empathy. "And it terrifies me, Elysia.
Every moment spent with you fills my heart with hope, and yet..." He sighed deeply, the weight of his confession heavy.
"I know my duty. I know what I'm risking."
A fragile silence settled between them, one filled with everything left unsaid. Elysia ached to bridge the distance, to sweep away the boundaries set by his obligation, and weave a new fate that embraced their connection.
But doubt twisted her heart.
How could love exist in the shadow of duty?
"I need time to think," she finally said, her voice barely above a whisper, as the reality of their situation wrapped around her like an icy tendril. "We both do."
Lou nodded, his features lined with sadness but understanding, as he took a step back. The space between them widened once more, yet even in that painful distance, Elysia could feel the lingering magic they had shared, a spark of hope waiting to be nurtured. As the fire crackled, the grove around them seemed to breathe a collective sigh, the weight of the night pressing in on both their hearts. With a heavy heart, she gazed up at the stars scattered across the expansive canvas above, searching for answers among the constellations, hoping that somewhere in the vastness a path forward awaited them. Chapter 14, Words as Weapons. In the vast expanse of the Winter Queen's court, where the chill bit at the skin and the crystalline structures glimmered like sharp-edged jewels, Elysia stood poised before the imposing figure on the throne. The weight of ancient tradition bore down on her, but her striking green eyes shone with a fire that sought to melt the frost surrounding them both. She could feel the court's gaze upon her, an audience teetering between expectation and disbelief, as she prepared to weave together the threads of Welsh lore, hoping her words would carry the warmth needed to challenge the encasing cold. Before her loomed the Winter Queen, ethereally beautiful, her long silver hair shimmering like frost under the dim light. The intricately carved throne of frosted marble accentuated the ruler's elegance, yet every sharp edge whispered of the ice-cold authority she wielded. The air crackled with tension, every breath a reminder of the stakes at hand, as Elysia took a deliberate step forward, each movement infused with a graceful confidence that spoke of her own quiet dignity. As she gathered her thoughts, Elysia recalled the lessons from her recent trials, the journeys through ANNWN, where shadows danced and whispers of her ancestors urged her forward. Her voice rang out clear and deliberate, cutting through the icy air. In our Welsh heritage, there exists a narrative rich with the intertwining of fate and choice, she began, each word carefully chosen, layered with the resonance of truth.
The hall was silent, the courtiers watching with bated breath. "We are not merely bound by the legacy of our ancestors, we carry their wisdom, their mistakes, to illuminate our own paths."
The Winter Queen leaned forward, her pale blue eyes narrowing slightly, as if Elysia's words were a thin thread she contemplated severing. "History is written in blood and loss," she retorted, her voice a crisp, cutting echo that seemed to freeze the very air. With slender fingers clenched around the armrests of her throne, she gestured sharply, an embodiment of her unyielding authority.
You speak of choice, but what do you know of sacrifice?
Of the price of power. Elysia met her gaze unwaveringly, heart racing but emboldened by the warmth rising within her.
Our past binds us, but it does not dictate our future, she countered, allowing her emotions to fuel her words, igniting the air between them. We have the strength to rewrite our destinies, even within the tapestry of tradition that seems immutable.
A shiver ran through the assembly, the contrast between Elysia's passionate resolve and the Queen's icy demeanor palpable in the air. Elysia could feel the weight of anticipation settle among the courtiers, their eyes darting between the two women, each one on the precipice of an unfolding drama that promised revelations neither had expected. The exchange escalated, Elysia weaving together vivid tales of her personal struggles, painting a picture with her words that glimmered with the wisdom gained through adversity. She cited ancient legends that had whispered truths to her in the twilight of her journeys, filling her voice with the warmth of resilience and connection to her roots. The Winter Queen, undeterred by the weaving of dreams and histories before her, launched a volley of sharp retorts. I have known despair beyond mortal ken, she shot back, her tone barely wavering, revealing the faintest crack in her regal facade. Elysia felt the chilling weight of that truth, as she processed the flicker of vulnerability hidden behind the Queen's icy mask.
I see the pain that shadows you, Elysia responded softly, empathy lining her voice. And I believe renewal can mend even the deepest wounds.
The sincerity of her words hung in the air, palpable enough to earn murmurs of admiration from the onlooking courtiers, whose faces betrayed the spectrum of emotions stirred by the intense exchange. The duel of words continued, each round serving to deepen the chasm between the two women, yet a glimmer of understanding shone like a distant star, an ember amid the frost. The court listened intently, their collective breath caught in their throats as the clash of conviction reverberated through the court. Elysia's courage shone brightly in her voice, challenging the traditions that threatened to bury them both. This was more than a duel, it was a revelation, a shared reckoning amidst the icy heart of the court, where the past sought to eclipse the present, and only the truth could forge a new path forward. With her heart echoing the pulse of the court, Elysia's mind drifted back to the shadowy corners of Annwn, where her journey had intertwined with the ancient whispers of her heritage. Every trial she had faced echoed within her, vibrant memories clashing against the icy determination of the Queen before her. In that moment, standing resolutely amid the crystalline splendor, Elysia understood that the narratives she carried within were as powerful as the snow and ice that framed their confrontation. She had wandered through the murky pathways of Annwn, darkness curling around her like an unwelcome embrace. Vivid images flashed in her mind, an eerie mist clinging to her skin, ethereal lights flickering in the distance, voices of the lost calling out to her. Each trial had been a test, peeling back layers of fear and hesitation to reveal an inner strength she had yet to fully grasp. In the depths of Annwn, she began, her voice steady despite the looming presence of the Winter Queen, I learned that to confront the darkness is to ignite the light within. The Queen's lips curved into a dismissive smirk, her gaze sharp as a knife.
Your tales of shadows mean little here, she retorted, icy resolve lacing her every syllable.
The air thickened around them, as though the very court held its breath, suspended between their words.
What do you truly understand of despair, girl?
You've seen mere whispers, I have borne the weight of loss that could bury entire worlds. Elysia pressed on, undeterred by the Queen's venomous reply.
You speak of burdens, Yet I see chains of your own making. They may bind you, but they do not define you.
The fire in her eyes burned brighter, fueling her conviction. In ANNWN, I found clarity amidst the chaos, forging my own path, rather than following the footprints of those who came before me. It is in facing fear that we discover our purpose. As she spoke, Elysia felt the emotions roiling within her, a blend of empathy for the Queen's struggles, and the fierce desire to be seen for who she truly was. The court watched in silence, their expressions a tapestry of intrigue and tension, each onlooker drawn into the intricate dance of emotion unfurling before them. The Winter Queen responded with precision, each word honed and lethal.
Ah, but clarity has its price.
One cannot emerge unscathed from the trials of the heart. I stand here a testament to that truth, marked by the scars that have shaped my reign. Beneath the facade of frost, Elysia glimpsed a flicker of something deeper, a haunting sorrow echoing within the Queen's heart that resonated too strongly with her own journey. With every riposte, the air crackled with intensity, creating a vibrant tapestry of exchanges that punctuated the frozen space. Elysia pushed forward, weaving her experiences into a vivid portrait, summoning the resilience she had cultivated. In each encounter with darkness, I discovered strength I never knew I had, she asserted, her voice steady despite the swirling tempest of emotion around her.
The stories of our lives are not shackles, they are the very fibers from which we weave new narratives.
The Queen hesitated, her blue eyes narrowing slightly, revealing the glint of something not easily named, a softening of her expression, a momentary lapse in her icy demeanor.
And what of those who succumb to their pasts? She asked, her tone wavering ever so slightly, revealing a raw vulnerability buried beneath her frosty exterior.
Do they not vanish beneath the weight of their own histories? I believe, Elysia countered gently, the warmth in her voice breaking through the chill, that even the most fractured souls can find renewal should they choose to embrace the light. It is not in forgetting our pains, but in understanding them that we can create something new. Each word rang with the power of her convictions, reverberating off the crystal walls like an unyielding promise. As the tension peaked, whispers rippled through the court, admiration for Elysia growing palpable. The onlookers were entranced, caught in the spell of a duel that transcended mere words. In that charged atmosphere, Elysia felt not only the weight of her own journey, but the glimmer of possibility that lay ahead, a path forged through understanding, compassion, and an unwavering belief in the capacity for change. As the exchange escalated, the tension in the air seemed to crystallize around Elysia, the breath of the court hushed and charged with anticipation. With each heartbeat, a silence descended like a blanket of snow, and she could feel the weight of her convictions pressed against her ribs, an invisible barrier standing between her and the truth that the Winter Queen guarded so closely. Elysia's heart raced, her mind swirling with possibilities, yet fear began to take root. What could the Winter Queen say to turn the tides of this confrontation? Would her words wield the power to shatter everything Elysia thought she understood? The echoes of her past struggles vibrated through her, a reminder of the vulnerabilities she had once shunned but now embraced. Steeling herself, she focused on the Queen's cold yet striking form, clad in her gown of ice crystals, radiating an air of unyielding authority. With each careful breath, the clarity of her beliefs rang true. She wanted to carve a new path, one illuminated by hope and understanding. Yet with each passing moment, uncertainty crept closer. How far was she willing to go for that light? The Winter Queen, observing Elysia's resolve, maintained her icy composure, her pale blue gaze piercing through the air like a dagger. You tread upon ground far more treacherous than you realize, Elysia, she said, her voice a crisp winter breeze that seemed to chill the very marrow of those present.
History can often teach us, but it can also imprison us.
You are not free from its chains. Elysia fought against the sense of desperation rising within her.
But history does not have to dictate our actions.
We are more than just echoes of the past, she countered fiercely, her voice ringing clear and unyielding, as she looked directly into the Winter Queen's eyes, seeking some shred of understanding. And then, as the silence thickened, the Winter Queen finally broke that silence, her voice deliberate, slicing through the anticipation hanging in the court. "Lose my son and promised to the Summer Princess." The words fell like shards of ice, a stunning revelation that shattered the tension and left the assembled court in stunned silence. Gasping whispers rippled through the chamber, as shockwaves cascaded among the courtiers, each face a tableau of disbelief. Elysia's heart dropped, and the blood drained from her face, disbelief swirling like a tempest within her. The pain of hurt and confusion tightened its grip, while layers of truth stripped away the sense of safety she had held. How could this be? The Winter Queen stood resolute, her gaze unwavering, as if she had revealed nothing more than a simple fact. But Elysia felt the ramifications surge around her, crashing through the court with the ferocity of a winter storm. Lou, the boy she had thought to be her ally, someone she had begun to trust, was bound by blood to another, leaving her adrift in a sea of unknowing. "Elysia," a voice from the crowd murmured, a mixture of compassion and curiosity from one of the onlookers. But her eyes were glued to the Queen, who regarded her with a measured intensity, each breath reverberating in the icy hall like distant thunder. For a moment time stood still, as Elysia battled against the rising tide of anguish. The court shifted and whispered among themselves, their eyes flicking from her, as they wondered how this truth would shape the narrative unfolding before them. The Winter Queen maintained her steely demeanor, impervious to the shifting emotions swirling in the chamber. Her voice remained firm, the regal chill hanging over her like a winter shroud. "Do you see now how destiny binds us all, Elysia?" Amidst the cacophony of thoughts and emotions, Elysia found her voice, albeit shaking, laced with vulnerability.
"No," she whispered, though the word carried more weight than a plea.
She grasped for strength, her eyes welling with a determination forged in the fires of her journey.
"This does not have to define who we are or what we can become.
We can change our paths." Yet the chilling assurance of the Queen remained, looming like a winter frost, threatening to consume any flicker of hope that dared to kindle. With the revelation hanging heavy in the air, Elysia stood on the precipice of destiny, grappling with a truth that had forever altered the course of her future.
The heart of the court beat around her, a living entity filled with whispers of the past, choices yet to come, and an uncertain road ahead, a stark reminder that their fate was not yet written even in the face of ancient ties and expectations.
Chapter 15: Shattered Trust. The grand court of the Winter Queen sparkled like a frozen lake, its shimmering walls alive with a delicate frost that caught the light in an enchanting dance. Amongst the assembled fair folk, hushed whispers flickered like candle flames, their eyes drawn to the drama unfolding at the center. Elysia stood there, a vision of suppressed fury, her fists clenched tightly at her sides as she glared at Lou, the depth of her betrayal casting a shadow across her striking green eyes. "Do you even realize how much your lies have cost us?" she accused, her voice sharp and steady, though it trembled beneath the weight of her hurt. Each word fell like icicles in the frosty air, each syllable underscored by a lifetime of hurt and disappointment. The courtiers watched in muted silence, their expressions a blend of intrigue and unease, as if the very act of breathing in that charged atmosphere might shatter the fragile tension hanging between the two. Luff's opal eyes flickered, reflecting a tumult of emotions that danced across his handsome features.
"I never meant to hurt you," he whispered, raising a hand in a pleading gesture, the desperation in his tone rendering the cold room almost suffocating.
There was a light in him, an earnestness that strained against the cool authority of the court and his responsibilities as a noble. It was as if he stood on the precipice between his love for her and his duty to the fair folk, and Elysia could see the turmoil within. Elysia pressed on, the pain of his betrayal sharp and fresh.
You think I can just overlook what you've done?
You thought you could play both sides and I wouldn't find out? Her heart raced as she gestured to the gathered fair folk, their eyes glistening with a mixture of concern and speculation. With each word, she felt the anger fueling her words and shaking her resolve. She wouldn't let him twist this moment, even if her heart still thudded in sync with the memories they shared. Before Elysia could press further, the Winter Queen herself stepped forward, her presence commanding the attention of all in attendance. The ethereal beauty of the ruler was unmatched, her long silver hair cascading over an ice-blue gown that flowed like frozen waterfalls. She exuded a chill that was almost tangible, a regal aura that swallowed the air as she regarded the two with piercing blue eyes the color of midwinter ice. There was authority in her poise, and as she spoke her voice held a crystalline edge, clear and precise.
I offer you a place in the otherworld as my successor, she declared, her words hanging heavily in the charged air.
The court shifted uneasily at the weight of her proposition, eyes darting between the two figures embroiled in this dramatic clash. Elysia's expression morphed, a mix of shock and hardened resolve clouding her features as she processed the gravity of what had just been laid before her. Whispers threaded through the assembly, soft rustles of concern and speculation intermingling with the cold air. Elysia felt the weight of their judgment pressing down on her, every gaze a dagger cutting into her resolve.
The choice you make will define not just your future, but the very balance between our realms, the Winter Queen continued, her tone unwavering as she acknowledged the undercurrent of tension. You possess a strength unique to your heritage.
The potential you carry could lead our kin to a new era. The sharp sting of betrayal coursed through Elysia, intertwining with the Queen's proposal like a bitter vine. Here was a tantalizing offer, an escape from the pain, a chance to step into a destiny that echoed the whispers of her ancestors, but it came at a price she wasn't ready to consider. The Winter Queen's gaze bore into her, a glacial chill settling over the court, where silence reignited once more, thick with anticipation. In the quiet that followed, Elysia's heart thundered against her chest, caught between worlds. Every part of her resisted the idea of abandoning the life she had known, her friends, and the pulse of humanity that thrummed just beneath the surface of her soul. Yet the tantalizing allure of the otherworld, combined with the depths of her betrayal, loomed large in her mind. The pull of her heritage fought fiercely against her heartache. With her breaths shallow and rapid, she wrestled with a whirlwind of emotions. The option that sparkled with possibility stood alongside the shards of a broken trust. Elysia's gaze flickered back to Lou, whose own expression mirrored her internal conflict, pain mingled with regret, and a shared history that had suddenly become a complicated knot to untangle. Think carefully, child, the Winter Queen urged, her icy voice dripping with an otherworldly wisdom. You stand at a crossroad, and the decision will shape not just your future but that of both realms. The tension within the court thickened, and Elysia felt the weight of every questioning gaze resting heavily on her shoulders. As the moment stretched, fraught with unspoken judgment and laden with silent implications, Elysia's resolve hardened, poised against the offer that hung tantalizingly in the air. Would she remain tethered to a past tinged with betrayal, or embrace a future wrapped in the enigma of her heritage?
The choice loomed large, the court holding its breath in the electric silence, waiting for the unraveling of destiny.
Elysia fled the glimmering court, her heart pounding and breath shallow as she hurried through the twisting halls of ice and stone. Each step resonated with the cold finality of her choice, the marble floor cool beneath her feet, echoing the turmoil roiling within. The whispers of the fair folk faded into a muffled memory, replaced by the rhythmic thud of her pulse, marking the pace of her escape.
As she reached a secluded chamber, the heavy door swung open with a soft creak, granting her entrance to a haven bathed in dim light.
The air inside felt thick with the weight of ancient secrets, each stone wall coated in a delicate frost that glimmered softly in the muted illumination. Elysia stepped inside, closing the door behind her with a resounding click, sealing away the voices of the court, if only for a moment. The room, set aside for private reflection, breathed a sense of tranquility, the stillness wrapping around her like a warm cloak. She stood still for a heartbeat, letting the icy air mingle with the warmth of her racing thoughts. Shadows danced along the stone, playful in their solitude, as her gaze flickered across the chamber, tracing the intricacies of the frost that clung to every surface. Elysia approached a frost-covered mirror that dominated one wall, the silver sheen reflecting her figure back with haunting clarity. She was a young woman caught between two worlds, each facet of her identity swirling within her striking green eyes. As she stared into the glass, the reflection seemed to morph, revealing a mix of resolve and uncertainty, a reminder of the lineage she bore, and the tangled web of emotions threatening to unravel her.
"Is this truly what you want?" she whispered to her reflection, her voice barely echoing in the solitude. "To leave everything behind?"
The question hovered in the chilly air, a testament to the gravity of her moment. Deep within she felt the stirrings of her heritage, the ancient tales of her Welsh blood, whispering promises of power and responsibility, begging for acknowledgement. Elysia clenched her jaw, forcing her thoughts back to the confrontation. Luff's regretful expression floated back to her mind, paired with the Winter Queen's cold proposition. What felt like a chance at belonging, now twisted into a weight she wasn't ready to bear. It was a prospect cloaked in glittering allure, but every spark was tempered by the bitterness of betrayal. Could she trust again? Did she even want to step into a role that felt so foreign? As she paced slowly in front of the mirror, her mind wrestled with each possibility, her hands fidgeting with the fabric of her simple clothing. The cool air brushed against her skin, mingling with the warmth of her rising determination. The rhythmic drip of melting frost echoed gently from the chamber's ceiling, each drop a reminder of time slipping away, and each moment spent here was a moment spent in limbo. Elysia moved towards a narrow window set against the far wall, its frame etched with intricate patterns resembling ancient runes. She gazed out at the wintry landscape beyond, a world transformed under the spell of frost, the stark beauty both enchanting and isolating. Every branch glimmered like spun sugar in the pale light, and in the distance, snowflakes drifted like delicate dancers swirling to an unheard melody. As she sunk onto a carved bench, the cool wood grounding her in the present, Elysia felt the pull of her identity claw at her insides. Here was sanctuary, yet she felt so far from safety. With the promise of the otherworld lurking just beyond the threshold of her decision, the whispers of her ancestors resonated within, a faint call she could hardly grasp. Could she really embrace that world? Could she leave her humanity behind? The weight of the decision settled heavily upon her, every heartbeat echoing the possibilities that lay before her. In this intimate chamber, amidst the soft hum of distant voices from the court, she found herself wrestling with what had been and what could be.
"No," she murmured, a whispered promise to the shadows. "I will not let fear guide me.
I will find my own path." As clarity began to unfurl within her, the moment of truth crystallized. Elysia felt the resolve swell, pushing aside the tendrils of doubt. She wouldn't just react to her circumstances, she would choose. Each whisper of her lineage urged her to carve her path anew, not merely as a successor to the Winter Queen, but as a guardian of her heritage, embracing both the human world she had known and the one beckoning her forward. In that moment, with the frost-covered landscape sprawling before her and the weight of destiny heavy on her shoulders, Elysia made her choice. She would not be a pawn in this intricate game of power. She would weave her own story, a story that honored both her past and the unknown future that lay waiting beyond the door. Chapter 16: Threads of Fate. In the frost-bound great hall of the Winter Queen's palace, the air crackled with unspoken tension. Towering ice-carved pillars loomed overhead, reflecting the ethereal light that danced around the ornate chamber. Members of the court stood in silent witness, their breath forming delicate clouds in the chilly air, as Lu prepared to confront the icy authority of his mother, the embodiment of tradition itself. Every breath echoed like a drum, filling the silence with the weight of anticipation. Lu stood at the center, his jaw set and eyes flashing with fervor. The flickering light cast shadows on his sun-kissed skin, highlighting the determination etched on his features. As he took a step closer to the Winter Queen, the vastness of the hall enveloped him, an overwhelming reminder of the chasm between their worlds.
"We must choose a future where love and duty coexist," he declared, his voice echoing off the cold stone walls, each word ringing with conviction.
The Winter Queen regarded him, regal and imposing, her cool demeanor never wavering. With a precision that belied any hint of emotion, she responded, her voice clipped and imperious, "Your defiance endangers all we have built." A chill swept through the hall, as though her words conjured an icy wind that whispered of centuries past, laden with the weight of tradition and responsibility. In that moment, Lu felt the ancient pull of the lineage that shaped him, wrestling with the duality of his heart. He drew in a sharp breath, his hand striking the side of a frost-streaked column in frustration.
"But what is a kingdom without love?" he countered, the fervency in his voice rising with each syllable, echoing his internal struggle, a son torn between his duty to the crown and the longing to follow his heart.
Just then, the heavy doors to the great hall swung open with a groan, parting the gathered crowd to reveal the summer princess, stepping into the charged atmosphere with quiet authority. Her presence seemed to warm the very air, her fiery red hair catching the light like flames dancing in a breeze. She surveyed the charged faces around her, an aura of leadership and determination radiating from her. "Perhaps there is a way to honor both our heritage and our hearts," she offered, her voice soothing yet resolute, a soothing balm on the icy tensions that had escalated moments before. The gathered court shifted restlessly, caught in the palpable clash of ideals. Luff's posture softened for a moment as he regarded her, a flicker of hope igniting within him. The Winter Queen, however, remained unyielding, her ice-blue eyes narrowing. "You would propose to unweave the very fabric of our traditions, my daughter?" she asked, her tone betraying a sharp edge of disbelief.
The summer princess did not waver. "No, mother.
I propose we intertwine them. We must adapt, or risk losing everything we hold dear." "Surely you can see that," she responded, her voice rising with the fervor of her conviction. Luff's heart raced, his feelings mirrored in the shifting expressions of the court members. He could sense the delicate balance hanging in the air, hope mingling with fear, tradition fighting against the tides of change.
"What if we forged a new path together?" he suggested, glancing between the two formidable women, each representing opposing forces. "The realm can thrive on both love and duty, if we are brave enough to try."
Yet the Winter Queen's lips pressed into a thin line, her regal composure betraying none of the uncertainty that lay beneath her icy facade.
"Bravery comes at a cost, Lu.
Do you truly understand the price of such change?" As dialogue continued to flow, Luff's voice resonated through the hall, mixing with the echoes of his mother's authority and the gentle interjections of the summer princess. Each voice rose and fell like the tides, reflecting the complexities of their shared histories, the burdens of leadership, and the yearnings of their hearts. Amidst this charged exchange, Elysia's heart raced within her secluded alcove as the debates unfolded in the main hall. She listened intently, the threads of their words weaving together in her mind, but it was Luff's determined insistence that caught her attention most fiercely.
"I cannot forsake what is dear to me."
His voice, laden with passion, reverberated through the cool air, igniting a spark of clarity within her. Unbeknownst to them, it was in that moment of fervent defiance that she began to understand the weight of her own heritage, the threads that bound her to both realms. Her green eyes widened, and a sense of purpose surged within her, straightening her posture against the cold stone wall. It was time to bridge the gap between love and duty, to mend the fracture that had grown between their worlds.
As she stepped forward, the quiet resolve in her heart surged, calling her back to the court.
She could feel the frost-dusted floor beneath her feet, each step purposeful, echoing the path she was destined to take. What unfolded in the hall would mark a turning point, one that demanded courage, and she was ready to embrace her role in the fate of their intertwined destinies. The ancient burdens of her bloodline now whispered possibilities into her ears, urging her to not merely witness this moment of change, but to actively shape it. In the shadowed alcove along the corridor, Elysia leaned against the cool stone wall, her heart racing as she listened to the debate unfolding in the great hall. The pale gleam of enchanted ice illuminated her surroundings, casting flickering reflections that danced with the weight of anticipation. Each fervent word spoken by Lu resonated in her chest, igniting a sense of purpose she had long kept hidden. As Lu and the Winter Queen clashed, their voices reverberating through the hall, Elysia tightened her gloved hands around the delicate charm of her heritage. The weight of it felt comforting, a tangible connection to the ancient wisdom she carried within her, even if she had always struggled to embrace it. She found herself captivated by Luff's passionate insistence, every declaration of love against the stern backdrop of duty sending shivers down her spine.
The hall was a tempest of emotions, the members of the court poised on the brink of uncertainty, their expressions betraying a mixture of anxiety and hope. With each sharp retort from the Winter Queen, Elysia's heart sank a little deeper, realizing just how profound the divide was. Her green eyes widened as the stakes became clearer. If only they could find a way to merge their opposing forces, to weave together the threads of love and duty. In that pivotal moment, clarity broke through the fog of her thoughts. Elysia's unique heritage was not a burden, but rather a key, an opportunity to bridge the chasm that divided Luff's desires from the weight of tradition. It surged through her like a pulse, and she could feel the call of her lineage whispering promises of what could be. Drawing a steadying breath, she straightened herself, determination replacing the hesitance that had clung to her. This was her moment, and she would not shy away from it. Elysia took a brief moment to gather herself, considering the path ahead. What if she stepped forward and offered a solution that honored both sides? What if she could unify their hearts and their duties? But as she debated the action in her mind, doubt began to creep in. Would they accept her? Could she, a girl who had often felt like an outsider, dare to step into a conflict so steeped in ancient tradition? She felt her resolve waver, but then Luff's voice pierced through the air again, commanding and heartfelt. "I cannot forsake what is dear to me." His fervor galvanized her, the urgency within her swelled. This was not merely about him, it was about their future, about every heart that yearned for connection despite the weight of history. Luff's passionate cries sparked something deep inside her,
urging her to act, to embrace the truth of who she was and what she could offer. With that thought igniting a fire within, Elysia stepped out of her refuge.
The frost-dusted floor met her feet, each purposeful step gaining strength.
As she emerged into the great hall, the icy atmosphere thickened, every gaze in the room pivoting toward her, as if she were the center of their universe. The chill of the room contrasted with the warmth blooming in her chest, an unfamiliar sensation mixing with fear and exhilaration. Every heartbeat pulsed louder than the last, and she could feel the weight of their expectation. Yet instead of retreating, she pushed forward, determination igniting each step as she made her way through the gathered court. Her entrance felt monumental, the air humming with possibilities as members of the court exchanged glances, surprise etched on their faces. She could feel their eyes scrutinizing her, evaluating the young woman who dared to intrude upon the timeless dance of power and tradition. With the tension hanging like a shroud, Elysia raised her voice, steady despite the rapid flutter of her heart. "I believe there is a way for us to honor both our heritage and our hearts," she declared, her words ringing clear and true against the icy walls. Silence fell over the hall, the charged atmosphere settling, as everyone turned their full attention to her. As the weight of their gazes bore down upon her, she continued, her thoughts weaving through the tapestry of what she had heard, drawing connections that had previously eluded her.
The connection between our realms, the mortal world and the other world, has deep roots in Welsh folklore.
There are traditions that speak of unity rather than division, and we must find them. With every word, she could feel her resolve crystallizing. Elysia was no longer the shy observer hidden away in the shadows. She was here, standing boldly in the light, ready to speak the truths that had long lain dormant. The Winter Queen's expression hardened, a flicker of disdain briefly crossing her features. But even that sharp gaze could not dull Elysia's newfound fire. Luff's eyes met hers, a mixture of surprise and admiration stirring within his expression. The Summer Princess looked at her with a soft yet calculating glance, as if she too sensed the significance of this moment. This was it, Elysia thought, this was her chance to forge a new understanding, one that could reshape the future. She steadied herself, drawing upon every ounce of courage within her, as she prepared to navigate the treacherous waters of duty and love, intertwining their fates. And if we blend our traditions, if we come together in a way that honors both our heritages, perhaps we can weave something beautiful, she urged, hope threading through her voice, mixing with the lingering tension that filled the hall. The breathless silence echoed around them, as all eyes remained fixated on her, each member of the court caught in the rippling possibilities of what her words might bring. Elysia was not just a part of the tapestry, she was becoming the weaver of her own destiny. Chapter 17, The Third Path. The court of the Winter Queen glimmered like a realm forged of ice and moonlight, where ancient banners hung heavy with frost, and the air tinged with an enchanting chill. Elysia Reese stepped forward, her long dark hair cascading like shadows against the polished expanse of icy stone beneath her feet. As the soft murmur of courtiers faded into attentive silence, she drew a breath steeped in determination, her striking green eyes reflecting the solemnity of the moment.
This was her time to bridge the realms, mortal and fairy, heart and duty.
The frost-kissed hall stretched before her, a place of ethereal beauty adorned with glimmering crystals that caught the dim light. The courtiers of the fair folk stood like statues, their forms draped in elaborate garments that sparkled like starlight against the snowy backdrop. They watched her with expectant eyes, a mix of intrigue and skepticism etched into the delicate features. Elysia could feel the weight of their gaze, each stare a thread weaving into the tapestry of her resolve. As she approached the dais where the Winter Queen reigned, Elysia's heartbeat quickened, not from fear but from purpose. The icy coolness of the room enveloped her, echoing her own feelings as she navigated the tension in the air. She took a moment, allowing herself to absorb the grandeur surrounding her. The enchantment of the court, with its frozen pillars and ethereal glow, only strengthened her conviction. Her resolve was not born out of mere duty, but from a deep yearning to unite two worlds that were often at odds. She inhaled sharply, her breath a soft cloud in the frigid atmosphere, and stepped boldly toward the polished expanse of stone. "I will renew the ancient pact," she declared, her voice clear and deliberate, resonating with a melodic lilt that hinted at her Welsh heritage. "Uniting our worlds, and allowing me to serve as ambassador between mortal and fairy realms." As her hand swept across the space to emphasize her conviction, she watched the whispers ripple through the assembly, a collective gasp barely breaking the surface of murmurs. Courtiers exchanged glances, the tension morphing into something palpable. Some nodded slightly, their smiles softening the sharp lines of skepticism etched across their faces. It was a moment of potential, a spark igniting amidst the chill, and yet, as Elysia stood tall, the Winter Queen's expression hardened, her features tightening into a scoff that sliced through the spellbound silence. The regal figure on her raised dais, ethereally beautiful with silver hair flowing like an icy waterfall, seemed impervious to the warmth of Elysia's words. With a subtle flourish, Elysia took in the icy presence of the Winter Queen, feeling the chill of authority radiating from her. The Queen's pale blue eyes narrowed as she weighed Elysia's declaration, the flicker of something, perhaps doubt or concern, dancing momentarily across her exquisite face. There was a gravity to her position that filled the air with unspoken rules and traditions that had shaped their lives for centuries. Among the fair folk, murmurs swirled like snowflakes caught in a gentle wind. Some were undoubtedly wary, the rustling of wings barely discernible, while others found courage in the strength of Elysia's words. Her brave stand stirred something deep within the hearts of those who had long yearned for change, for a reconciliation that could transform both realms. Elysia held her gaze steady on the Winter Queen, whose demeanor belied the cool authority she sought to maintain. Beneath the layer of frost lay a woman bound by unyielding duty, yet haunted by shadows of her own making. Time seemed to stretch, echoing with the soft pulse of anticipation as Elysia awaited a response. The silence deepened, wrapping around them like an unrelenting winter's night. Elysia's pulse quickened in that moment of suspended breath, the court's eyes shifting back and forth between her and their queen, as though a tapestry of fate was about to be woven before them. Would the pact she sought to renew herald a new dawn or awaken age-old grievances? As Elysia's bold words hung in the air, tinged with the warmth of hope, she felt the simmering magic of possibility, a radiant thread connecting her spirit to those around her. The response from the Winter Queen would dictate their shared fate, and Elysia could only stand firm in her belief, ready to brave the storm that might follow. The glimmering hall remained silent, anticipation a palpable entity as the gathering drew breath, awaiting the next chapter in their intertwined destinies. As Elysia's words faded into the frosty air, a palpable shift coursed through the hall, the tension thickening like the gathering clouds before a storm. From the sea of enchanted faces, Lu emerged, his posture erect, exuding both grace and strength. He strode forward with purpose, the soft crunch of ice beneath his feet barely audible in the electric silence. In that moment, he knew he could no longer remain a passive observer. Love called to him, demanding he rise to meet the challenge laid before them all. His golden hair flowed like sunlight against the backdrop of silver and ice, and as he crossed the distance to the Winter Queen, his heart pounded with the weight of his decision. Every eye in the court followed him, a wave of curiosity crashing over the assembled fair folk, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and disbelief. Lu could feel their stares piercing through him, Yet he maintained his resolve, drawing strength from the very air that seemed to hum with possibility. Standing before the Winter Queen, he met her gaze, the pale blue of her eyes reflecting centuries of tradition and authority. In that moment, Lu felt the burden of his mixed heritage pressing down on him, his connection to both the mortal and fairy realms swirling within him like a tempest of emotions. But his heart was clear, the truth of his feelings rang louder than the weight of expectation. "I choose love over immortality," he declared, his voice strong and steady, filling the hall with a powerful resonance that caught the attention of every courtier present. "I will give up my immortality to be with you, Elysia." The weight of his words punctuated the atmosphere, a challenge that vibrated like a stone cast into the still waters of the court. A collective gasp echoed through the gathering, as if the air itself had shuddered at the audacity of his declaration. Lu glanced back at Elysia, their eyes locking in a moment of shared understanding that transcended words, a bond that, despite the chasm between their worlds, felt unbreakable. The emotions swirling in her green gaze mirrored his own, love, hope, and an undeniable acceptance of what must come. The Winter Queen's regal facade faltered for the briefest moment, revealing the glimmer of inner conflict, hidden behind layers of frost and authority. Her gaze darted toward her son, surprise and something softer flickering across her ethereal features. Love's boldness was a ripple in the fabric of their world, and in her heart, she knew that traditions had been forged in blood and duty, but here was her son, unyielding in the face of centuries of expectations. The court's reaction was a whirlwind of whispers and murmurs, the fair folk exchanging quick, bewildered glances, some nodding in silent support, others remaining in stunned disbelief. The stillness of the moment felt electric, charged with the possibility of change that lingered like the whisper of winter's breath. "Lu," the Winter Queen finally spoke, her voice calm yet edged with tension. The authority she wielded was palpable, but so was the hint of something far more vulnerable beneath her icy demeanor.
"You are bound to the laws of our realm.
To forsake your immortality is to embrace a fate most grave." A ripple of concern swept through the gathered fair folk, their loyalty to the Winter Queen clashing with the undeniable force of Luff's emotions. Yet Lu stood firm, the warmth of his resolve burning against the chill of uncertainty.
"Mother," he said, his tone imbued with gentle conviction. "What use is a crown if it is born in solitude?
I cannot bear the thought of life without Elysia by my side." With every word, he felt the invisible ties of duty pulling at him, but his love for Elysia anchored him, a lighthouse in a storm. The Winter Queen's demeanor shifted, the air thick with the weight of maternal pride and the fragility of her authority. Her gaze softened, yet the strength of her years still loomed over them. "You would turn your back on centuries of tradition for a fleeting love?" Her voice cracked slightly, the frost in her tone giving way to an undercurrent of disbelief mingled with sorrow. The courtiers watched, breaths held, as the delicate dance between mother and son unfolded, each seeking to find a footing amidst the upheaval. Around them the court hummed with mixed reactions. Some fair folk exchanged approving smiles, emboldened by Luff's bravery, while others remained rooted in their loyalty to the Winter Queen's ancient reign. The clash of ideals reverberated within the chamber, a storm brewing just beneath the surface, threatening to change the very course of their history.
"We are not meant to live in the shadows of our ancestors," Lu pressed on, his voice unwavering. "Love is not a fleeting thing. It is the most ancient pact of all, binding us together against the coldest nights.
Elysia is the dawn I have long awaited." As Lu spoke, a palpable tension filled the air, not only between him and the Winter Queen, but also among the gathered court, each soul grappling with the ripple effect of his words. The sheer audacity of his choice unsettled the balance of power, and yet it sparked a flicker of hope, an ember in the frost.
The tension reached its peak, a moment poised on the edge of a knife where love and duty collided.
In that frozen moment, time seemed to suspend, as Lu faced the weight of centuries, while also standing on the precipice of an unknown future, their fates intertwined in ways yet to be revealed. The frost-kissed court of the Winter Queen trembled on the brink of transformation, the unspoken promise of love against the biting cold of tradition, beckoning them all toward an uncharted horizon. Chapter 18: A Kingdom Divided. In the frost-laden court, glinting shards of ice reflected the flickering glow of magical light. Elysia stood near the center, her hands clasped tightly before her, trembling ever so slightly, as the fair folk buzzed around her like a swarm of agitated bees. The regal Winter Queen loomed on a raised dais, draped in ethereal frost that sparkled with an air of icy authority, every eye in the chamber fixed upon her with a mixture of respect and fear. It was a moment fraught with tension, where every word could tip the delicate balance between the old ways and a future she dared to hope for.
The court's atmosphere crackled with anticipation.
It was alive with the whispers of tradition and the subtle hints of rebellion that simmered beneath the surface. Elysia's heart raced as she prepared to voice her proposal, her words a mere thread among the intricate fabric of ancient customs that filled the hall. She felt as if she was standing on the edge of a precipice, the jagged rocks of descent peering back at her, daring her to leap. With careful precision, Elysia took a step forward, the gaze of the Winter Queen pinning her in place, yet still she dared to meet it. A deep breath steadied her resolve, and she began, her voice barely above a whisper but filled with a resolve that sought to challenge the status quo.
"Your Majesty, I believe that..."
But her words were swiftly swept away by the chill of authority that was the Queen's voice, resonating through the hall like the sharp crack of ice.
"Your words threaten the old ways," she pronounced, each syllable dripping with disdain that sent shivers down Elysia's spine.
The Queen's piercing blue eyes glittered like shards of ice, and Elysia felt her spirit wane beneath that gaze, the murmurs around her echoing her dismay. Just as doubt began to settle in Elysia's heart, the Summer Princess moved into the light, radiant as the dawn breaking through the heavy clouds of winter. "Change is the key to our future," she declared, her voice imbued with warmth that sent a ripple of hope through the crowd. A subtle smile graced her lips, as if she had summoned the very sun to melt the ice. Elysia felt her chest swell with gratitude for the princess's intervention, though doubt crept at the edges. Would it be enough? As the voices of the court fluctuated, Elysia fidgeted with her clasped hands, avoiding the Queen's icy stare. Her eyes darted toward Lu, whose tense posture stood out amid the assembly. He was a silent protector, quick to shield her with his attentive glances, yet she sensed the weight of conflict brewing within him. His striking features were clouded with concern, hinting at the stakes of her proposal, consequences they could barely fathom. Around them, whispers rippled through the gathered courtiers, some nodding behind delicate, icicle-etched masks, while others wore tight-lipped expressions of disapproval. The ambience felt electrified with the duality of hope and fear, an undercurrent of uncertainty that swept through the court like the chill wind, rattling the frost-laden branches outside. The Winter Queen's stance remained uncompromising, and Elysia felt herself shrink beneath her gaze, even as the Summer Princess's words ignited a small flame of resilience. How long could she keep standing here, treading the dangerous line between old customs and the fresh breath of possibility?
Her throat constricted with unvoiced fears.
Had she unwittingly deepened the chasm between two worlds that desperately needed to find harmony? With every moment that passed, the tension intensified, and Elysia found it difficult to draw breath, her hope caught somewhere in the crossfire of ideology. She couldn't shake the feeling that the Queen's cold authority, would push her into darkness. Perhaps she had awakened a conflict best left undisturbed, a dreadful rift that now threatened to swallow her whole. Yet, amidst the shadows, she held on to Luff's presence like a lifebuoy amid the waves. His unyielding loyalty shone through his uncertain glances, the flickering embers of something profound connecting them even in the turmoil. The Queen's decree still rang through the chamber, but the voice of the Summer Princess sparked a light in Elysia's heart that refused to be extinguished. Maybe there was a way through this impasse, a path they could tread together if only they believed in it fiercely enough. With the murmurs still flowing around her, the stage was set for a decision that could redefine everything. And Elysia, even in her fearful state, knew that her words had power. She was a bridge between two realms, and she could no longer afford to remain silent. As the heated debate escalated, a shift in the air drew every gaze toward the head of the court. Arawn stepped forward, emerging from the shadows of the dais like a beacon of light cutting through the icy mist. His presence was unmistakable. The regal authority that flowed from him was a balm against the sharp discord that lingered, and Elysia could feel a palpable shift in the atmosphere around her. The court fell silent as he approached, the tension of moments prior dissipating like fog under the warmth of the sun. Arawn stood tall and proud, his piercing silver eyes sweeping across the gathered fair folk, observing the varied expressions of those who had so fervently clung to their allegiances. His regal form, draped in rich fabrics that shimmered like twilight stars, seemed to illuminate the dim corners of the hall, coaxing them into clarity. "Balance and adaptation are our true path forward," he proclaimed, his voice resonant and clear, slicing through the remnants of discord like a warm knife through frost. The power of his words echoed throughout the chamber, ricocheting off the icy walls, creating a resonant harmony that called for unity over division. Elysia held her breath, transfixed, as the courtiers' faces transformed with this beacon of hope. Some within the court visibly softened at Arawn's declaration, hope kindling in their eyes, while others appeared drawn and skeptical, their lingering resentment evident. But the moment felt alive, a collective heartbeat that thrummed with a fragile, burgeoning connection, brought forth by the King of the Fairfolk himself. Elysia felt Lu shift beside her, a glimmer of relief crossing his handsome features, a reflection of her own inner turmoil, as Arawn's presence seemed to ignite a newfound courage within. As whispers broke through the silence, the melodic chime of ice crystals resonated, mingling with quiet reassurances exchanged between onlookers. "Perhaps he is right," Elysia overheard one courtesan murmur to her companion, while another murmured an anxious affirmation, emboldened by the king's words. Arawn was a force of nature, and as the echoes of his proclamation reverberated through the court, the realization dawned that unity was not merely a choice, it could become their collective destiny. The atmosphere crackled with a new energy, Elysia's spirit lifting like the first hints of dawn after a long winter. She felt Luff's presence close, bolstering her resolve, the warmth radiating from him enough to remind her that she wasn't alone in this moment. Their eyes met, and she sensed the depth of understanding swirling between them, a bond that was beginning to forge through the chaos surrounding them. Arawn continued, his voice rich with conviction, and each word seemed to hold the power of ages, inviting those who would listen into a vision of cooperation that transcended traditional boundaries. As he spoke, the faces around them turned, some nodding in agreement, while others remained stubbornly set in their positions. The Winter Queen's cool composure seemed shaken for the first time, as the delicate fabric of her authority faced the tremors of a changing tide. Elysia leaned closer to Lu, her pulse quickening.
"Do you think," she began, her voice a mere whisper.
He interrupted, his tone soothing yet urgent.
"He has their attention, Ely. This could be the turning point we need."
Their shared glances said more than words could capture, uncertainty mingled with hope, each silently urging the other to embrace the possibilities of Arawn's words. Elysia felt the shift within the court, her heart thrumming in time with the resonance of potential. Around them the conversations surged, some softening their frowns while others remained steadfastly defiant, trapped within their fears of losing the past. The discord still simmered just below the surface, but it was tinged now with a sense of cautious optimism that began to spread like gentle warmth throughout the chamber. As Arawn finished, the echoes of his final words drifted into the air, carrying with them the fragile thread of newfound possibility. Elysia's heart beat with hope. Perhaps change could weave its way into the fabric of their reality. She clung to this feeling, a sense of solidarity growing within her, shared silently with Lugh as they stood at the precipice of something vast and transformative. The court hung on Arawn's every word, spellbound by the promise they held. Though uncertainties still clouded the future, for the first time, Elysia dared to believe in a new dawn.
And with Lugh by her side, she felt ready to face whatever came next.
Chapter 19: The Eternal Dance. In the vast glittering hall of the Winter Queen's court, frost clung to the delicate chandeliers, casting a shimmering light over an assemblage that whispered of ancient traditions and unspoken hopes. Elysia Reese stepped forward, her heart pounding like the steady rhythm of drumbeats, an urgent call for unity and understanding between realms.
As she moved gracefully toward the center of the icy chamber, the chill air seemed to awaken with anticipation, the promise of magic spiraling around her like tendrils of frost.
The grandeur of the court enveloped her, every surface glistening as if dusted with diamond dust. The towering walls, fashioned from crystalline ice, refracted the light into a spectrum of colors that danced and shimmered in harmony with the low melodious sounds that resonated throughout the hall. Elysia drew a breath, inhaling the crisp air that mingled with the sweet, tantalizing scent of winter blooms, her senses sharpened as she prepared to make her proposal. As she moved, her long dark hair swayed with the elegance of a willow in the breeze, framing her striking green eyes that caught the light in unusual ways. Though she dressed simply, her poised bearing hinted at an otherworldly essence that belied her mortal origins. It was in this moment, here surrounded by the Winter Queen's fair folk, that Elysia felt both exhilaration and the burden of being the last of an ancient Welsh bloodline, a lineage she was learning to embrace. Beside her, Lugh mirrored her steps, his sun-kissed skin glowing under the ambient light. His flowing golden hair cascaded around his shoulders, a radiant halo that lent him an ethereal quality. He offered her a reassuring smile, the kind that felt like a gentle sunbeam breaking through the chill of winter, grounding her resolve. As they reached the center of the chamber, they raised their hands, palms open, fingers dancing gracefully through the air in an unspoken invitation to join them. They initiated the dance, their feet gliding over the frosted marble floor, tracing elegant patterns that sent ripples of magic spreading outward, glimmering on every crystalline surface, like sunlight spilling onto dew-kissed grass. The fluidity of their movements ignited the atmosphere, and Elysia could feel the energy building, surging like the tide, powerful and full of promise. One by one, hesitant at first, the courtiers began to join in. Their reluctance melted away as they caught the rhythm, each adding their own fluid motion to the growing ensemble. The elegant summer princess stepped forth, her fiery red hair catching the shimmering light like flames dancing in a summer breeze. She brought her charisma and warmth, casting aside her reserved demeanor to embrace the energy of the ritual.
The hall pulsed with vibrant energy, waves of luminous magic radiating from the dancers as their steps intensified.
The sweet strains of ethereal music filled every corner, enveloping the court in a magical embrace. Elysia felt the spell of unity weaving itself through the crowd, intertwining their movements and hearts alike. Lu remained steadfast by her side, his steady pace mirroring her own. Their shared glances spoke volumes, silent affirmations of trust and support echoing in the air between them. Each twirl and dip drew them closer together, a thread of connection binding them not only to one another but to all present, a living tapestry of unity among realms. As the dance flourished, the Winter Queen, with her regal and imposing presence, observed from her elevated throne. Her icy demeanor softened for a fleeting moment, a flicker of vulnerability breaking through as memories of her lost human love surged to the surface. The court hushed in awe, the once chilling atmosphere shifting to something warmer, tinged with shared longing. The delicate tremor in the Winter Queen's posture, and the fleeting pause in her typically resolute expression, revealed layers of emotional complexity hidden beneath her calculated exterior. The assembled fair folk held their breath, their collective heartbeat resonating with the anticipation of transformation that lingered in the air, an acknowledgement of the shared heritage and struggles that bound them all, fairy and mortal alike. Together they wove a beautiful dance, a ritual not only of magic, but of hope, symbolizing the eternal cycle of seasons and the intricate union of their worlds. Each step resonated with the echoes of old tales and new beginnings, celebrating the bridging of ancient legacies that transcended the boundaries between them, gathering strength in their common humanity. As the dance swelled and unfolded, the very air inside the palace thickened with an energy that shimmered like stars igniting in a velvet sky. Luminous waves of magic surged through the hall, illuminating the intricate carvings etched into the icy walls. Each graceful step, each twirl was now more than mere movement, it was a heartbeat shared, a collective pulse of magic resonating with the echoes of the past and whispers of hope for the future. Alizia, with her heart brimming with newfound confidence, moved in harmony with Lu. Their movements intertwined seamlessly, every gesture reflecting an unspoken language that seemed to resonate between them. In this enchanted space, trust flourished, each twirl brought them closer, binding their souls with a string woven from shared courage and determination. Luff's gentle nudges prompted her to rise higher, his warm smile assuring her that she was not alone in this endeavor. As the dance progressed, the atmosphere transformed, charged with palpable energy that spread through the gathered court like wildfire. The once wary courtiers embraced the ritual, their reservations melting away as they discovered the rhythm pulsing through their feet and echoing in their hearts. Alizia caught fleeting glances of others smiling, hands reaching out, and laughter bubbling up, a tapestry of connection woven tighter with each note played. The elegant summer princess twirled with exquisite grace, her laughter intertwining with the music, infusing it with vibrant joy. For a moment, the distinctions of their realms blurred, casting aside the age-old divides between fairy and mortal. Together, they embodied a living, breathing entity, a reflection of unity as they celebrated not just the changing of the seasons, but the deeper bond of shared existence that knit them together. And there, in the center of it all, the Winter Queen watched. Her usually stern gaze softened, as memories fluttered in like delicate snowflakes. Within the cadence of the dance, she felt the resonance of her own past, moments spent with a beloved human, laughter that echoed like music, heartbeats that matched her own in a rhythm she had long suppressed. A flicker of warmth ignited in her icy heart, reminding her of the beauty that came from love and loss alike. In her moment of vulnerability, she felt the tremor of her authority, that regal mask beginning to fracture. A whisper of sorrow mingled with the enchanting melodies, threading through the air and touching each soul in attendance. The court paused, caught in a fragile breath as the Winter Queen's emotion flowed like molten ice, revealing that even a ruler so powerful could be swayed by the currents of love that bound them all. The realization settled in the hearts of those present, a connection far deeper than any magic they wielded, one founded not just on shared ancestry or traditions, but on the very essence of what it meant to be alive, to experience joy and pain, hope and despair. The dance drew them closer, echoing the theme of unity, as the light-hearted tempo began to shift to something more introspective, an awareness of shared journeys in their quest for belonging. As the music crescendoed, a dazzling tapestry of colors illuminated the hall, casting glimmers of hope on all gathered. The collective realization that they were woven into the same fabric of existence coursed through them, igniting a passion for unity and understanding among all beings, fairy and mortal alike. And then, in a climactic moment that felt both ethereal and grounding, the dance reached its peak. Elysia and Lou, their energies intertwined, guided the dancers with an elegance that transcended their individual struggles. The room pulsated with magic as they spun and twirled, creating an echo that resonated through the very fabric of their worlds, a commitment to ongoing unity, a pledge to cherish and honor their differences while forging a path toward understanding. As the final notes lingered in the air, the hall fell silent, hearts still resonating with the aftermath of shared experience. Elysia caught Luff's eye, a silent understanding blossoming between them, a promise of what was yet to come. Together, they would face the challenges that lay ahead, not as isolated figures, but as participants in a greater tapestry, united in their dance of life and magic. Chapter 20, Thaw of the Frozen Heart. In the heart of the frost-laden throne room, the air shimmered with an ancient magic, weaving its way through glistening icicles that dangled like fragile dreams. The Winter Queen stood at the center, her silver hair casting glints of pale light that danced delicately against the cool marble backdrop. As she began to speak, her voice, usually imbued with regal authority, faltered slightly, revealing the tremor of long-held memories. The chamber was vast and grand, adorned with soaring icy pillars and walls that seemed to pulse with an ethereal glow, each surface polished to a crystalline sheen. Sunlight filtered through ornate chandeliers crafted of ice, reflecting in a mesmerizing array of light across the room. Snowflakes drifted lazily in the cool air, each flake an embodiment of the magic that hung in the atmosphere like a gentle blanket. At the back of the room, Elysia watched intently, her striking green eyes absorbing every detail. She felt the weight of the Winter Queen's presence, as the regal figure slowly began to lower her guarded expression. Behind her, Lou stood with a sense of quiet protectiveness, his sun-kissed skin and golden hair catching the light in ways that hinted at his own extraordinary heritage. His brows furrowed slightly, as he sensed the emotional shift in the room. As the ritual progressed, soft murmurs of magical incantations reverberated in the air, their words both ancient and familiar, weaving through the tension and pulling Elysia and Lou into the orbit of the Queen's unfolding story. Each syllable echoed off the cold marble, drawing them closer to the center where the Winter Queen began to share what lay beneath her icy facade. "I once loved a mortal with a passion that defied the chill in my heart," she confided, her voice wavering between command and vulnerability. As her words hung in the air, Elysia felt a spark of empathy. Was it possible that this regal woman had once known the warmth of love? The way her hands trembled slightly against the frozen surface of her throne hinted at the truth beneath her composed exterior, the truth of a heart that had beaten fiercely once. The atmosphere shifted as the Queen's tale unfurled, rich with passion and sorrow, drawing forth emotions buried in the icy crevices of her soul. The room seemed to resonate with her pain, as she recounted stolen moments and secret glances shared in the shadows of a world that forbade their union. Elysia leaned forward, her heart echoing with the cadence of the Queen's narrative, recognizing the glimmers of her own hidden struggles in the Queen's voice. Luff's protective gaze lingered on Elysia, recognizing the resonance of the queen's words in the depth of her emerald eyes. He stepped closer, bridging the distance as the warmth of empathy seeped through the air like melting frost, merging the hearts of three souls in a moment suspended between past and present. The silence of the court deepened, as even the cold marble seemed to warm beneath the weight of the queen's confession. Her gaze pierced the chamber, revealing that the veneer of authority often shielded the most profound sorrows. Alicia's mind raced with the questions brewing within her. Did love, true and unfettered, truly exist beyond the confines of duty and the traditions of the fair folk? A shiver ran down her spine, not from the cold, but from the awakening sense of possibility. With each passing moment, the Winter Queen unraveled, revealing the layers of her heart entwined with both beauty and despair. Alicia felt the atmosphere shift, transforming from icy stillness to a warmth that filled the room with possibility. Crystals clinked gently, a soft symphony underscoring the unfolding story, while the magic encircling them began to dance with the emotional undertow of their shared experience. As the queen concluded her tale, the air around them shimmered, reflecting a light that seemed to blend the shadows of her past with the faintest glimmers of hope. The once frigid throne room now pulsed with an aura of warmth, cascading against the stark contrast of ice and snow. Lou moved even closer to Alicia, instinctively creating a barrier of support, while she absorbed the weight of the moment, the convergence of their paths shimmering before her like the snowflakes that still danced in the air. The court remained in a frozen tableau, some faces marked with curiosity, while others were momentarily stripped of their icy facades. The queen's story had ignited something, an understanding of vulnerability that felt shared and precious in the silken threads of the moment. The ritual energy swelled, each breath of the chamber rich with the palpable remnants of the queen's emotions, as they mingled with the magical residue hanging in the air. Alicia glanced around, taking in the delicate ice formations adorning the walls, their structures softening as if responding to the warmth that was slowly surging through the room, shifting the rigid boundaries of the queen's realm. In that moment, beneath the soft fall of shimmering snowflakes, a new connection blossomed between them, an understanding that transcended their vastly different worlds. They were no longer mere spectators of an ancient tale. They had become part of a living story where love could potentially transcend all barriers, even within the realms of the fair folk. As the echoes of the queen's poignant confession began to settle, a heavy stillness enveloped the throne room. The warmth sparked by shared vulnerability lingered, weaving through the air like a magic thread, intertwining Alicia and Luff's hearts as they absorbed the weight of their predicament. The court was frozen in reverent silence, every gaze trained on the imposing figure of the Winter Queen, who now seemed to fill the room with more than just her ethereal beauty. She filled it with palpable anticipation. Alicia's mind raced. The threads of the queen's narrative wrapped around her thoughts like a cool mist, revealing both a yearning for love and a recognition of pain. She felt a kinship with the regal figure, a profound understanding that made her pulse quicken. With the ancient stories still echoing in her ears, Alicia began to contemplate the implications of the Winter Queen's offer. The lifting of the curse on her village hung heavy with possibility, yet carried a cost that was not yet revealed. Alicia sensed the shifting tides as the Winter Queen slowly collected herself, her regal composure returning as if draping herself in the cool veneer of frost once more. The glimmer of vulnerability melted away, replaced with an authority that commanded the attention of all present. She took a breath, which echoed in the chill of the room before she spoke again. "I will lift the curse on your village, but you too must prove your commitment by completing one final personal trial," she declared, her voice crisp and clear, slicing through the reverberations of lingering magic. The announcement sent a ripple through the court. Elysia could feel the air thrum with energy, the promise of change hovering just above the tension-filled atmosphere. Her heartbeat quickened, mixing emotions of hope and trepidation as the gravity of the Queen's words took hold.
It felt as if the icy walls were softly vibrating in acknowledgement, accepting the challenge laid before them.
Lu stepped forward, his golden hair catching the ethereal light of the throne room, making him look every bit the warrior who would support her on this daunting path. He met the Queen's icy gaze with an unwavering determination, nodding to affirm their intent.
"We will do whatever it takes."
Together, he pledged, his voice strong and resonant, instilling a sense of courage within Elysia.
The chamber seemed to hold its breath as the Queen appraised them.
Elysia felt the warmth of Luff's resolve bolster her own, their connection surging in that space where fear met determination. Could she really undertake a trial unknown, with the possibility of the curse's weight lifted off her shoulders? She took a steadying breath and squeezed Luff's hand, silently communicating her readiness. The atmosphere intensified, a whirlwind of magic swelling around them, casting intricate patterns of frost against the icy pillars. The Queen's eyes glittered, revealing a glimmer of the icy resolve that lay beneath.
"The nature of your trial," she began, her voice a blend of authority and ancient wisdom, "will reflect the depths of your commitment.
Only those who truly understand the essence of love, its complexities and sacrifices, can achieve success. You will face your own fears, confront what binds you to this world, and discover what you truly desire." Elysia exchanged a glance with Lu, her breath catching in her throat. What fears would they need to confront? The uncertainty loomed ahead like a vast ocean, ready to swallow them whole or carry them to shores unknown. She could feel her pulse quicken, resonating with the raw magic in the air, as shadows danced against the icy walls. "We accept your challenge," Lu spoke, his voice unwavering, embodying the protective spirit that had drawn Elysia to him since they first crossed paths. The Queen nodded slowly, a subtle acknowledgement that shifted the air around them. Elysia's heart beat faster, emboldened by the intimacy of the shared commitment. The world had a way of sculpting their destinies, and this was their moment to forge a new path together. With the Queen's final word lingering, the court buzzed with anticipation. The ethereal magic swirled around them, casting soft glows against the icy structures. Elysia could sense that they were teetering on the cusp of something momentous, and she was ready to leap, ready to face whatever trials lay ahead. They stood at the edge of a precipice, ready to step forward, knowing that the essence of their lives would change irrevocably. As the enchantment crackled in the air, they felt a palpable sense of purpose surge through their veins, a bond of trust and courage forged by their shared experiences. It was this unity that would guide them as they prepared to enter the heart of their next great adventure, their determination anchoring them against the vast unknown. Chapter 21, Love's Leap. At the top of the Ice Palace Tower, the world spread out below Elysia and Lu like a vast, unyielding void. The biting wind whirled around them, whipping shards of frost into the air, where they danced like scattered stars against the clear sky. Standing close, hands clasped firmly together, their breath mingled in the cold as they surveyed the emptiness beneath, a precipice that promised both peril and possibility. The Ice Palace Tower was a breathtaking sight, its crystalline spires shimmering under the weak light of the winter sun. It loomed above the surrounding landscape, a majestic fortress of frost and shadows, and yet here, at its very peak, the atmosphere was thick with silence. The low murmur of the wind, and the creaking of the ancient stones beneath their feet, played like a haunting symphony, underscoring the enormity of what they were about to undertake. Elysia glanced sideways at Lu, her heart racing as the enormity of the leap pressed against her chest. His striking features, sun-kissed skin and flowing golden hair that seemed to catch the faint light, were illuminated by a soft glow, highlighting the determined focus in his opalescent eyes. There was a quiet strength in his presence, an unshakable confidence that steadied her racing thoughts. If anyone could leap into the unknown, it was him. "Do you really think we can bridge both worlds?" she asked, her voice barely louder than the breeze. The question hung in the air, trembling like the frost-covered branches swaying against the icy winds. Lu turned to her, his expression serious yet warm.
"We're meant to, Elysia.
Together. Just as the ancient tales foretold." His grip tightened around her hand, sending a surge of warmth through her fingertips, anchoring her in that moment. The bond they shared felt almost tangible, woven from threads of courage and trust, as if they were already bound by the promise of a future neither fully understood. Elysia's breath caught in her throat as they exchanged a steady gaze, the unspoken vow forming between them in a silent affirmation of trust. Her heart thrummed in time with the icy winds, as they leaned into the moment, their breath mingling in the frigid air, illuminating the weight of the leap they were about to take. A veil of anticipation settled over them, thickening the air, as they prepared to abandon the solid ground beneath their feet. "Now," Lu murmured, and the word resonated between them like a drumbeat, sending a ripple of determination coursing through her veins. The frigid air crackled with energy, heightening her senses, and she could feel the ice beneath their feet creaking, almost echoing the steady rhythm of her heartbeat. For a brief moment the world stood still around them, the towering structure of the palace feeling less like a fortress, and more like a fleeting dream. They could almost hear the distant whispers of the Fae folk, urging them to take the plunge, to trust in the unseen. Elysia's mind flooded with memories of tales her grandmother had shared, stories of leaps taken in darkness that ended in light, of sacrifices made for the sake of love and connection. She took a breath, glancing back into Luff's shifting eyes, reading the depth of his resolve. In that moment, she found her courage, a flicker of hope igniting within her as they took a collective step forward, feeling gravity's magnetic pull urging them over the edge. She squeezed Luff's hand tightly, and he mirrored the motion, both grounding and encouraging her at once. With hearts aligned and breath suspended, Elysia and Lu tipped forward into the abyss, leaping into the promise of something extraordinary. As the air whipped around them, the Ice Palace Tower vanished from sight, becoming merely a fleeting memory against the tapestry of the unfolding sky. The moment they leaped, Elysia and Lu were untethered from all they had known, the air rushing around them in a wild embrace. In that instant, the sensation of freefall washed over them like a wave, immediate and visceral, pulling their hearts into a dizzying dance. As they plummeted through the surreal void, the ground fell away, revealing layers of shifting reality, each fragment whispering secrets of both worlds as they descended.
Their surroundings blurred and twisted, a chaotic kaleidoscope of sights and sounds.
Elysia's lungs burned with exhilaration as she strained to take in the vivid flashes that rushed by. Rolling green hills dappled with flowers under twilight skies that melted into scenes of familiar streets from the mortal village, each world colliding in a spectacular show of colors and feelings. The taste of magic crackled in her mouth, heady and intoxicating. Each breath felt electric and thick with the pulse of the universe.
"Look!"
Lu shouted over the rush of wind, his voice resonating with joy, a spark that ignited within her. She turned her head, and for a heartbeat, she glimpsed a pair of silver foxes racing through the heather of Annwn, their playful barks echoing through the air, mingling with the echo of distant laughter. Each twist of their fall pulled them deeper into this entrancing blend of worlds, as though they were slipping between the pages of an ancient book, every fragment revealing a secret passage from one realm to another. As they continued their descent, scenes flickered around them like shadows chasing the light. A serene lake reflecting the pale moonlight morphed into the comforting sight of her grandmother's warm cottage, its hearth aglow with the rich scents of herbs and stories. Elysia's heart swelled with yearning as she spotted children playing in the village square, their joyous laughter ringing like a song amidst the chaos. In the midst of the surreal imagery, she felt Luff's presence beside her, a steadfast anchor in the whirlwind. Their hands remained tightly clasped, the warmth of his touch sending ripples of reassurance through her. When their eyes met, a surge of understanding passed between them. This leap was not just an act of bravery but a fusion of their lives, merging together like rivers meeting the ocean.
"Now," he called again, and Elysia nodded, the simple exchange infused with shared determination.
In this moment, the void became less of a terrifying abyss, and more of an opportunity for both of them. The thrill electrified the air around them, building with every heartbeat as they embraced the unknown.
But just as they were lost in the spell of their surroundings, the air began to thicken with magic, growing heavier as they spiraled downward.
Elysia could feel the charged energy surrounding them, and it filled her with a heady mix of dread and delight. It was as though the very fabric of reality itself was beginning to shift, unraveling in shades of brilliance that felt both comforting and foreboding. The colors swirling around them turned vibrant, resonating with life and light, until with a sudden jolt, they were drawn into the core of it all. The rush of falling intensified, swallowing them whole in a chaotic swirl as darkness embraced them. They knew not what lay ahead, but felt the weight of all their dreams, hopes and fears as they slipped into the depths of the void, ready to face the unknown together. As they descended from the chaos of their leap, Elysia and Lou felt the air around them shift, wrapping them in a gentle embrace. The cacophony of sounds faded, giving way to an unexpected tranquility, as the sensation of freefall transformed into a miraculous deceleration. They had braced for impact, yet the ground beneath them appeared to greet them softly, cradling them in warmth and promise. When their feet finally found purchase, they tumbled forward, landing on the dew-damp grass of Clanvire's village square. Laughter filled the air around them, mingling with the crisp scent of spring, rich and vibrant. Elysia blinked, taking a moment to orient herself amidst the tapestry of life unfolding around them. The familiar cobblestones, now glistening with the first hints of a thaw, felt both foreign and delightfully familiar, a place that had been woven into the fabric of her childhood dreams. As they stood up, their hands still clasped, the villagers began to gather, drawn by the spectacle of their sudden arrival. Their wide-eyed amazement mirrored Elysia's own wonder, and for a fleeting moment the world slowed. She took in the cheerful bustle of life around her, the sense of freshly baked bread and blossoming flowers wafting through the air, children's laughter ringing like bells, and the soft rustle of fabric as villagers exchanged incredulous whispers. "Did you see them land?" One voice rose above the others, thick with disbelief.
"They came from the sky."
Another voice joined in, excited and playful. "I thought they'd fall right through the earth."
"Did you see how they flew?"
As villagers encircled them, Elysia felt warmth flush her cheeks. The reactions around her were filled with awe, as if she and Lou had arrived from a realm far away. She glanced at him, his expression a mix of delight and serenity, as if he too was drinking in the moment. The unexpected happiness of this embrace with the mortal realm was infectious, soothing the remnants of adrenaline that had coursed through her veins. "Are you all right?" A gentle voice broke through the laughter, and Elysia turned to find Megan Lloyd, the village wise woman, stepping forward with a look of warm concern. The silver-streaked hair framing her face seemed to glimmer with the soft light of the morning sun, and her wise brown eyes radiated kindness as she took in the scene. Elysia smiled, a genuine smile fueled by triumph. "We did it," she breathed, turning to Lou, who met her gaze with a knowing glance that spoke volumes of their shared journey. In that moment, they both realized the leap had brought them not just into the village, but also into a newfound commitment to both worlds.
Yes, Lou affirmed, his voice steady and deep, reverberating with certainty. We've come back to bridge the divide.
The village responded with a chorus of murmurs, their warmth wrapping around the pair like a comforting shawl. In that swirl of laughter and astonishment, Eliseo and Lou took a moment for themselves, their hands still entwined, allowing their hearts to catch up with their daring leap. With the feeling of magic still tingling in the air, they exchanged a glance that held the promise of a future filled with challenges and hope. Their journey had only just begun, but standing here in the heart of Clan Vire, amidst familiar faces and the fresh scent of blooming life, they felt emboldened. A light wind stirred, brushing past them as if urging them forward, and as they turned to face the crowd, they embraced the support surrounding them, knowing that they were no longer just outsiders. They were home, a united force bridging the realms of magic and humanity, ready to take on whatever lay ahead. Chapter 22: Spring's Promise. Eliseo and Lou stepped into the heart of Clan Vire, the village green unfolding before them like a vibrant quilt stitched with laughter and cheer. Villagers clapped and called out warm greetings, their voices mingling with the sweet scent of earth beginning to thaw. The bright sun sparkled against the fabric of the garlands that adorned the trees. It was as if the very essence of winter began to soften in their presence, revealing the first hints of spring that danced on the breeze. The young woman felt a warmth unfurling within her chest as she absorbed the jubilant atmosphere, her striking green eyes wide with wonder at the welcoming throng. Lou walked beside her, exuding a calm grace, his golden hair catching the sunlight as they made their way forward. They were enveloped in a wave of clapping hands and cheerful voices that washed over them like a warm tide, invigorating the chill of the lingering winter air.
Look! It's them!
A child called out, excitement bubbling over like a fizzy drink. Eliseo turned her head just in time to see a small boy, no older than 7, dashing toward them, his arms flailing with joy. A bright smile spread across Eliseo's face, her heart swelling at the sight of the innocent delight in the child's expression. As he reached them, he tugged eagerly at Luff's sleeve, his brown eyes sparkling with wonder. Did you really fight the Winter Queen? Are you going to tell us about it? Lou chuckled softly, kneeling to the boy's height, his voice warm and inviting.
Yes, though it was a bit more complicated than that. Let's just say we had quite the adventure.
Eliseo couldn't help but roll her eyes playfully.
An understatement, perhaps. I believe there was a fair bit of negotiation, too.
Her teasing lightened the air further, and a ripple of laughter surged through the nearby villagers, who were overhearing the exchange.
Tell me,
a group of children joined in, each eager to hear the tales of daring that would become the fabric of their village folklore. Their little hands tugged at Eliseo and Lou, faces alight with anticipation.
All right, Lou replied, standing again, his demeanor as graceful as always. But first, let's make sure everyone gets a proper welcome.
With their gentle leading, Eliseo and Lou progressed through the crowd, every smile and cheer enriching the bond of community. The villagers formed a welcoming barrier around them, creating a loose circle that thrummed with warmth. Eliseo's heart fluttered in rhythm with the people around her. Every clap, every shout, reaffirmed her place among them. Faces shone in the sunlight, some weathered yet familiar, others youthful with bright aspirations. The laughter mingled with the scent of fresh earth, and the residue of melting frost that still clung to the edges of the village green.
Welcome home, an elder woman called, her silver hair glinting like the frost on early morning grass.
Eliseo recognized her instantly, feeling her spirit embrace the younger woman in a hug even from afar. She knew that this woman had once gathered the village children around her, sharing stories of ancient legends, whispers of realms just beyond the veil of sight. Elysia leaned close to Lou, speaking quietly but with an edge of joy in her voice. "We truly are home, aren't we?"
"Yes, love," he replied softly, a serious undertone breaking through his casual demeanor. "This place is alive because of the spirit of everyone here. And it thrives in stories like the one we will tell."
They continued to move through the throng, exchanging gentle gestures with passers-by who extended their hands to squeeze theirs in affirmation. An older man, a former captain of the village, clasped Luff's shoulder firmly and murmured words of respect, a connection forged in shared experience and unyielding loyalty. As they approached the center of the square, it felt as though the air crackled with an intangible energy, a chorus of cheers punctuating the winter landscape, a celebration of hope that not even the coldest months could stifle. The laughter rang like bells through the crisp air, and Elysia felt the world shift around her, the memory of battles fought fading, replaced by the warmth of human connection. In this moment, Elysia's resolve deepened. They had not merely returned, they had come back as heralds of a new dawn, where the hidden whispers of ancient stories could mingle freely with the vibrant present, shaping the way forward together. A round of applause erupted suddenly, a ripple flowing through the gathering. The duo turned to find the entire assembly looking toward the modest wooden platform that Megan Lloyd now stepped onto, weathered yet sturdy. With a clarity born of many years, she scanned the crowd before addressing them in her soft, gentle tone. "Today, we celebrate not only our beloved Elysia and Lou, but the unity of our worlds, the old and the new." Megan's presence radiated warmth, and the villagers quieted, leaning forward to hear her words as Elysia caught the twinkle in the elder's eyes. Elysia squeezed Luff's hand, the sensation grounding her amidst the joy enveloping them, a deep breath before the exhilarating journey ahead.
The heart of the village thrummed with collective pride, and the afternoon sun warmed their spirits even more, a beautiful overture to what lay ahead.
As the murmur of anticipation swept through the crowd, Elysia's gaze was drawn to the modest wooden platform where Megan Lloyd stood, her weathered yet bright eyes scanning the sea of faces. The murmurs faded, as the elder's presence filled the air with an undeniable authority, each word poised to weave the stories of their worlds together in a tapestry of unity. With a gentle yet commanding demeanor, Megan surveyed the gathering, allowing a moment of silence to anchor her in the hearts of her listeners. "Today," she began, her voice steady and melodic, "we gather not only to celebrate Elysia and Lou, but to recognize a shift, the passing of an ancient mantle, the connection of our two worlds." The villagers shifted closer, a collective breath drawn in as they engaged fully with her words. Elysia's heart pounded in her chest, the token of unity held aloft like a shimmering promise in Megan's hand. It was intricately carved, its edges catching the sunlight with every subtle movement, the design etched with symbols that spoke of ages past. "My journey," Megan continued, her tone deepening with emotion, "has been one of exploration, and I stand here not merely as a keeper of our lore but as a bridge between those of us grounded in the physical realm and the fair folk who share our breaths and our dreams." The crowd listened intently, their eyes glimmering with recognition, memories of their shared tales rising to the surface. It was as if the tales spun through the air, and each villager was caught in the invisible web of connection. "Elysia," Megan said, her gaze shifting to the young woman, "it is now time for you to embrace this mantle." With deliberate care she moved forward, extending the carved token toward Elysia, her hands steady, a visible weight of trust and legacy. In that moment the world narrowed to a singular focus, the token, Megan's hand, the burgeoning future waiting just beyond the present. Elysia's breath hitched as she reached out, accepting the token in her palm. A rush of energy surged through her, as if she had grasped the very pulse of their shared history. Then, as if summoned by an unspoken invitation, Elysia's parents moved forward, their faces glowing with pride. Her mother clasped Elysia's shoulders, warm and firm, a gesture so familiar yet momentous. Her father stood close, the weight of his encouragement manifesting in quiet words of love.
"We always believed in you," he murmured, his voice thick with emotion, sealing their familial bond with the promise of support.
A ripple of awe passed through the crowd as they witnessed this intimate moment, one of shared understanding and unyielding love. Elysia looked out at the sea of faces, every pair of eyes reflecting a flicker of hope, the murmurs weaving through the air like a gentle chorus. She felt every heartbeat around her as they braced themselves for this shift, their shared energy sustaining her. Megan stepped back, the weight of the mantle now visibly placed upon Elysia's shoulders, the token resting warmly in her grasp.
"Let us remember," Megan continued, her voice weaving gently, "that as we pass this mantle we are not severing our ties.
We are building bridges, creating a future intertwined. Elysia will carry this burden, with the wisdom of our community at her back." Elysia felt a thrill of determination surge within her. She lifted the token closer to her heart, the symbols intricate against her palm, drawing strength from the weighty legacy of her predecessors. In this simple act, she understood the vast responsibility resting on her shoulders, and the beauty that lay in the collective journey she would now forge ahead. The warmth of her parents' love enveloped her like a cloak, grounding her amidst the anticipation swirling in the air. She glanced back to Lou, who stood just behind her, his expression a steady beacon of support. Their eyes met briefly, a silent acknowledgement of the shared purpose that bound them together. The crowd stirred with a mixture of emotions, pride and reverence mingling in the gentle rustling of clothing and the soft murmur of words exchanged. The space around them filled with a sense of reverence, every villager clutching the moment close to their hearts, as they recognized the significance of this ceremony. In the heart of Clan Vire, Elysia and Lou were no longer merely two individuals, they stood as embodiments of hope, bridging the realms with love and shared legacy. Each heartbeat echoed in the cool, crisp air, a living promise of what was to come, a dawn filled with boundless potential and the intertwined fates of their people. As the last echoes of Megan's speech settled like falling leaves upon the green, Elysia turned her gaze toward the landscape surrounding the village, feeling a profound sense of renewal ripple through the air. The once frozen earth revealed vibrant green shoots pushing through the softened soil, a reminder that life, in all its intricate beauty, was ready to emerge from the depths of winter. Every breath seemed richer, every sound a hymn to the reawakening world. The gentle whispers of the breeze caressed her skin as she took in the sight around her, delicate blooms beginning to unfurl beneath the sheltering trees, a celebration mirrored in nature itself. As the sun warmed her face, it felt like a blessing from the realm beyond, intertwining their destinies even further. Elysia and Lou stood slightly apart from the jubilant throng, their connection a palpable thread, weaving them together as the vibrant hum of celebration swirled around them. Elysia caught Luff's eye, the depths of his opalescent gaze reflecting a world of unspoken emotion and shared understanding. In this brief pause the background faded, the noise softened, and all that remained was the magnetic energy pulsating between them.
"Can you feel it?"
Luff's voice broke through the reverie, a whisper wrapped in wonder. His expression mirrored the delicate balance of elation and determination, the excitement of their triumphant return grounded by the weight of their journey ahead. Elysia nodded, her heart swelling with unvoiced thoughts.
"Everything feels different. Like we're standing at the edge of something new."
He took a step closer, an unmistakable warmth radiating from him, beckoning her in. Around them, the villagers began to form a loose circle, their joy resonating like a heartbeat in the air, each individual and integral part of this transformative moment. With a steady breath, Elysia took Luff's hand, fingers intertwining naturally, as if they were always meant to connect in this way. She sensed the excitement shimmering between them, a celebration of all that they had accomplished, and all that awaited. As they leaned into one another, the spectators watched with hushed breaths, the shared anticipation wrapping around the gathering like a golden thread. Elysia felt the pressure of their eyes upon them. There was a palpable acknowledgement of what this moment represented, not only for them, but for the entire community that had witnessed their journey. "Elysia," Lou murmured softly, his voice as soothing as a summer rain.
"This is our moment.
Together we can bridge both worlds." With those words, Elysia closed the gap between them, surrendering to the intensity of their shared resolve. She tilted her head slightly, meeting him with a gaze full of courage and yearning. The world faded to a soft murmur, as she felt time slow, everything amplifying as if suspended in that precious heartbeat. Then they closed the distance, lips brushing together in a kiss that held the weight of their shared victories and promises for the future. The contact was both tender and electric, each lingering moment igniting a fire within their spirits. Around them applause broke free, cascading over their entwined forms like a river of warmth. The villagers cheered, their joy cascading into the space, celebrating the boundless potential radiating from this single act of connection. When they finally pulled apart, the world around them seemed to shine brighter. Elysia's cheeks were flushed, her heart thrumming like the wings of a sparrow against her ribcage. In Luff's eyes, she saw the same reflected exhilaration. They were more than just two souls entwined in a kiss, they were heralds of a new dawn, a bridge between realms. In that moment, Elysia felt the pull of her ancestry, the whispers of her Welsh bloodline intertwining with the magic of the fair folk. It was a powerful current coursing through her veins, calling her to honor her path, guiding her forward into a vibrant future. The last traces of winter were brushed away by the warmth of their love, the scent of fresh earth mingling with the energy of the gathered villagers. As the soft light of the fading day cradled them, Elysia knew they had crossed a threshold, not just for themselves, but for everyone in Clan Vire, their destinies woven together, ready to embrace the unfolding story that awaited them. With hearts intertwined and the world before them, Elysia and Lou stepped back into the celebration, into the very heart of their community where tales were told and lives transformed.
The triumph of that day would resonate for generations, echoing through the years as a testament to the enduring power of love and unity, and the unbreakable bond between worlds.
Chapter 23: Bridges Between Worlds. The community hall was alive with tension, the flickering light of the fireplace dancing across the weathered wooden beams. Villagers with lined faces and fair folk shimmering in ethereal hues filled the space, their voices weaving a complex tapestry of concerns and hopes that threatened to drown out the ancient spirit of cooperation. Among them, Elysia moved like a gentle breeze, her steady presence the eye of the storm as she prepared to address the discord rising around her. At one end of the hall, a group of villagers, older men with grey-streaked beards and women with hands calloused by years of toil, gathered, their brows furrowed in deep lines of concern. They leaned toward one another, whispers spilling from their lips, lamenting how the old ways were fading, washed away by an influx of new ideas that felt foreign and unsettling. "We've lived by these traditions for generations. Why change what has served us?" one elder rasped, tugging at the collar of his tunic as if the very fabric could shield them from uncertainty. On the opposite side, a cluster of fair folk hovered with ethereal grace, their wings shimmering softly as they fluttered in agitation. One young fairy, her skin shimmering like sunlight on water, raised her voice, Change is not to be feared. The world shifts and so must we.
The old ways must adapt.
Her words brought a wave of murmurs, some in agreement, others a little less certain. Elysia stepped forward, her long dark hair cascading over her shoulders, and striking green eyes shimmering with determination. Her measured gestures and steady voice cut through the rising tension, like the calm of an ancient spirit sweeping across the room.
"Friends," she began, her voice laced with warmth, "we have always trusted in the old ways, but now we must find a path that brings us together. Our traditions can coexist with new perspectives."
A thick silence blanketed the hall momentarily, before an elderly villager tugged at her sleeve, his fingers trembling slightly.
"But how can we blend what is sacred to us with the unpredictable? It feels like losing part of ourselves."
His voice quivered, a blend of worry and hope dancing in his tone. Elysia knelt beside him, allowing her voice to soften further.
"What is sacred is never truly lost.
We build upon our past, while opening our hearts to the future. Imagine a world where the wisdom of our ancestors informs our dreams of tomorrow." Her hands moved delicately, guiding thoughts like a painter wielding a brush on canvas, inviting cooperation rather than conflict. Just then Lu, his sun-kissed skin radiating warmth, moved from the side, his opal eyes shifting with a kaleidoscope of emotions. "Elysia is right," he interjected, his tone rich with authority yet suffused with gentleness.
"Our hearts can encompass both the cherished traditions and the vibrant pulse of new ideas.
I believe this can bridge our worlds." His presence, steady and assured, added weight to her call for mutual respect. As Elysia met the eyes of her audience, she felt the energy of the room begin to shift. The rigid postures of the villagers softened slightly, and the fair folk's wings fluttered less agitatedly. Love's calming influence alongside her resonated with the ancient call for unity, painting an atmosphere where fears began to transform into curiosity. Voices started to rise not in argument, but in tentative agreement, hopes articulated with care, as Elysia encouraged dialogue, weaving connections among disparate thoughts. Gradually, the sharp edges of conflict dulled, giving way to the warmth of shared stories, overlapping experiences and dreams intertwining like the roots of trees in a sacred grove. And as the conversation flowed, carried by laughter and tentative applause, Elysia felt something ancient awakening, an understanding shared not just between villagers and fair folk, but among all those who dwelled in the whispers of the woods and the songs of the river. In that moment, the hall was not merely a building, but a sacred space of transformation, a living tapestry where fear turned to unity, and voices found their rhythm in harmony. The open square buzzed with life, where the ancient well stood sentinel, surrounded by cobblestone paths winding through lively market stalls. Rich scents of baked bread and fragrant herbs mingled in the warm air, while vibrant colors danced together in a playful ballet of fabric and flowers. Elysia stood amidst the thrumming energy, her heart light with anticipation as villagers and fair folk gathered, their voices merging like notes of a harmonious song. "Gather around, friends," she called, her melodic voice ringing clear above the hum of chatter, capturing the attention of those milling about. Lu stood beside her, his golden hair catching the sunlight, lending him an ethereal glow that echoed the excitement radiating through the crowd. As faces turned toward them, the youthful spirit of the village mingled with the ageless elegance of the fair folk, creating a scene infused with promise and hope. Elysia felt a swell of joy as she watched the array of people draw near, some familiar, others new to the mix, each unique in their attire, smiles, and stories waiting to unfold. With a flourish, Elysia unfurled the weathered scroll on the local chalkboard, its edges frayed from years of use yet rich with history. "Here we see the symbols that have long brought us together," she said, pointing at intricate sketches that danced across the parchment, alive with their stories.
Let us blend the old ways with new hopes, creating a festival that celebrates our intertwined heritage.
The gathered crowd leaned in, excitement shimmering in their eyes. A spirited villager, her cheeks flushed with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "What if we create a dance that reflects both our cultures? A dance to honor the old ways while inviting the new." Another chimed in, a lithe fair folk, their wings fluttering lightly.
And songs.
We must share songs of old, interwoven with the laughter of today. A melody that reminds us we are one. Their exuberance sparked a wave of applause that rippled through the crowd. Lou stepped forward, tracing the designs with his hand, as if inviting the flow of ideas to merge.
"I am certain this can bring us closer," he declared, his tone steady and persuasive.
Imagine the tapestry of cultures uniting through food, art, and traditions. This festival can be a bridge, bringing laughter, music, and warmth to our lives. His words wrapped around the gathering like an embrace, igniting creative fires in their hearts. Elysia watched with a smile, her spirit buoyed by the enthusiasm of the crowd. The villagers leaned in closer, their hands brushing against each other as ideas danced between them, sparking connections that transcended their differences. She felt a thrill run through her, each suggestion building on the last, creating a web of possibilities that made the air crackle with energy. The bustling market, the feel of cool cobblestones beneath their feet, and the soft clack of chalk on stone were all woven into the moment, grounding the vibrant exchange in their shared space. Laughter erupted at the mention of an idea to bake a giant loaf of bread, infused with flavors from both realms, and discussions bloomed, rich and full, like wildflowers in a field. Time seemed to bend as Elysia led them through the planning, the air thick with camaraderie and respect. She cherished each shared story, every new idea painted with strokes of creativity, as voices rose and fell like a melodic rhythm, creating an atmosphere that felt both celebratory and sacred. It was a celebration of heritage, the joining of hands, a reaffirmation of their identities intertwined, like the roots of ancient trees embracing the earth. As the meeting wound to a close, promises of cooperation lingered in the air, tinged with laughter and joy. Elysia beamed at Lou, who exchanged glances with her, their hearts lightened by the unity forged in the square. Handshakes and embraces punctuated the air, cementing the bonds that had been rekindled through shared hopes and dreams. In that moment, amidst the excitement and chatter of festival preparations, Elysia felt the weight of their responsibilities and the joy of their connections, harmonizing into something beautiful, a vibrant promise of what lay ahead, rooted in respect for both the past and the future. Sunlight spilled into the small cottage, casting a warm glow over the rustic wooden desk where Elysia settled with parchment and quill. The gentle laughter and excited chatter from the festival preparations outside drifted through the leaded glass window, creating a symphony of anticipation and reflection as she prepared to document the day's unfolding narrative. The room was imbued with a sense of comfort, filled with books worn soft from years of use, herbs hanging in delicate bunches from the rafters, and a faint scent of wildflowers lingering in the air. Elysia loved this space. It cradled her secrets and allowed her the time to process the world outside. She picked up her quill and dipped it in ink, the scratch of it against the parchment creating a soothing rhythm, mirroring the soft hum of festivities happening beyond her door. She began to write, her careful script reflecting her thoughts and observations of the day.
The meeting today opened a path to reconciliation, sparking a profound energy among the villagers and fair folk.
Each word flowed like a thread weaving together the day's events, the heated debates, the laughter shared, the moments of transformation. She captured the intricate details, the textures of the cobblestones, the exchange of ideas like ripples across the water, the hopeful glances exchanged between Lu and herself. Just as she found a rhythm, a gentle knock on the door drew her attention. Looking up, she found Lu entering, his presence suffused with warmth, the light catching in his flowing hair. He smiled, that golden light amplifying the joy in his demeanor.
"I hope I'm not interrupting," he said softly, his tone easing the day's labor from her shoulders. "Not at all," Elysia replied, gesturing for him to join her. "I was just capturing today's conversations."
"Your contributions were invaluable, Lu." He moved closer, leaning against the wall beside her desk, his opal eyes glimmering with affection.
"Did you hear?
A villager I spoke with earlier, one who seemed resistant, offered a nod of acceptance today."
"Our shared future is bright," he shared, a spark of excitement illuminating his words.
Elysia paused, her fingers lightly brushing the worn surface of the desk, processing his statement.
"That's wonderful news," she replied, her heart swelling with hope. "It reflects what we've been trying to cultivate, a sense of belonging and unity.
If we can win over even one heart at a time, we will transform this village together." Lu nodded, his gaze fixed upon her, admiration evident in his expression.
"What we've begun isn't merely about planning a festival, but building a community where every voice is heard, where traditions embrace the new."
Your work today was the cornerstone of that shift. The two shared a quiet moment, the sounds from outside rising in waves like a heartbeat, the joyous laughter of children, the rich banter of friends reconnecting, all blending into the backdrop of their conversation. Elysia felt a deep sense of satisfaction, realizing how much she had grown in this role. From hesitant beginnings, she now felt emboldened to mediate, to foster a legacy of unity, driven by the knowledge that every voice mattered.
As she turned back to her parchment, writing Luff's words alongside her own, she smiled softly.
The once tentative lines of their existence were beginning to stretch and intertwine, creating an expansive network of connection and support.
"Let's remember this moment when we feel overwhelmed. We're not just different, we're vibrant, and together we're a force to be reckoned with."
The two shared a knowing glance, laughter mingling with promise. As they continued to chat about the festival, and the growing excitement beyond the cottage walls, Elysia felt a sense of comfort that only came from true companionship. Here, surrounded by remnants of the old world, whispers of the new echoed, and she held tightly to the belief that with each day they moved closer to a harmonious future. Elysia inked the last word, feeling a wave of tranquility wash over her, the sounds from outside melding into a promise. As she placed the quill down, she knew this was just the beginning of a beautiful chapter, one marked by collaboration, resilience, and the courage to dream. Chapter 24: The Endless Cycle. Under a canopy of stars, the ancient standing stone stood sentinel in a secluded clearing, its rugged surface engraved with the secrets of ages long past. Villagers clad in rustic Welsh garb filled the space, their faces aglow with anticipation, as they turned their eyes to the young woman poised before the monument. Elysia Reese felt the weight of their hope and curiosity settle on her shoulders like a cloak, an electrifying shiver coursing through her, as she clasped Luff's hand tightly, drawing strength from his warm presence beside her. The stone towered above them, a monolith of hewn rock that pulsed gently with an inner light, casting fleeting shadows across the gathering. Intricate Celtic symbols danced over its surface, whispering tales of magic and ancient pacts to those who would listen. A cool breeze rustled through the trees that encircled the clearing, carrying with it the sweet scent of wildflowers, mingling with the rich earth beneath their feet. Each breath felt heavy with significance, as if the very air was charged with the expectation of something extraordinary. Elysia's heart raced as she took a moment to gather herself. Her long dark hair fell in gentle waves around her shoulders, shimmering softly under the starlight. She could feel the soft fabric of her practical attire against her skin, grounding her amidst the swirling emotions. Her striking green eyes flickered between the crowd and the stone, searching for confidence in the familiar faces of friends and family, interspersed with the shimmering, ethereal forms of the fair folk. Each face was filled with an anticipation that only heightened her own sense of duty.
"I'm right here with you," Lou murmured softly, his voice low and steady, as if anchoring her in the storm of her thoughts.
The warmth of his hand enveloped hers, strong and reassuring. Elysia turned to meet his gaze, and in that instant, the world around them faded to a gentle hum. Love's sun-kissed skin glowed like embers against the twilight, his flowing golden hair catching the breeze, framing a face that always seemed to reflect the hope that bloomed in her heart. There was a sincerity in his opal shifting eyes, a silent promise that she was not alone in this moment. With a deep breath, she squared her shoulders and took a step forward. The villagers and fair folk alike held their breath as Elysia approached the stone, the thrumming energy resonating through the ground beneath her feet. Lou remained by her side, his grip a steadying force that urged her onward. The gentle flicker of light on the stone responded to her resolve, urging her to fulfill the promise woven into her bloodline. "I renew the vow between our worlds," Elysia's voice rang out, clear and melodic, echoing across the clearing. The ancient words poured forth from her, each syllable carefully chosen, their meanings rich with centuries of history. The stone thrummed with renewed energy, its runes flaring into vibrant life, each symbol igniting in a dance of light that pulsed rhythmically with her heartbeat. The crowd shifted in hushed awe, their whispers blending with the murmurs of the wind as the glow intensified. Elysia could feel the magic gathering around her, enveloping her like a warm embrace. Small motes of light sprang to life, swirling around her in jubilant spirals, creating a delicate dance that painted the air with glowing trails. The villagers gasped, wide-eyed with wonder, their earlier apprehension melting away into astonished admiration. Lou stepped closer, his presence a calming force as he watched her with a mix of pride and fierce protectiveness. The connection they shared seemed to spark with every pulse of the stone, each beat deepening the bond that grew stronger between them.
"You're doing it, Elysia," he whispered, a soft smile spreading across his lips. "Keep going."
With his encouragement, Elysia pressed onward, letting the magic resonate within her, guiding her voice and illuminating the clearing around them. It was a vow renewed, a promise of unity and understanding, meant to bridge the gap between their worlds. As she continued, the light from the stone began to swell, bathing them in an iridescent glow that felt alive, dancing with the echoes of ancient magic that surrounded them. Then, with a final flourish, the energy reached its peak, a brilliant flash that surged like a tidal wave, engulfing them both in an overwhelming rush of warmth and light. The boundary that separated the realms quivered as the light flared and twisted, revealing the shimmering pathways of the otherworld, blurring the lines between reality and enchantment. In that breathtaking moment, Elysia's heart soared, and she felt a deep, pulsing connection to every soul gathered in that sacred space. They were bound together not just by ancient blood, but by a common hope for the future, a future where their worlds could coexist, weaving together the threads of fate and magic. As the blinding brilliance enveloped them, she clung tightly to Luff's hand, the steady pulse of his warmth anchoring her even as the extraordinary unfolded around them. And then, just as suddenly, the light receded, leaving behind a stillness that lingered like a gentle sigh. A moment passed in silence, the crowd slowly returning from their collective reverie, awed by the miracle that had just transpired. The villagers exchanged whispers of disbelief and joy, while the fair folk stood with expressions of enchantment, the very air alive with the lingering traces of magic. Elysia blinked as her vision cleared, her heart still racing with exhilaration and the sweet resonance of unity that enveloped them all. They had taken the first step together, bridging the ancient rift between their worlds, bound by a new understanding that pulsed like the steady glow of the stone. With Lugh at her side, and the promise of what lay ahead illuminating the night, Elysia felt the whispers of destiny weaving their lives together, an intricate tapestry that would carry them into a future rich with both challenge and possibility. As the brilliance of their pact flickered and faded, Elysia and Lugh found themselves standing at the threshold of the Winter Queen's court, an ethereal expanse shimmering before them like a dream made real. The grand hall stretched infinitely, adorned with crystalline sculptures that sparkled like starlight caught in ice. It was a place where beauty danced with the chill of winter, where every arch and every facet resonated with the unearthly melodies of a world steeped in ancient magic. They stepped forward, their feet crunching softly on the frost-kissed floor, the air around them crisp and cool, wrapping them in an embrace of shimmering purity. The soft strains of music floated through the space, an otherworldly melody that twirled and swayed, drawing the eye to the fair folk gathered in elegant celebration. Glistening banners of deep blue and silver fluttered gently above them, catching the light like delicate wings of butterflies in flight, enhancing the enchanting atmosphere of the court. Elysia's breath caught in her throat as she took in the scene before her, a world of splendor that sparkled with the very essence of magic. She felt Lugh's presence beside her, a grounding warmth against the chill, and exchanged a glance that spoke volumes. In that fleeting moment, amidst the soft luminescence of their surroundings, Elysia felt an unspoken promise hanging in the air, binding them as they faced this new chapter together. At the far end of the hall, upon a throne of exquisitely carved ice, sat the Winter Queen. Her long silver hair flowed like a cascade of frost, shimmering under the vaulted ceiling adorned with intricate frost patterns. Elysia's heart raced at the sight. The Queen's presence was commanding yet softened by an unexpected grace. Her pale blue eyes pierced the dim light, exuding both authority and warmth, a striking contrast to the chilling aura that surrounded her.
"Welcome, ambassadors of renewal," the Winter Queen spoke, her voice resonating through the hall, an echo of ancient power tempered by the wisdom of time. There was a certain elegance in her greeting, as if she acknowledged not only their roles, but the weight of their journey. As she rose from her throne, the cold seemed to recede slightly, replaced by a soft glow that wrapped around her like an aura.
Elysia took a tentative step forward, buoyed by Lugh's unyielding support.
"Your Majesty," she began, her voice steady, but laced with a tremor of awe, "we come to honor the pact and bridge our worlds."
The weight of her words settled around them, drawing the attention of every courtier present. The Winter Queen smiled, a slight curve of her lips that felt like the promise of sunlight breaking through a winter's chill. "And in doing so you carry the hope of both our realms. The path ahead will be fraught with trials, but also filled with opportunities for growth and harmony." As the court erupted into gentle applause, the sound washed over Elysia, filling her with a sense of belonging she had never quite known. The fair folk moved with an ethereal elegance, their laughter blending with the music that swelled around them like a living heartbeat. Elysia couldn't help but be swept into the energy of the celebration, her worries momentarily forgotten amidst the enchanting revelry. With Lugh by her side, she began to navigate the shifting tides of the court, greeting familiar faces and meeting new ones. Each interaction brought with it a sense of unity, the threads of their pasts intermingling with shared hopes for the future. Conversations flowed effortlessly, punctuated by laughter and the occasional shared stories of the old traditions. Elysia's heart swelled as she witnessed the villagers and fair folk reveling together, barriers fading with every shared smile and word. As she engaged with the crowd, the weight of her responsibilities loomed in the back of her mind, a quiet whisper reminding her that they were in the realm of the Winter Queen, where the stakes were far higher than simple celebration. What lay ahead was an uncharted path, one that required not just their commitment, but an understanding of the delicate balance that held their worlds together. Elysia, Luff's voice broke through her reverie, a blend of warmth and concern lacing his tone. She turned to him, searching his eyes, where she saw not just the familiar spark of mischief, but a deeper reflection of her own doubts. "Do you think the Winter Queen sees us as her true allies?" Elysia felt a flicker of uncertainty but answered with conviction. "She welcomed us, didn't she?"
"There's a trust we must build, and it starts here."
She gestured to the celebration around them, where warmth and joy blended with the frost.
"This unity is a step towards strengthening our bond."
He nodded, a thoughtful smile curling his lips, and for a moment the noise of the court faded away, leaving only the two of them wrapped in their shared resolve. They were standing at the forefront of something significant, and their connection, one that had blossomed through trials and uncertainties, seemed destined to deepen as they navigated the path ahead. As they rejoined the festivities, Elysia felt a sense of possibility unfurling before her. Moments of laughter and connection flitted between them like shooting stars, igniting hope and promise. She allowed herself to be drawn into the revelry, the music swirling around them, as if the very fabric of their lives was woven with melodies of peace and promise. Yet, as the evening unfolded, shadows began to gather at the edges of her vision, subtle and insidious. The Winter Queen's words lingered, echoing through Elysia's mind. Trials awaited, tests of loyalty and strength. The festive atmosphere held a tantalizing allure, but she understood well the delicate balance they sought to maintain.
And then, as if sensing her thoughts, Lou turned to her, his opal-hued eyes searching. "Whatever comes our way, Elysia, we face it together."
There was a depth to his words that made her heart race, an unbreakable bond forged in trust and shared experience. Elysia nodded, her heart steadier now. "Together," she echoed, her voice firm, and she felt the fire of determination ignite within her. The dance between their worlds was complex, but with Lou by her side and the Queen's court as witnesses, she sensed that they were already setting forth on a journey that would shape the fate of both realms. As they prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead, Elysia took one last look around the court, a shimmering panorama of ice and hope, the joyous celebrations mingling with an unspoken awareness that the future was theirs to embrace. With her heart beating in tandem with the music, she stepped deeper into the festivities, ready to uncover the next chapter of their extraordinary tale.